I see Hanji is in the box now.
Hello,
Welcome
hello.
in, Hanji.
Hey, darling. So,
Uh-oh. I can't hear Hanji. Can anyone else hear Hanji?
you can't hear me?
I can hear her now.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
So, what did you think of the post I sent?
Oh yeah, that was some rated R stuff there. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna check the YouTube stream to make sure it's capturing all the audio.
Okay.
I think it's working. I'm gonna check one more thing. I think we're good to go then on the YouTube stream. Hanji, welcome in. How's your Friday night?
My Friday night is good. I've been coming across a lot of certain genres of books, if you get my drift.
Yeah, I saw that. How
It
do
is spooky
we?
season.
Yeah, how do we categorize that genre of book?
Um, for that genre, it would basically be Sinner's Romance.
Oh, okay then.
Well, you're not supposed to fall for the priest, but you fall for this. You're very.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Listen, it's in my wish list. Wink, 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 wink.
When I was a young man in Catholic school, we had a younger priest. His name was Tom, and he was in good shape. He was handsome, type of guy. And there's a lot of girls that were interested in Father Tom, and they were looking for something from old Padre, but he ended up shacking up with our principal, and then when that became public, they sent him to Africa. So there's that.
Oh, damn.
Don't sleep with the principal.
I'm sorry, girlies. I think it's like if you grew up on Beauty and the Beast or Hunchback of Notre Dame, I'm noticing a pattern that you're either really into Catholic priests or really into monster romance. And like me, you're in between. It's a win-win for me.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everyone's got their own kink. You know what I mean? Or there's something that that gets to them. I don't understand some of them. There's some of them that are really too weird for me that I feel like it makes you wonder how they got into that particular fetish. But listen, to each their own. If it makes you happy and makes somebody else happy, enjoy yourself.
As long as it's consensual, you know?
Mariette
I'm a
says,
dark romance, like, masked guy, stalker, non-consensual consent type of. Anyway, yeah, my books have trigger warnings. That's all I'm going to say on that.
yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Well, we've got Carlos in the box. He'll be our first guest for the night.
Welcome in, Carlos.
Carlos, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, Carlos?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Are you a Christian, Carlos?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
Fan-
Definitely.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 62 to be exact.
Okay. What would be your most convincing argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Because I can't see how something can come from nothing. I
I
just,
I don't
I
think
just can't see it.
well, I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I'm an atheist and I don't believe that something came from nothing. So I don't know if I don't know how that became a sticky point for you. Do you know of anyone who believes that?
Well, I'm I'm just saying just for an example, there's how many people on a planet? About 8 billion, roughly.
I don't know, but that's pretty damn close, I think.
Right. And every person that was born started off as a baby, right?
As far as we know.
And if the person,
Thank you, Stefan, for the subby.
Thank
and
you,
just say,
Stephanie.
if you leave the baby that's born immediately in a field, could a baby survive?
Typically not. I mean, there are like super rare cases where babies can survive like the elements for a given period of time before they're rescued, but they still need rescued at a pretty short notice.
Thank
So
you, Dex, for the 5 subbies.
with that
W
being
Dex,
said,
I'm not even seeing these subbies. I don't know what's wrong with my screen, but I'm. Thank you so much, Dex, for the subbies. I really appreciate that.
anyways, with that being said, then I think that man had to start as a man. There's no way a man could start out as a baby unless it's being taken care of.
Well, I don't think that to be the case. So I think,
I know you guys believe
well,
in evolution. So we
Carlos,
started out as a
Carlos,
guppy.
hey, take a deep breath. I'm going to respond to your concern, okay?
I'm sorry, God.
I think your concern is that there was once like not a human and then a human popped out, or we would say an animal. There was not an animal and then there was an animal, but that's not how evolution worked. It started from very, very simple life forms, and those life forms branched off variously over millions and millions of years, actually billions of years, to the point where we have like very complex organisms that you see today. But at no point in time was there like not a complex organism and then a complex organism just randomly appeared.
Like I said, there's 8 billion people. There hasn't been one person born as a man. So I don't see the
So you're not a man?
Well, yeah, but I was a baby to start. And
Right,
if
but-
my mother and my parents didn't take care of me, I wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, but I don't understand what that has to do with evolution. Nobody believes that like any animal is giving birth to full-grown adults.
Exactly. because
Cyber,
the-
thank you for 10 subbies.
There you
W
go.
Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much. Carlos, I don't think you understand what evolution is describing as being the process. We don't believe that any organism just like randomly poofed like an adult organism that was like sentient and intelligent and complex. It was a very long stream of processes in which organisms were getting gradually more complicated.
Just and not to mention, I mean, a man or woman, whatever. If we make it to 100 years, right? That's about basically about as long as we're gonna live, right? Do you understand? Like 100 years is nothing. I mean, nothing. It's so quick that we as humans don't realize that is what is something is eternity, and that's what God's promising us.
What does that have to do with anything? I mean, that's just a
I'm
complaint.
just saying that-
Like you're just saying you'd rather live longer.
Well, wouldn't you?
I would, but that has no bearing on whether or not God is real or whether or not evolution is true. The fact that you'd like to live longer is just a preference.
It's not just me. I mean, every human would want to live longer.
Also,
I mean,
hold on a second, Carlos. If I have got any mods, any YouTube mods that are in the house, could you log into the YouTube stream and block the guy sending swastikas in the chat? That would be really helpful. I would appreciate that. Sorry, Carlos.
Ugh, disgusting.
I'm just saying that. Like I said, I told you earlier, I'm 62. It feels like it was last week, the 1980s, but that was 40 years ago.
Yeah,
So-
I know. I know how time works, but that's not an argument for why God is real. I'm looking for an argument or evidence for the God hypothesis.
I mean, nothing for nothing, but God promised us eternity to live, which that's pretty much.
Which God?
I better be a vampire or I'm not taking the deal.
Jesus is the
Okay,
God.
fantastic. So how do you know that Jesus is God?
What do you mean, how? I mean, there's plenty of scriptures and stuff that have been written so long. Even before he was born, there was stuff written about that he was coming. And then he came, he did a bunch of miracles. I mean, miracles that no man could possibly do.
Yeah.
I mean,
One
give
second.
sight to a
Flank,
person that was born blind. I mean,
flank. This hold on, Carlos. Flanker over on the YouTube stream. You saying there's an echo? Is it echoing when I talk or when the guest talks? I suspect we're recording the audio twice. But listen, Carlos. I'm hearing you. Oh, it's when the guest talks. What about now, Carlos? Can you say something for us so we can hear if it's echoing?
yeah, I could say something. What do you want me to say?
You just said it. Fantastic. All right, guys, back on the YouTube, can you let me know if it's still echoing now that the guest had said something? Better, fixed, fantastic. We're good to go, guys. I don't know why Streamlabs is such a nightmare to get the audio sorted out every time we get the live going. It's just a train wreck. This was never a problem with OBS, but anyways, we're good to go now. Carlos, why do you believe that Jesus is God?
Yasu Alexios.
All I gotta say is, look at the world, how beautiful everything is. I mean, between the oceans, the trees, the forests, the mountains. I mean, you think that's just a coincidence?
Well, yeah, but there's also not like an argument. You're just saying there's beautiful stuff, therefore God. But I could say there's beautiful stuff, therefore evolution, right? So I want to know the connecting steps between the beautiful thing and the God. Where do you get from point A to point B?
Well, God tells us that He created pretty much everything.
Right. Yes, I know the Bible says that, but you're perceiving the Bible as the word of God, and I want to know, why do you do that? Why are you perceiving the Bible as speaking for God, and why would I want to do the same?
Right. I don't really want to. How can I say this? I know that you guys don't really go on your experiences.
No, we can't, because
I understand that, but I'm telling
because
you right now, if
religious
you're looking,
people in every religion have experiences, right? So if your experience proves that your God is real, then everybody else's experience proves that their gods are real. And so as an atheist, I would just have to believe in all of the gods.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just the evolution thing. I just don't understand how a man could be created from a guppy.
Yeah, well, that's not what evolution teaches. But again, it actually is just getting away from proving your point, right? So it could be true that evolution falls apart. Let's say 100 years from now, we get all new scientific data and it turns out that evolution is wrong. That still doesn't make your God real. I want the argument that makes your God real.
Well, I mean, look at just the way man is. I mean, doesn't your stomach, not your brain, but your stomach sometimes tells you what's going on? Not your brain. It's
No,
like sometimes
not
your body will tell you this ain't right.
no,
And
not at
and
all.
I don't
No,
see that could be
I
like
don't.
something that evolution could ever.
It's
Um,
not your stomach doing that. It's just the chemical makeup of your body can sometimes make you feel as though your body parts are doing things. For example, for a long time in history, people just assumed that you thought in your heart as opposed to your brain. Because when you're scared, your heart beats fast. When you're calm, your heart beats slow. And when there's environmental variables, your heart seems to be reacting to it. So people just thought that you thought with your heart. But as science advanced, we learned that that wasn't true. But that still, that's not an actual argument. I want to know, what is the evidence for your God? And you're just saying, well, I see like this creation, and I don't know a better way for the creation to be true. But
Love you, Jess.
if creation is evidence of a God, to me, it would be evidence of an evil God. Why would God design human beings in a way in which children are born with cancer?
I could see that's another thing that you guys love to use. Is do you think that God is? How do you know that He's not giving a child cancer because He wants them in heaven, and He doesn't want the child to go through? I think that every
Holy.
man on this planet is being put through a test to be able to live forever. in
Is
heaven.
God capable of having a child born without cancer and still getting it to heaven?
God's capable of anything.
Okay, so then the fact that he chooses to go the cancer route proves that he's an evil God. Like if I had the ability, if I said, listen, I'm going to take all of my family one day and we're going to move to West Virginia, which is almost heaven according to the state slogan. If I said, I'm going to get all of my family to West Virginia one day, there's two possible methods. One method is that we just do our due diligence and research, and we buy property, and then we move there, and nobody gets harmed. But the second method is that I move ahead of them, and then in the night I have a scary man come and kidnap my family and take them by force to West Virginia. And them fight viciously against the kidnapping and possibly get hurt. Which one of those two methods is the method that would probably from the father who loves his family?
Like I said, things that God does.
That's not an answer to my question. I want you to engage in my question.
You're a little confusing on your question, but I'm just letting you know that
Carlos,
me and
it's
you
a
are
really
man.
easy question, so I just want you to engage in
Right,
it. What would be
right.
which method of moving to West Virginia would be preferred? Would it be the method that doesn't unnecessarily harm my family?
Like I said,
Okay.
if you,
So,
look, I'm
Carlos,
sorry.
I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. You have to engage in my
Okay.
questions.
All right, guys, repeat the whole question. Start from the beginning again. I'm sorry.
Which one of the
Repeat
two
it.
methods would be the
Okay.
preferred method of getting my family back, or getting my family to West Virginia?
And what are the two methods again?
The two methods is I look ahead of time for property, I buy property, and then I talk to my family and we move there all together like normal people. The other option is that I just move there by myself, and then when I see fit, I send somebody to go kidnap my family in the middle of the night and don't tell them about it. Which one of those two methods is the preferred method?
You run through the woods with you carrying me on your shoulder. Okay, let me stop. I need to stop reading, Dark.
You're trying. Well, your question is a little confusing.
It's not confusing, Carlos. One of those two methods is obviously better than the other.
Kidnapping is not the way to go about doing anything.
Oh,
So
that's not
that's
an
the
answer to my
answer.
question, Carlos. I'm asking you which one of those two methods would be the preferred method of getting my family to West Virginia?
Well, the first one you said.
Yes, and why is the first one the preferred method?
Because, like I said, you're talking about kidnapping your family, then
Yes.
bringing them.
Bec-
Doesn't
because
sound like something that a normal person would do.
That's right, because one of those results in harm and one of those does not. Now, God has the option of allowing a child to be born and getting them to heaven if he wants them in heaven without them facing cancer or any other harms, but he chooses the cancer. So if that is a design that God designed, I'm inclined to believe that that's either an incompetent designer or a wicked designer.
The bottom line is that man can never sit down at a table and have a conversation with the Lord because he's
Carlos,
so
that doesn't
smart.
address
And so they're not going to understand.
Carlos, that doesn't address the topic we're talking about. We're trying to figure out if our bodies are like evidence of a good designer, as you say. So I would like for you to engage in the topic that you brought up without pivoting away. So now I brought up a very good demonstration for why God, Cyber, thank you for all the cranes. I appreciate that. I brought up a very good analogy for why our bodies, humanity is not necessarily an indication of your God. I would like you to respond to that.
Thank you, Kendra Love. Carlos, you can go ahead and unmute. Also, shout out to the people in the chat that got my Haunting Adeline reference. Thank you. I'm here every day.
Yeah, thank you, Goku. Thank you, Kendra, for the cranes. I really appreciate it. Guys, thanks for being here. We just got the live started. We got lots of time to have fun tonight. We're going to get a bunch of good conversations in, I'm sure. Also, while we're waiting for Carlos to find his unmute button, remember in my link tree, you can find access to my YouTube channel and to the Discord. We would love to see you on our Discord. It's run by Benny and Seth and a few other mods. We would love to see you there. Carlos, welcome back. So can you
Go ahead and set the new goal as well while you're at it.
Oh, perfect. Thanks guys for hitting the first goal already. That was fast. Carlos, can you actually engage in the topic?
Like I said, you're making it. I'm trying to answer it, but you guys don't understand that man will never understand.
So
why
no, you
God
can't.
sometimes do things.
Carlos, I'm asking you to engage in the topic, not explain why there are unexplainable things. Can you engage in the topic?
I'm trying to explain the best I can. Is like there's some things that God does that we're never gonna understand until we get to heaven.
Okay,
And
well,
then-
I don't believe that's an adequate response to anything that we just discussed.
well, I apologize. I'm just trying to just have a conversation with you guys, and you're asking some questions about things that I don't know. Like I said. It was nice talking to you guys. You know what I mean? I'm going to pray for you guys.
Sure, I'll pray to the tooth fairy for you,
Believe me-
Carlos.
believe
I'll
me,
pray
one
to
day-
Zeus for you.
One day, you know what I mean?
All right, and we are on. Thank you guys for the hats. Thank you, Spicy Jess. I appreciate that. He was on the verge of saying one day you're going to face God. I know it was the next thing out of his mouth. Anyways, we're going to get Bill in here.
Or not.
We tried.
They dropped.
We really tried. I pulled you up, Bill. If you want in, get on back in the guest box. All right. We're going to try to get Diane into the mix here.
She's not loading. I mean, I see her name, but her screen is blank on my side.
Yep. Huggins says he's going to sacrifice a goat for the last guest. We appreciate that. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Spicy Jet, for that. Spicy Jet is...
Make sure it has no blemishes.
That's right. It's good to see you around the community, Spicy Jess. I saw you in a couple lives this last week. I love it when she cosplays as a Christian. Hilarious. It's just good.
Oh my god. You know, the first time I came across her, I thought she was 1,000% serious, and I'm like, whoa. And then I found out that she's an atheist, and I was like, oh shit, she fooled me.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Red Beetle, welcome in.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Fantastic. Red Beetle, are you a Christian?
I have been accused of that.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's a yes. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is not imaginary?
Oh, I don't give arguments to prove that God exists.
Well, then what's your best evidence?
Well, if you don't give an argument to prove God exists, you don't give evidence.
So then what are you doing here? Did you read my background?
Well, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, the background says prove me wrong. Are you prepared to do that?
Sure, I can prove you wrong.
Can't wait. Let's have it.
Okay, what's your epistemology?
Irrelevant. I'm asking you to demonstrate that your God is real. My epistemology doesn't matter at all. What matters is what you can demonstrate. Red Beetle, what matters is what you can demonstrate, not me. See, it doesn't matter. Everything I think about the world could be wrong, and it still doesn't make your God real. The burden of proof is on you.
You asked me to prove you wrong.
That's,
Did you not just ask me?
yes. My claim is that the Christian God exists in your, actually, any God actually exists in your imagination and nowhere else.
You claimed, you said, prove me wrong. Did you not say that?
Yes, prove me wrong. Can you demonstrate that the Christian God, in your worldview, exists in real life? Can you do it?
You made the claim. Epistemology.
I'm hearing
is not
crying is what I'm hearing. You either have an argument for your God or you don't. So I talk to you wannabe philosophers. I talk to you wannabe philosophers every single time that I'm live. I know every script. It's all the
Sounds like you're
same.
non sequitur.
So I'm just asking you, do you
Can he
have
also speak up because
Wait,
everyone
you
is.
made a claim. If you can't defend your claim, you need to own up. Just admit you can't defend it.
I can.
You
So
said
I'm
wait,
asking
Then maybe
you.
God isn't real.
You said epistemology is not relevant. Now,
So I'm just asking you a very simple question, Beetle. Do you have any type of a rational defense for why your God is real? It's a yes or no.
I missed you, Rimuna. Thank you so much, Spicy, just for all the gifties you're giving tonight.
Yeah, W
When in doubt,
Spicy Jess,
bro
thank
it
you so
out.
much.
You heard me, Justin.
No,
When in doubt, Phil, bro it out.
he's gonna try. He's gonna give us his Beth Darth Dawkins, Matt Slicks, metaphysical discussion. He's gonna do his best God of the Gaps.
You want to know what he's doing? Giving me indigestion.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. There's gonna be some of that.
Do you know how to unmute yourself, Red Beetle, or are you
He's probably still yapping.
at your microphone?
If I had to guess, I'd say he's yapping.
You see and yap.
hello.
Lovely.
And he's back. Welcome back, Red Beetle. So it was a very easy question. I'm just curious, do you have a rational argument for why your God is real?
No, because I'm
Okay.
a presupposition.
Fantastic. I know you're a pre-supper. None of you have arguments. Fantastic. We're going to move on to somebody with a brain. I presuppose that Marduk is real, and he's real because I presupposed it. Welcome in, CB3.
What's up, my brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm just chilling, man.
Great to hear.
Yeah.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 25.
Fantastic. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Yeah. So I just wanted to give this. Let's see. All right. So this is my question.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah. This is a.
Okay.
This
Is
is
your
a claim, basically.
is your question a response to my question?
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So is anything necessary? Does that have to exist?
When you say if something has to exist, you're implying that something needs to exist. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't know if anything needs to exist. It just happens to be that things exist.
Something that is necessary, does that have to exist? Like the laws of logic?
I don't think the laws of logic exist, so you're already off to a bad start.
So you don't believe that 1 + 1 is 2?
I believe that the language we use for math works. When we say 1 + 1 = 2, we're just describing the universe around us. But math itself doesn't actually exist other than the thing that we invented with our own brains. W. Dagda. Thank you so much for the future city. Big W.
Beautiful.
Dagda. Also, Kendra, I saw your hat. Thank you for the hat. Yeah, so just to be very clear on this point, so just to be very clear on this point, I'll start out. I don't believe in any transcendentals, and I don't believe that you can demonstrate that transcendentals exist. So your tag argument is dead in the water.
All right, I got you. So I'm gonna give you another one. All right. So I do believe that we do believe, Christians, that the universe is designed.
I know what you believe.
Therefore, we have a designer.
Yes,
So
this is the evidence from design argument. You don't think this is my first time hearing it? Really?
no, this is just a question. Listen. So I'm here to learn something.
Fair enough.
So that I can take it back and try to refute it again.
Fair enough.
That's just my philosophy. Yeah.
Well, we
So
witness.
just prove me wrong.
Well, we witness planetary systems like happening in real time. Like we've got telescopes now in space. We've witnessed stellar formation and planetary formation. Like we know for a fact that like our solar system is capable of coming about through natural processes. Like we don't need to ascribe it to any particular deity. Just like the puddle that forms in my backyard when it rains. It's just a natural process. That doesn't mean that there aren't things that humans design. Like humans do design things, but to say that there must be a designer because the cosmos appears to be designed, I just don't think is a good argument. And if that's like the type of argument that you have,
So do you believe that this universe is not designed?
I
That's
don't.
your,
Well, I don't think
that's
the,
your answer?
I don't.
No?
I don't think the universe is evidence of a design at all. And if it was evidence of anything, it would be evidence of a very incompetent designer. Because the universe itself, thank you, Spicy Jess,
It's a
is
simple question, bro. Do you believe that the universe? Do you believe that the universe is designed?
why would I believe that? I'm an atheist.
So is it yes or no?
Well, obviously, no. I don't believe in any deities. None. Zero.
So therefore you don't believe that your brain is designed. So therefore you can't. So therefore you can't even trust your own thoughts.
Thank you, Whiskey. Yes, I can. And I don't believe that my brain is designed. Whether or not our brain is designed is irrelevant. The question is, can our brains make predictions? And can we see those things come true? So for example, if I drop this, like we've seen things drop before. I know that through the power of observation, we can see one thing happen, and then we can deduce that it's probably going to happen the next time after that, and the time after that. Like the brain's just a processing unit.
Right. So if you use your observation to tell that pin fell or whatever fell,
Thank you, Chet.
So can you also use your observation to tell that this universe has order?
Has what?
So if you can tell by your observation,
Oh, thank you, Dagda, for the unicorn.
so you can tell by your observation that pin fell. Can you also tell by your observation that this world has order?
I'm hearing that the word you're asking me, does the world have harter? I don't know what that means.
Sorry. So I said order, not harder.
Oh, order.
order.
Does the word? No, I don't think the world has like some semblance of order, but I don't think it. Like
Some semblance of order, really?
yeah, so I don't think that when you say order, you and I mean the same thing. So does the cosmos have the ability to form chemical and mechanical bonds? Yeah, of course, absolutely. But the majority of the Earth, the majority of the solar system and the cosmos is mostly chaos. And
Tiny, rar.
so I see that there is like what
So
we
the
would
cosmos is chaos, and
I
so
see what we would call order, but I don't think that it's designed. I think it's just a natural process of the way physics work. Thank you, Dagda, for the hat and mustache. W. Dagda, I really appreciate all the hats.
So if the universe has chaos, then how can you determine that you can just have
Tiny, rar.
a brain that you can think from because you just said that the cosmos comes from chaos. Don't you believe that you come from don't you believe that you come from the universe, from nature? So if you do, therefore your brain is very chaotic, sir.
No,
rar.
incorrect.
Wow.
Goku, thank you for the hats. I appreciate that. I don't
You need to set
know.
the new goal, darling.
So can you
Yeah, I don't know what argument you're attempting to make here, but it's not.
can you
It's
show
not
me
really. It's not really landing.
okay, so can you show me evidence that the cosmos has chaos?
Yeah, for example, our particular galaxy, the Milky Way, is going to collide in a couple billion years with the Andromeda galaxy, and then it will be completely destroyed. If you don't call the destruction of our galaxy chaos, I don't know what you would call it.
Okay, so can you show me like just a site, website, or something that I can go check that out at?
Yeah. In fact, there's an animation. I think NASA did an animation.
Thank you, Dagda, for sending out 5 subbies.
Oh,
Win,
thank you so much,
Dagda.
Dagda.
About your brain. So I'm just gonna bounce because I feel like you can't even reason. But
So you provide really terrible arguments that aren't connected in reality, and I'm the unreasonable one because I don't just flatly accept them. Makes perfect sense.
So you say connect with reality. Sorry, so you can't connect with reality because your brain cannot function well.
I'm sorry that like your fifis are hurt that you don't have a good argument. I don't know what to tell you. So
you don't have.
This is an animation that NASA did on the Milky Way colliding with the Andromeda galaxy.
Yeah.
Win, Dagda, again. You have to set a new goal.
Thank you so much, Dagda. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate all the support. Now I just hear crying.
Bro, who's crying, bro? I'm just
this guy really came up, thought he was gonna give an argument, and when the argument didn't land, he just switches to insults like right away. Like doesn't even take a beat.
How can you reason in a chaotic cosmos, bro? You shouldn't answer my question. That's crazy, bro.
All right, so I know that I can reason because my brain is able to predict things. All right.
God bless you, bro.
Yep, Tooth Fairy, bless you.
You know, it's so funny when they get pissed off when we're trying to show love and support to the people who support us through gifting. Ah, Big Diney, rawr! Thank you, Chet. You know, it's stuff like that. Like this is our live stream. If you don't like the fact that we're showing, appreciation to our friends and followers, then you have no reason to even be up here.
Yeah, so we're trying to get Leatherneck in here. I think we've spoken to Leatherneck before. I could be wrong.
That name alone.
Yeah, Dave in the YouTube comment says that God is in space, knuckleheads. I'm sure he is. He's the invisible thing floating around in space that is like, pervading all material things, even though he's immaterial. I'm sure he is. Leatherneck's not connecting. They might have been in the waiting in the guest box too long. Leatherneck, if you're around, come on back when you get the opportunity. We're gonna get
jellyfish.
Oh, W jellyfish. Thank you so much, Chat. Good to see you, Chat. Guys, if you're not following Chet, make sure you do. Well, that guest didn't make it in. We've got a bunch of guests coming into the guest box for about a half a second and dropping out. I suppose the Holy Spirit connection's not on 5G yet. Welcome in, Hamodi.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you a Christian or a theist?
No, I am agnostic, or I don't know if there is or not.
Okay. Well, we're here debating people who do know and think that they have a good explanation.
Okay, but how you say God is not real? Like that's your belief. It's not evidence.
I didn't say it was evidence. So let me get something very straight. When people say that God is real, the burden of proof is always on the person presenting the thing that is real. So, for example, if there was a claim, which is that the tooth fairy is real, it's never the burden of proof on the non-believer in the tooth fairy to prove the non-existence of the tooth fairy, although it can kind of be done. The burden of proof obviously would be on the thing claiming that it's true, because things that don't exist, as it turns out, don't leave evidence. By definition, they just don't.
Yeah, okay, I see. But me, to be honest, I'm maybe I shouldn't join it, but I'm agnostic, so.
Okay, well, listen, that's fine. Stick around, hear some of the arguments, and maybe you'll have a different opinion in another hour or two.
Sure.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you, Hamadi.
Thank you.
So how long are you planning on going live, darling? Until midnight?
Till midnight sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome in,
Hello,
group.
guys. Thank you for the time. How you doing? So I do believe that there is a God. I came from like being a Christian
Groot,
to
are you
yeah,
part
go
of
ahead.
a particular religion?
No. I just stumbled onto Jordan Maxwell, and I really believe that the story of the Bible, just like Mithra, all that is just, I believe, a story, the same story, just being told differently. So I don't believe in like there was a Christ. I don't believe, but I do believe that there is intelligent design, whether that is a
Fantastic.
God or gods. You know,
And what would be
I
the
don't
evidence for
know.
this?
So just think about the ecosystem, right? So we have the sun, it warms the water, turns it into vapor, becomes clouds, and then it rains, makes the rain fall on trees, makes the trees absorb water. I mean, that's just too. Why would a single cell organism know to do that if it's not intelligent? I mean, and it
It
can't be intelligent if
it
it's single
doesn't.
celled, right?
So the water
So
cycle is not an organism, just to be very clear. The water cycle is a chemical process.
right, even that by itself is. I mean, it tells you it has to be something designed it.
No, it doesn't.
I don't believe in
Why?
space either.
Why? That's
Baby, you need more goals.
Why?
yes. Yeah.
I mean,
So Groot,
so
just take a deep
yeah.
breath. I'll explain the water cycle to you. So because of the way matter works, when things heat up, they have a tendency to break apart and become atomized, and then they can turn into gases. Gases, because they have a much lower density, and gravity acts on them differently because they're smaller, lesser amount of mass, then they
I
would.
don't believe in gravity.
I'm sorry, you don't believe in gravity.
No, I don't. I don't believe in outer space. I don't believe because everything's buoyancy and
Holy
weight.
shit.
Whoa.
Well, everything's buoyancy.
Wait, are you a flat
Something weighs
earther?
more. Yes,
Oh, good
Oh,
lord.
Jesus. Fuck.
All right, so why does buoyancy work?
because if something weighs more than air, or if it's heavier than water,
Thank
it
you, Tech.
sinks.
Oh,
Thank you,
Justin,
thank you,
Just
Tech man.
change your
answer me
goals.
this. Answer me
Oh, I
this.
gotcha.
If gravity's so strong,
All right, Groot, just don't do the Gish Gallop, okay? You brought up gravity. You said it works because of density. It's not actually gravity. And I asked you a question. I asked, so what causes density to work in your worldview? So I know that you believe density is the thing that causes things to move up or down within our Earth system. But what causes that to be true? Because as it turns out, density is a real thing, but it's because gravity exists. Gravity is the thing that causes density to work. I'm gonna get.
Also, Groot would never be a flat earther. What?
Yeah, this is. I got to be honest. This is kind of like defiling the name of Groot. I'm really upset about this.
Why does it say that you already hit your
Sorry,
20
that was my
goal
bad.
of wisdom?
I'm clicking wrong buttons. All right, we got guys. Thank you so much for all the gifts. We literally just started live. We're only at like 45 minutes in. Thank you so much. Just crushing the goals tonight. Groot, I don't.
Yes.
There you go. You found the unmute button.
sorry
Fantastic.
about that.
All right. So,
Yeah. So
what's
if gravity?
what's the
if
mechanism? What's the mechanism that causes density to happen?
Well, mass, right? Something that's higher in mass or has more mass is gonna go down,
Right.
and there's a reason
why?
that there's a down and an up, right?
Why though?
And why? Because of matter.
What?
It's matter.
But what
the
about
molecules
but
of
what about
whatever it's made out
matter?
of.
But what about matter causes things that are higher in mass to go lower, and things that are lower in mass to go higher?
Well, it isn't gravity.
I'm
It's
asking you what it is. I don't want you to tell me that you don't think it's gravity.
Well,
I want you to
told
tell
you. I
me
told
what the
you
thing
it
is. What is
The
it?
weight or the buoyancy of the object.
But
So if you put
but
something
why
that's
does
heavier,
but why does that matter? What causes things to be more or less buoyant?
well, what it's made out of, obviously, the atoms, the molecules, whatever. I mean, how far do you want me to go?
Does a
You know?
10-pound bowling ball have the same buoyancy as a 10-pound book?
Yes, they're both 10 pounds.
Do they have the same density?
Density, I believe, yeah, well, maybe not the same density. I believe not the same density. Maybe
Wrong.
it's spread around.
Dagda, thank you so much for the confetti. W Dagda.
So let me ask you a
So
question,
Groot,
if
we're
you don't
not
mind.
done yet. We're not done yet. Okay,
Okay.
so things that have different densities just happen to typically, at least in a vacuum, always fall at the same rate. So Gravity explains this. Gravity perfectly explains why things fall at the same rate in a vacuum, but we cannot say the same thing about the density theory. Because if density were true, then why is it that things fall the same rate in a vacuum?
Thank you, Rod, for subscribing.
Well,
My darling,
let me
time for
let me
a new
ask you,
goal.
Goku, thank you so much.
if gravity's a law, how does it hold down the water of the oceans and yet lets a feather fly through the air with unobstructed? It's not slamming to the ground. You know that if it's not logical the whole way around, then it's basically propaganda.
It is logical all the way around. So do you want to know why feathers can float in the atmosphere
You're
and
gonna say air.
and a pond of water doesn't?
Yeah, why?
Fantastic, because feathers are incredibly light and they have a large surface area. So when wind blows on it, it has the ability to cause it to lift because it is incredibly light. Water, however, isn't light unless it becomes a vapor. Once it becomes a vapor, then it's incredibly light. So water doesn't float like a feather for the same reason that my phone doesn't float like a feather.
So then gravity isn't a law; it's subjective.
No,
Then
gravity is a law. Yes.
Hold on, gentlemen. Justin, people are saying your microphone. Hold on, Groot. People are
Yeah.
saying your microphone is a little loud. If you wanted to turn it down a little bit.
I
Let me
gotcha.
see if I can- Is my microphone or whose
No,
microphone?
host.
Oh,
And
right, I turned
also,
down a bit.
thanks to Dagda and Goku, you did hit your goal. So now it's time to set another one.
Damn, y'all are hot on it. Thank you guys. I really appreciate
so
that.
let me ask you. So you think that we just how do you think we came to be like? You think we came from like single cell amoebas and then evolution, or what's your angle? Like where are you coming from?
Well, I do believe in evolution, but even if evolution failed as a theory, it wouldn't make your God real. So I'm looking for the evidence that confirms your particular God to be real, although it sounds like your particular God is like kind of different. It's not like a standard deity like you would find in the Abrahamic religions, right?
No, it's not. It's not. I believe that all the religions, I believe like if I was born in Asia, I would be, Buddhist. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that if I believed in that. Coming from America, unfortunately, I was raised Christian. I hate the fact that I was raised Christian. I wish I never was.
Hey, we hate
But
it too.
Yeah.
Dogda, thank you so much for the hats. But to be fair, we are glad you're no longer Christian because Christianity and other standard religions are an absolute train wreck. Dagda, thank you so much for all the hats. W Dagda, let's see some W's for Dagda. But my question for you though is, do you have evidence of your deity?
Well, yeah. I mean, I can even go back to the basic question of what came first, the chicken or the egg. What's your answer?
Well, I would say neither.
Well, I mean, you can't say that. They're both here.
Well,
There's both eggs and
you
chickens.
can because the egg didn't just one day appear.
Right, something had to lay the egg.
No, what I'm
right?
saying is
something
there
had to make the chicken.
there were proto eggs before there were eggs. So have you ever seen fish eggs?
Yes.
Are they similar?
I've eaten them. They're
Are
pretty good.
are fish eggs similar to bird eggs?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Bird eggs have shells, calcium.
Yes.
Fish eggs are soft.
It's a soft, squishy type of cell, a membrane that covers the whatever the thing inside is called. So it would be akin to what humans have. It'd be akin to the oh gosh, thank you. Yeah, the placenta,
Hey,
right?
Afro-atheist.
But I mean, something had to lay the fish eggs, though.
Yeah,
Like, they
that's
don't-
what I'm saying. So the fish originally, we wouldn't have called them fish. Further back in evolution, they would have been called something else. But they gave birth to things that were in these fleshy sacks, and it was enough to protect them. And then over the course of evolution, animals evolved to have a much harder shell because of calcium when they were on land. And so the egg itself is a product of birthing development.
But that's a big leap from a fish egg in a pond to going on land. Did it roll
Merci,
on the
Jean.
land? You know, I mean, something had to see that's where I believe that you're in error, if you don't mind. And I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I do believe there's a God, and I'm explaining the best I can of why I believe, because I believe that that's a big step. I mean, you could say, well, maybe there was a wave that moved the egg into the land, and
Right,
that's
I'm
how it
not.
had to
That's
evolve
not.
or
That's not
something.
my view at all. I don't believe that a wave like pushed an egg onto land and then we got like land animals. I don't.
So how did we get land animals, and how did we go from, let's say, the water to the land?
I'm going to show you real quick. Are you aware of walking fish?
I am.
Are you
I
aware?
am.
Are you aware of lungfish?
That they can live outside of the water. I think I've seen those. They kind of walk funny.
Yeah, they do actually. Yeah, and so we've got two fish that have.
Someone said mud skippers.
Yeah, mud skippers. Yep,
Mud
those are.
skippers, yeah, mud skipper. I heard that term.
Yeah. So there are fish that can both breathe on land and can walk on land. In fact, yeah, the mud skipper I think is a really good example of this. So like we know that this is an evolutionary trait that animals can gain even though they started in the water. So if one of these amphibious type fish ends up just deciding it's going to spend more time on the land to the point where it's spending all of its time on the land, then we now have a land-dwelling animal.
So, but even so, let's just say, so you believe in outer space, right? I don't. But let's just say, even if I did believe in outer space, now we're in the sweet spot, right, where the Earth
Oh,
is
that's a beautiful fish.
far
Look
enough
at the
to.
colors.
That is a nice fish. That is a nice fish. But I mean, even just, I mean, the chances, bro. I mean, I know, let's say the universe, it is huge, right? If you believe in the universe, but the fact that we're just in the right spot where we're not too close to the sun, where we can't grow anything, we're not too far where everything's ice. Even that, even if I believe that, I mean, I have to believe that someone, something, some beings put us there.
Why?
You know, because just there's, I mean, then you're relying on chance. You
Yeah.
know, what are the odds?
No,
You
the
know?
odds are actually really good because there are quite literally trillions of planetary systems just like ours. The odds that one of them would have the conditions for life is basically 100%.
Well, again, I'm a flat earther, so I don't believe in space. 'Cause I've seen like
me.
Venus, I've seen Mars. Those things are light, man. You can't land on those
How do
things.
GPS satellites work? Because there's a couple problems.
Triangulation.
The,
Triangulation.
yeah, it uses a thing called trilateralization, and in order for that to work, it requires there to be an actual globe, not a flat Earth, and the map that our GPS units use are a globular map as well. Are you
Who
aware
told
of
you
that?
The government. The government told you that.
No, I'm an electrical engineer. I've had to code for GPS units.
So let me ask you something. You really think that we went to space? You think we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Why haven't we gone back?
Why would we? What's
Why don't
there
we
to
have
gain?
colony there?
What's there to
Well,
gain?
what's there to lose?
What's there to gain? And what we would lose is many, many billions and billions and billions of dollars. In fact, you know, other countries have gone to the moon after us.
Have you seen India's moon landing?
Are you
bro? I mean,
aware
look
that
at Atari
other
had
nations
better
have gone
graphics.
to the moon after us?
I don't believe
love you,
anybody has
but
gone to the moon.
I don't see a point entertaining this any further.
Yeah, flirts are wild.
It's like
So I
beating
want
a
to.
dead horse.
I know. I'm going to end on this. I want to hear your explanation for why, when I write code for the trilateralization of a GPS unit, it works on a globe, but it doesn't work on a flat plane.
Well, I don't do coding like you do. I will say this: have you looked up in, like, when there's been an emergency landing of a flight going to like let's say LA, and it's going from South America or whatever, or South America, and then it has an emergency, a baby is born and they have to land, and they land in Alaska, which would make it further. They would have to travel way more miles to get to Alaska than if they would have just went to LA, and that doesn't work on a globe. But if you put it on a flat Earth,
It actually does. No, you're way off. Name one flight that had an emergency in South Africa, and then decided
No,
that
it wasn't South Africa. I'm sorry, South America. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
So there was a flight that had an emergency over South America, and then they decided that rather than landing somewhere in South America, they would go all the way back to Alaska.
No, rather than landing where they were going to I believe it was Los Angeles, California, they landed in Alaska.
So they were going from South America to LA, and they decided
Yes.
to go past LA and land in Alaska.
Correct.
What's the
And
flight? Who's the airline? Who did it?
Who muted him?
I don't. He's not muted. He just went quiet. His microphone's
No,
not.
he's muted.
No, his microphone's not muted.
Oh, I see it as muted.
No,
Weird.
not on my side.
It's a glitch in the system.
Sorry, somebody was calling me. Sorry, somebody was calling me. I don't know why it does that when it mutes it. But yeah, hey, listen, man, I thank you for the time. I do believe in creation, but I follow your channel, and I totally respect what you're doing, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you, group.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna get other side in here.
The evidence. I don't have any. Okay.
Hey, I was waiting for the airline that diverted to Alaska, trying to get to LA. That was wild. Picked a good time to leave. Other side, welcome in.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. So just to kind of premise everything, I'm not particularly religious, but I do have a background in philosophy. And so for me,
So, are you part of a
thinking
religion?
about, I think I believe in something outside of the physical universe.
Okay, so you believe
It's a
in
faith-based claim, though.
you believe in an well, then we have nothing to talk about. Listen, if you believe in a nondescript creator deity based on faith and not evidence, then you're welcome to do so. If you want to present an argument for why that God is real and why I should believe in that God, I'm all for it. But otherwise, I don't think we have a discussion here because I'm actually
Well,
looking
for
for
me, the
someone
best case that I
to.
can make is
I'm looking
probably,
for someone to prove me wrong.
for me, the best case that I can make for that being, if we can call it that, is probably something that looks like the fine-tuning argument. And the fact that scientific claims end up in a infinite regress, right? At
Like
the
God. God's an infinite
beginning
regress.
of the universe. But I would argue that, scientific rationalism is also in an infinite regress.
How?
Because it's got to posit something that at the level of mathematics, for instance, where does maths come from?
Math is from the human brain. We invented it.
But why is it so effective at creating useful predictions about physical reality?
Because our human brain is actually really good. So, for example, math is a language to describe the way that the world works. And when we test these maths out and they work, then they get included into our body of math literature. Like there's been lots of math that didn't work that got kicked out.
That's fair.
The math that does work, we keep.
Okay. And do you feel like you can just continue through life with that kind of pragmatism? What about moral positions? And how do you inform your moral positions?
Oh, moral positions are really easy. I believe that all morals are subjective. We have no evidence that they're objective. We have people who want them to be objective, but if in fact there was an objective set of morals, no one could actually tell you what those are because the Muslims think that they have them. The Christians think that they have them. So if that's the case, how do we determine who actually does have this objective set of morals?
Let me just say,
agree.
hearing both sides, their morals are fucked. Oh man.
Well, granted, but I would argue that Western liberal morals based off of scientism, not the scientific process, but scientism has also been pretty fucked. The CCP is intrinsically a religious organization.
What's CCP?
The Chinese Communist Party, in particular during the 70s and 80s,
Oh,
as
yeah.
an example.
Yeah.
Right, explicitly atheistic, and led to a whole variety of unmentionable horrors.
But that's not a result of being atheistic.
Well, I think that there's something to be said for moral standards that a religious system can provide that are socially beneficial.
Like what?
Well, we could argue, for instance, if we're going to compare Christianity to Islam, especially during the Middle Ages, the system of Islam in the Middle East allowed us to retain and keep a huge amount of the literature from the Greeks and the Romans that Europe only later ended up accessing, whereas during the same time in Christendom in Europe, all of those texts would have been burned.
Yeah,
And I would argue that
but that's not religiously based.
I would argue that there's a religious distinction between the way, for instance, Islam has approached science versus Christianity.
Yeah, but I think you proved my point for me. Other side, what you're saying is that we've got Christianity to thank for the preservation of these historical texts and whatnot, but then we have the Muslim faith who would be blamed for trying to get rid of them. So it sounds to me like you're advocating for one moral system over another. But before we move on, Gonfall on YouTube sent a super chat. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And they said, math has always existed. Man did not create math. You're wrong. Man only found a way to try to comprehend it. We still haven't even I think you meant perfected it. Haven't perfected it because it's still beyond our understanding like God. I disagree. And if you want to join the conversation, you're welcome to get in on TikTok. A link is in the description of the YouTube video that you're fallaciously commenting on. But other side, to the point, if there is such a thing as objective morality, we have to determine which one of these religions got it right. And all you've demonstrated is that the religions don't agree.
I agree that religions don't agree, but I think that that's exactly the challenge of moral conflict. And like, in the absence of a religious system, right, what we end up with is just moral relativism. And that doesn't help us make good decisions.
Yeah, but you see, your argument so far rests on I don't like subjective morals, but that's not an argument for why objective morals exist. So just saying that you would prefer morals to be objective doesn't mean that they are. So I would like to know what's the argument for them being objective.
Well, for me, I think a design argument is a good argument for an objective morality.
Sure.
And perhaps even an objective morality that comes from a metaphysical being.
What are the premises?
Which is that. Okay, so we live in the world which has morals. Premise one. Premise two. A world with it's challenging, I'll give you that. The closest I can come to it is that even if we don't have an objective morality, I think we operate as if there are moral standards.
But we do that because we have governing bodies, right? But we can't, I think you're wrong, because even the governing bodies that enforce our laws are subject to change. All of those laws are subject to change. So they can't be treated as objectively when we're overly willing to change them.
But why do we operate as if there are standards, in the absence of a legal system, right? Like I imagine indigenous communities are operating with some set of moral presuppositions.
Yeah.
Right, which they assume perhaps are objective.
Well, maybe I can't speak for the indigenous people.
I couldn't speak for them directly, but I'm assuming that all sorts of communities all around the world is pretty much my point, are operating as if. Is that mine?
No, sorry, that was my my studio asking me if I was still. They're doing a sanity check to make sure I'm still actually hosting a live, because they don't want people sending out dead lives where it's just like streaming somebody sleeping or something.
That's fair. Just waking up. It's interesting. It sounds like an alarm.
I came across those where people are like gaming and they're like asleep on their what are you doing?
What are you doing, man? So to get back to the point, all of these different communities all over the world, granted, they have massive moral differences, but are all operating as if that there is a normal or objective moral standard.
How are they
Where
doing
does
that?
that arise from?
What are they doing that would lead you to believe that they're operating with some level of objective morality?
Well, I think that they're attempting to create standardizations in terms of behavior and the consequences for those behaviors.
Laws. That's what we
Almost
call
a
them. We call them laws.
Proto-legal system. But before that, before there's even a governing body, affirming that that's the case and creating a consensus model about, okay, guys, are we all agreeing? Before that, I think humans are operating as if there is a benchmark for what is good and what is bad, even if those benchmarks are different.
Yeah, you've said that, but I'm asking you, what is the thing that they're doing that would lead one to conclude that they're behaving as though morals are objective? Like, just saying that that's what they're doing isn't useful.
No. Yeah, it doesn't give us evidence. That's fair. I think that they're contrasting their behaviors to their environment and the behaviors of others. And I think I could say that quite generally. And through that, trying to create a heuristic, a template, a useful tool to base their decision making off of. And I think everybody's doing that.
Yeah, but why? Why are we doing that?
That's my question. And my view is that ultimately there is fundamental ethics, but we're going through a discovery process about what those fundamental ethics are.
I think it happens because we're social creatures. We live in a society and we die in a society. So in order to live in a society where we're surrounded by other human beings, there need to be some sort of code involved to, for example, to prevent me from harming somebody and prevent somebody from harming me. So the fact that I know that I don't want to be harmed is all I need to know about whether or not I want to live in a society in which we prevent people from harming each other. I don't need a God for that. I don't need objective morals for that. All I need to know is that harming people doesn't really have any advantage.
But do you not think that, say aliens, if they were to exist, are operating according to the same set of principles?
Yeah, I would imagine so, because the living organisms that didn't have the instinct of survival probably never cared about that kind of thing. But those of us that survived, we survived because we have a survival instinct. And part of the instinct to survive is the instinct to not be unalived.
But for me, I posit that as an existential framework that's beyond, it's built into the system as far as I'm concerned.
It's
because
not.
I wholly agree with you.
What system? The biological system?
So the logos is maybe the best way I could describe it, an underlying order in the universe, in existence.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah. So how do you know that this thing exists? Because it's perfectly explainable without any logos. Like the instinct
is it not
to
only explainable because of the logos?
So
Like
I just want to
there
make
is an underlying
sure
order.
I just want to make sure we're clear where we're at. Your point is that people behave in a way in which we want to enforce moral rights and moral wrongs. And I have a very easy explanation for that doesn't need to invoke anything other than the obvious. Your explanation is that there's an immaterial logos that pervades the universe. Why, based on the principle of Occam's razor, I would find the second of those two positions to be absurd.
Well, that's fair. I guess what I'm suggesting by this logos is less of a woo-woo, wishy-washy, immaterial thing, much more of a systematic thing. The same underlying system which makes mathematics cohesive, makes physics cohesive.
Why do you need a metaphysical substrate for math to work? Math is describing the physical world.
But it's not just describing the physical world.
It is. Well, it's describing abstract concepts sometimes, but still it's a product of our observation and thinking. Again, math doesn't exist outside of our brains.
And so you're saying that the interactions that were happening between, say, the interactions that were happening to our Earth, to the planet, let's say, those weren't mathematical interactions before humans called them maths.
That's right. Yep. Math is something we developed to explain things.
Yes, but that explanation still holds true to those events prior to our imagining of maths.
Incorrect. Nope. It wouldn't hold true. There's no such thing as 1 + 1 until human brains existed.
But the plants and animals that were interfacing with each other were interfacing with each other at a deeply biological, molecular, mathematical level.
No, there's nothing mathematical about it. It's just
But then what structured the interaction?
it's just the way they developed as a species.
But the manner in which this, but they
Yes,
were
I've already been over
operating
this. We can describe the world around us using math, but that doesn't mean that things were designed with math involved. Like that things were necessarily reliant on math existing.
But then what governed the interactions between those things?
Biology, physics.
But you're just saying that physics is another way that we use, a toolkit that we use to describe things.
Physics is a
math.
physics is a field of study, and part of physics is describing. Thank you, Cameron, for the $3 Venmo. Cameron says this guest is very confusing.
Cameron.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting very far with this one, but listen, Matt.
If we need to move on, it's chilling. I'm happy with that. I've had a good chat.
Yeah, I had a good time talking to you. Goblin Brain, thank you for all the hats. Big W, Goblin Brain. Other
Yeah,
side,
you're a sweetheart.
yeah, listen, we appreciate you being here. I don't think we're going to move very far. I think we're kind of stuck on this whole transcendental thing. I don't believe transcendentals exist. So you've got a long road ahead of you to convince me that transcendentals are evidence of God when I don't even think that transcendentals exist.
That's interesting. I got some work to
Thank you,
do.
Michael,
Thanks,
for the
man.
roses.
All right, cheers.
No worries, other side. Be well.
Cheers.
W
Be
for
well.
other side at least, though.
He was a sweetheart. I liked the conversation. It was calm, cool, collected. You guys were able to bounce thought processes off of each other. It was nice.
Yeah. Guys, thank you so much for the gifts. Mr. Donald, thank you for the cranes. Goblin Brain, thank you. Big W, a Goblin, for all the hats. We've got another super chat from Gone Falls. Says, without the physical world, math wouldn't be a reality. I agree. He said, period. Math is a word, a name given to what already existed. And again, I agree wholeheartedly. Math is an invention of
Thank you,
mankind.
Goblin.
Yeah,
And
W,
thank you,
Goblin.
Cameron, for the $1 on Venmo saying, and no espresso for you. Thank you, Forty.
All right.
So yeah, guys, let's go ahead. Let's keep on tapping the screen. Let's keep sharing it out. I see 511 people in here. We should be in the 100K mark for likes. Let's go ahead and keep pushing this live into the algorithm. You're stuck with us until midnight. Thank you guys all for the gifts, the subscriptions, the support, the comments, keeping it clean. Moderators, you guys are doing your due diligence. We appreciate you so much for keeping chat in order. And also to everyone sending us Venmos, Cash Apps, and PayPals, we appreciate you guys. We wouldn't be able to do any of this if it wasn't without you.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here, guys. Also, remember, in the link tree in my bio, you'll find a link to the YouTube channel. I would love to connect with you on YouTube and also on Discord. Please join our Discord community. We're getting ready to start. We haven't scheduled our first one yet, but we're getting ready to start some deconstruction only voice chats on the Discord, where we just do deconstruction, where we're not actually debating people. And Cameron says $1 for the party night. You know it, Cameron. We're going to party tonight. Tom Rabbit, is this the famed Tom Rabbit that we know from the Discord days and the other days of debating Darth Dawkins?
Yes, 'tis I. How you doing?
Welcome
thank
in,
you,
Tom
Evan.
Rabbit.
Gotta manifest that money.
Tom, I thought you were an atheist.
I am.
Fantastic. Okay, well, we're just We're just looking to
So look,
we're just debating
the
theists,
reason why
though.
let me just explain something to you. It's nice to meet you, Justin. The reason why I'm here, I know you're talking to, I won't take long. The reason why, as you said, I'm from Discord. Okay, yes. And a person that you know, who you've debated with and talked with a lot apparently on your show or whatever your channel, has been talking to us about you a lot. You might know him. We know him as Matt Adams. You might know him as No Degree Required. Are you familiar with that individual?
He's obsessed with me, yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right. He is absolutely obsessed with you.
I roasted him.
He talks about you
so
every
hard.
day. He talks about you he comes into the room, Discord room. He starts talking about you until he's muted. That's the only thing that makes him stop talking about you. Right? You know how like in like, you know, in like Desert Storm, they had those decks of cards, you know, that were like Saddam Hussein is the ace of spade and it goes down. You are the ace. You are Matt Adams' ace of spades as far as
he hates me
atheists,
so much.
specifically deconstruct. This man hates you. Okay. This man is saying that you actually hate him. Your people hate him too. They're claiming that Matt Adams is claiming that someone paid $500 just to get him off of your channel.
Oh, actually, so I actually have a list. Let me see if he made it on my list. So we have a rule in place.
He definitely got Zeus.
I think he got Zeus. We have a rule in place. I joked one time because some lives, like if somebody sends a particular gift, that means the audience is just tired of hearing the guest and they want to move on to a new one. And so somebody asked me like, hey, you know, what can we send to get rid of this guest? And I just joked, send a Zeus. And then somebody sent a freaking Zeus and it became a thing. So now we've had, I think we're on like 15 Zeuses. But anyways, if somebody's willing to pony up the dough for a Zeus, I'll gladly take them off the live for 30 days.
How much is a Zeus? Just like ballpark.
So a Zeus is like roughly 500. He's not cheap. And the thing is that when we do Zeuses, you can send it to either or me or Justin. And we do it to where, because he is so expensive, you are banned from the live for the whole month.
Yeah.
Like a full 30 to 31 days, depending on the month.
Yeah, so No Degree Required was Zeused on June 9th. And that was the only time he was ever Zeused. But No Degree and I have chatted quite a few times, and that's why he got Zeused that last time, because people were so tired of hearing him repeat the same thing and then run and evade the actual discussion. They just got tired of it. But I've also debated him on other people's lives, and he does the same thing. When I join other people's lives to debate him, he typically cries and runs.
Right. So like I said, I see him on Discord every day, and I personally Zeus Matt Adams every day. So I actually am like doing a service for free that I should actually be. I could be rich so far. How many times I've Zeus Matt Adams personally, but so on a scale of 1 to 10, let me ask you this, because Matt Adams actually wants us to fight with you for some reason.
Why?
I don't know anything about you, but because
he's so butthurt over getting cooked. I've cooked him so many times.
Can we do it in a pool of mud?
When a person gets cooked, they want to see the person that cooked them get cooked.
Fair enough.
That's why.
Fair enough, yeah.
So, but I don't care about that. But on a scale of 1 to 10, as like 1 being the worst apologist, 10 being a great apologist, where does No Degree Required land on there?
Oh, he's definitely at like a 5. There are so many.
5?
Yeah.
5? Wow.
Well, that's only because he's read some of the Bible. Like his philosophy is garbage, and I'm not even a philosopher, so that's not good. But he does know some of the Bible. He has read like a tiny bit of the scholarship on some of the topics, which is already a huge leap over what we typically see. Typically, people get in here, they've never read the Bible, they can't name a single biblical scholar, they don't know any consensus among the scholars, and they just like make up things and twist themselves into pretzels.
I once debated Matt Adams on slavery, which I'm sure he's tried to talk to you about, because that's his favorite subject. He thinks of himself as an expert on biblical slavery.
He's not.
And I read a book by Dr. Josh Bowen about biblical slavery. I read the first 28 pages, and I said, I'll debate you on it. And he's never been the same. If you go on YouTube and search for that, you'll find me just absolutely destroying Matt Adams on biblical slavery.
I'll definitely go look for it. I've seen quite a few of your videos already, actually.
And second question, real quick. Darth Dawkins was talking about you as someone we know about a lot. Did you have some run-in with him recently?
Yeah, he thought he was going to come up and run his precept script on me, and then he only got 5 seconds in. He got brought into the box, and I said, "Welcome in, Darth," because his arguments are lacking. And he got so offended that he called me a horse's ass and dropped immediately.
Excellent. Well, that's awesome.
And that's all he could last was 5 seconds.
Well, he doesn't fare well when he's not inside his little lair. He needs the mod powers to do what he does.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, well that's all I wanted to say. It's nice touching
Probably
base with you.
another reason why his wife left. He could only last 5 seconds. Ooh.
Yeah. Listen, guys, if you haven't heard the Darth Dawkins hot mics, make sure you YouTube the Darth Dawkins hot mics. They're fantastic. But Tom, it was good
did you
hearing
know
from
that
you.
I'm the one who captured him when he accidentally face revealed? That was very funny.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Oh, his picture is trending.
Darth Dawkins hates you as much as No Degree hates me.
Yeah, he's always talking about me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Justin. Have a good one.
All right, Tom, make sure you follow me. I want to make sure we're friends
will,
here
Tom.
on the TikToks, okay?
Okay, we'll do.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
Big W for Tom Rabbit. Tom Rabbit has been debating Darth and sometimes
He
even
has the patience for that.
sometimes even trolling Darth for quite some time. But he's got a YouTube channel. I think he's damn near close to 10,000 people on YouTube, if I'm correct. But I would definitely suggest going to his YouTube channel and following Tom Rabbit. Samoan, welcome in.
Oh, Somnantius.
I'm sorry. I can only read like the first couple letters in your
Sorry
name.
about that, man.
It's
You just call me Psalm.
A lot of times I'm guessing on these names. All right, Sam, welcome in.
Hey, thanks. Hey, so I guess I've been listening for a little while. I think your talk is interesting. I kind of come at this from more of the perspective of functional sociology. But I guess I would say that,
Are you a
so
member
my
of a
position-
religion?
Pardon?
Are you a member of a religion?
My religion of one.
Okay, so you've got your own religion. Also, let me thank you guys for the super chats real quick over on YouTube. There's a $4.99 super chat from Jay Leiden. It says, cause and effect plus unique behavior of energy equals inevitable outcomes, determinism, design, creationism, blah, quantum BS, religion is man-made. I do agree with you, Leiden. And James Fitzwater says, for $19.99, wild Tom Rabbit sighting. I agree. I did not expect to see Tom Rabbit on my live. Thank you for the super chat, James. I appreciate that. So, Sam, what would be the? It sounds like you already have an argument in mind that you'd like to run. So go ahead and lay it out.
All right. I would say that all gods are real.
Wait,
and
all of
morality-
them.
Yes, all gods are real and all morality is subjective.
All right. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
When you say all gods are real, do you mean
Yes.
any god that can be imagined? Thank you for the pumpkin. Thank you, Gemini. Good to see you, Gemini.
Aristo, Gemini.
Well, it kind of depends on, we have to provide some kind of definition of what a god is. So,
Okay, so do you have a unique definition of God or a typical definition?
well, I would just say that God is the metaphorical representation of a shared moral framework.
So God is morals.
Yeah, God is indistinguishable from the shared moral framework that binds a collection of individuals into a cohesive society.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, is my God real?
Do you share your God with anyone else?
Yeah, my God's a tooth fairy. Millions of people believe in my God.
Then to the extent that that is a shared moral framework that you share with other people, then that God is real.
Well, shit, you heard it here, guys. You heard it here. The tooth fairy's real. Listen, I can't ask for any more than that.
Oh no, Zeus is real.
Yeah, praise Zeus. I don't even want to argue Sam anymore. He already said that my God is real. I want you to have your God too then.
So let me ask you this: are rainbows real?
I mean, rainbows are an optical phenomenon that happens during refraction. So by real, I mean, do particles behave in a particular way? I would say yes.
You can see them.
Yeah, we can observe them. Yeah, but like,
Yeah. And if you see one in a particular place and somebody standing next to you says that they also see the rainbow that you're seeing, do you believe them?
I have no reason not to, because rainbows are like a pretty common phenomenon. The things that am skeptical about are things that are less common.
Yeah. So you perceive rainbows, other people perceive rainbows. You believe that you're perceiving the same rainbow in the same place. So even though you can't touch it, you believe that it's real, and both of you can see it and describe it to each other.
Yes,
So
and
it's
we know
not just
how light refraction works too. When I was a child in elementary school, we learned how light refracts.
right. So when you have a shared, what I would say is that humans evolved to be social.
Right. So Sam,
creatures.
I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry for being rude, but I know that you have theories, just like I have theories. But we're here debating people on the merits of their particular deity. So it sounds to me like you're not actually wanting to debate your particular deity, because your deity is all deities. So I appreciate you being here, but I'm looking to debate people that have specific deities that want to debate it. Okay.
Okay, dope.
All right. Cheers. Yeah, if your deity is okay with all the other deities existing, I'm actually cool with that. Listen, the deities I don't believe in, especially, and the ones that I don't like, are the ones that say that like Hanji is going to hell because she believes in the Greek pantheon. That's garbage. All Seeing Eye, welcome in.
Hey man, what's going on?
Not too much. How are you doing?
Good. I just came across you, wanted to join.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you a member of a religion?
The Illuminati.
Can I join?
No.
Ah, fuck. Okay, well, what's your god? Who's your god?
If you know about anything of the secret societies, which I don't believe you do, that's where a lot of the teachings are, and it's something that I wanted to discuss and talk about.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Who is the god that you worship?
I don't worship any of them.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here.
You're not part of the Illuminati because in order to be a part of the Freemasonry, you have to believe in something.
Well, the Illuminati and the Freemasons are different in that respect. The Freemasons do require you to have a higher power. The Illuminati, not so much. The Illuminati was a Bavarian political group that used to meet underground at a time when it was illegal to have private political assemblies. So that's why like a lot of these secret societies came out of Europe at that particular time, was because like you couldn't have these private political gatherings because they were always perceived as being somebody trying to lead a coup against the government, and they were trying to prevent rebellions, right? So you had to meet underground. So they started out pretty innocently, just people trying to defend their right to have a peaceful political dialogue. Zora, is that your name?
Yes.
Welcome in, Zora. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Are you a theist?
Yes, I believe in God.
Fantastic. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God why any God, but your specific God, is not imaginary?
Well, you're probably not going to let me stay for very long. Can you explain to me why you do not accept personal experience with God?
Yeah, because if personal experience is evidence that your God is real, then it's also evidence that all the other gods are real. So if I take your personal experience to mean that your God is true, then I have to believe in all of the gods, because everybody in every religion has some personal experience.
Do you know why we have these experiences?
Yeah, because when your mind is primed to believe that you will have these experiences, people are inclined to have these experiences. And not just everybody, but a lot of people. But it's also true that there are some people that are genetically predisposed to having spiritual experiences and some people that are not. So, for example, people that are prone to episodes of psychosis or even to schizophrenia, or even people who struggle with other, we would say, mental abnormalities, they're much more inclined to have spiritual phenomenon reported.
Okay. I have very bad anxiety, and my relationship with God gives me a lot of peace. So you're saying this is just a placebo, or?
Yeah, I think it's what has been called the opium of the masses. Was it Nietzsche? Yeah, I think that for a lot of people, religion is something that helps them to cope with the world mentally and emotionally. And, for the most part, I'm typically okay with people having that cope. Where I draw the line is when people say that, no, my cope is the only real cope. Your cope isn't real. And if you don't believe in my cope, then God's going to send you to hell for all of eternity. And Jelly Belly is saying that I'm quoting Karl Marx, not Nietzsche. And you're probably right, because I can never remember where that quote comes from. But so, yeah, like if you need a God to make it through the night, I love that for you. But if you need a God to tell other people that they're going to hell because it makes you feel special that you're part of the chosen, then I hate that for you. And I'll argue against that God every day of the week.
Okay, I understand. I cannot argue with you, so I will just say good night, and thank you so much for having me.
All right, cheers. Good to hear from you, Zora. Gonfall with another $10 super chat on YouTube. Thank you, Gonfall. He says, reality itself is insane to try to ponder and comprehend existence. The physics realm, period. A God could very well be real because of this. You don't know what started it all. Let people choose. Well, we have no evidence of a God, which is my whole thesis. Now, when I was a believer, I actually got to a point where I was really agnostic. I didn't believe in any particular God, but I thought, well, if there is a God, it's certainly possible that a God could have evolved out of the universe as opposed to created the universe. And that's still on the board. It's still possible that there is some sort of being much higher than us, or multiple beings much higher and more evolved than us that are out there. And we might even call them gods, but they wouldn't be gods in the classical sense in that they created all things. Is it Javion? Giovanni, sorry, I can only see part of the name. I if I could read all your name, I would pronounce it. All right, Giovanni, welcome in.
That's okay.
Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 21. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm 25. Jeez.
Awesome. Are you a theist?
Yes, I am a Christian. I'm a believer in Christ.
Okay, what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
I would say my best evidence, why I do believe in that there is a God is because of, there has to be a specific designer for the things that we see in life. So I want to say that no, I cannot give you absolute proof that God exists, as if like, hey, I just seen God over there, so you have to believe it. I can't give you that absolute proof, but there are things that do point to a creator, and those things
Like what?
are right, and those things are our bodies, nature itself.
Okay, well let's take your first one. Your claim is that the body is pointing towards a creator, and that's perfectly fine. Right. I think if our body points towards a creator, it points towards an incompetent creator. I think evolution is a much better explanation of our particular bodies. For example, why is it that our bodies are susceptible to so many diseases? Like children are just born with cancer.
Right. So I can explain that with the Bible, as far as with sin, I'm not trying to preach or nothing like that, but there was a time where there wasn't any disease. There was a time where there wasn't anybody being killed. There was a time when there was peace, and so, but after when sin entered the world, that was when the ground was cursed. The woman's fetal was cursed.
Yeah, we all know the story. Who cursed it?
God.
Oh, okay. So it's God. God's the problem. Check. So if what you've just said is that our body is evidence of a creator, and then I said, well, here's the problems with the body, and now you're suggesting that these aren't evidence of a creator, because if they were evidence of a creator, they'd be evidence of a bad creator. So now we have to insert a second spiritual entity. I assume that's a malevolent entity like Satan, because otherwise God's a wicked creator.
And okay.
So did God decide the consequences of the fall?
Yes.
Sure. Did God know that mankind would fall before they fell?
Yes. I would
Guys,
say.
we got LG in the house. Let's show LG some
Did God
love.
know?
Good to see you, LG.
You said, did God know that man would fail before he created them?
Yeah.
I would say yes, but I would say also that that wasn't for his purpose for us to fail.
Oh, it had to be. If God knew it was going to happen before it happened, and he designed everything that way to begin with, as opposed to another way, then it had to have been within God's will for them to fall. And then when they fell, God decided ahead of time, knowing what would happen, that he was going to curse all of humanity with some of the most atrocious horrors. Like, for example, almost 40% of births in the ancient world didn't survive the first couple months. And the mothers, upwards of 2% of all mothers were executed just giving birth in the ancient world. So to me, this in no way would lead me to believe that this was a product of design, unless the designer was evil.
Okay, so to that, I would say, as far as when you just said that that God is evil, and I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said one more time for me so I can go ahead and process that again?
So yeah, if the human body is a product of a designer, then it's evident that that designer is malevolent and not benevolent, because our bodies are in absolute disarray. People are born without good eyes sometimes. For example, I had a relative who needed glasses from the time that they could walk and crawl.
Mm-hmm.
Like that they couldn't see, their eyesight didn't develop, and then by the time they were young children, they had to have glasses, and then they wore glasses all of their lives. Like, why would God create our bodies in a way in which like the basic functions of the body couldn't be performed?
Right. I would go back to saying, from the beginning, that when sin originally entered the world, but we've already crossed that road. So I wanted to point to something else. As far as prophecy that has been fulfilled according to the Bible as well.
I'd love to hear it. What
your favorite?
this is hands down. This is my favorite topic, and I would make it my live topic, but it almost always comes up, so I don't need to. As Yaakov says, all roads lead to prophecy eventually. So, what prophecy do you think Jesus fulfilled?
Thank you, Love's Life Guidance, for the subscription.
Yeah, thank you so much, Guidance. I appreciate that.
Say one time, I can't hear you.
Yeah, what would be the prophetic evidence that Jesus is real, or that he's the Messiah, or that he fulfilled the prophecies?
Well, as far as the birth of Jesus, from when he was told to come, there was the Star of Jacob. That was
the Star of Jacob?
Yes. Have you heard?
You mean the Star of David?
No, the Star of Jacob.
I think you're confusing the Well of Jacob with the Star of David, but I know the story you're referring to. What does the star have to do with anything? Because
the
I don't know
star
if you
was
remember the story, but in the story, the star is moving in the night sky, and then the three, wise men or the magi are quote unquote following the star until it comes to rest upon a house. But that's just, it's not really how stars work. If a star came and then it was able to rest over top of a particular house, it would have had to lower itself in the sky, and it would have burned up our entire planet. Like stars. The sun is a star. Stars can't just randomly move at will and then come to the earth without burning the earth up, and like millions and millions of people would have wrote about it.
so there's a couple things that I just don't agree with. As far as what you just said, as far as um, the stars and the sun being in outer space or millions
Wait,
of miles away. I don't agree with that.
wait.
But
You believe in
the
outer space, right?
yes, I do believe that outer space is real. Yes.
Okay, and you don't believe that the earth is flat.
I'm sorry.
You don't believe that the earth is flat, right?
I do believe the earth is flat.
Of course he does.
Damn it.
These flat earthers. These. Okay, so I don't believe the earth
But
is
I want to
flat
say
for
I
very
want to
good
say
reasons, because literally all of science disagrees with that. And as an engineer myself, I can tell you that GPS systems wouldn't work on a flat Earth, not unless they were incredibly close range, but they're not.
so. I think okay. So I do believe that the earth is flat, right? But
Why?
when there's two uh distinct sets of groups who believe in a flat earth, and
Right,
the
but
flat earth that
why?
I believe in,
Why do you believe in a flat Earth?
because according to the Bible, just according to the Bible, um do I need to bring up a verse, or
Yeah. Do you
I'm
know
pretty sure
what's
you
on
already
the
know,
screen
right?
right now?
Yeah.
This is the International Space Station orbiting the Earth right now. This is a live view of the clouds of the Earth. How is the International Space Station orbiting the Earth right now? Because you can log into this even during hurricanes, and you can watch the hurricanes from space.
So I was gonna expand on what I was saying about the flat Earth and everything like that and the outer space thing.
Gotcha. So you don't have an answer for the International Space Station.
No, I do. I was agreeing with the International Space Station.
Okay.
I do believe that that is real to a certain extent. I just don't understand it all the way. But what I do understand is that there is an outer space. In that outer space, it does like CGI, but that outer space is acceptable. We can go to outer space, but we cannot leave from the plane that we are on. So
Why?
to have
Why
a
can't we?
internet, because there's a firmament
Oh, for
above.
fuck's sake. Thank
Justin.
you so
No,
much,
no,
ADHD.
no.
All right, so
Let's move
explain to me how GPS satellites work, and then you can move on to your next point.
I don't have that information for you. I'm
Thank
not
you,
going to tell you
Divine.
something.
Okay,
I'm not going to tell you
well,
something that I don't.
so I won't be entertaining flat Earth talk until you can explain GPS satellite for me. So would you like to get back to the Bible?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So
So which of the prophecies do you think Jesus fulfilled?
so one of the prophecies. Well, let me see. Can I pull it up for you real quick?
I mean, I've got it. I'll put it on the screen if you tell me what you want to read.
Okay.
Thank you guys for the
It's
gifts.
going to be.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. So one quick question: you do believe that Jesus was a person, or Jesus never existed?
No, I think he's a person. I think what the Gospels say about him is largely mythology, but I do think that he was like he existed in real life. He probably was a teacher of some sort within the first century in northern Palestine in the region of Galilee, and he probably was executed by the government.
I don't believe he
Okay.
existed at all. That's where we differ.
Okay. Got you. Oh, I'm with you. So I wanted to go to where Jesus was prophesied in the Old Testament, where it says, hold on, I believe it was in Daniel.
If you tell me anything about the prophecy, I can tell you where it comes from.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what I'm asking. Just tell me where you think the prophecy is. I'll tell you where it's at in the Bible.
That he was forespoken of, that he was to come.
That's meaningless. There's a dozen prophecies where it says the Messiah is going to come. I want to know which one you think he fulfilled. Or I could just pull one up at random. Let me pull one up at random. This is hands down my favorite messianic prophecy from the Old Testament. Although, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done Zechariah 9:9 in a while. Maybe we'll do that tonight.
Oh, that sounds fun.
But I think the people in my life might even be tired of hearing me talk about Jeremiah 33, but I'm going to keep doing it. So it says in verse 14, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness." And then just two more verses. These are very important. It says, "For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time." That is the messianic expectation, that there's going to be a king on the throne, and that the Levitical priests are going to be restored, and that there's going to be peace. Did any of that happen with Jesus?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, so then he couldn't be the Messiah.
Okay, wait. How wouldn't he be the Messiah?
Did you just listen to what Jeremiah said the Messiah was going to do?
Yeah.
All right. And what did Jeremiah
Solo.
say was going to happen during the Messianic age? Thank you, Solo. Appreciate that.
That there would be peace.
Right. And there wasn't. When Jesus came, there was nothing but war for the next 100 years until the Jews were driven from their homeland by the Romans in 136. So this couldn't be true. And it's also completely contradictory because the book of Hebrews says that the Levitical priesthood is inferior to the Melchizedek priesthood, and that the Levitical priesthood needed to be replaced. And Jesus was a replacement for that. But according to the Old Testament, when the Messiah comes, the Levitical priests are never going to lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. And this is exactly what we see in the book of Ezekiel. The whole
Thank you, Mac Luster, for the subby.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lack. We love you, Mac. The whole second half of Ezekiel is explaining how all of the laws of Moses in terms of the temple and the sacrifices and the land are going to be reinstituted again. But when you get to the New Testament, Paul is telling people that the law of Moses was temporary. It was a schoolmaster only until Jesus came. We lost
have
him.
A new subby. Thank you, Lori, for the subby. Oh shit.
Yeah, that didn't. The prophecies got crushed real fast. He wasn't ready for that. Well, we appreciate you being here. Gonfall with another $5 sub. He says, according to my friend, nowhere in the Bible does it say the earth is flat. It doesn't mention the shape at all. This guy reads the Bible wrong. No, actually, Job 38:14 says the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal. And
I
then
love it when they pay you to talk shit. Like, where's my run me
I know
my
it's
money?
it's wild, isn't it? And it's also true in Isaiah 40:22 that it's referred to as a disc. Thank you so much. And then obviously the firmament only works on a flat earth because a firmament is on pillars. Anyways, we're going to get the next guest up in here. Before, actually, let's see. I'm going to show real quick what a clay seal looks like for those who don't know. Just to make sure we're all on the same page here. When the Bible says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, I'm going to show you exactly what they expected that to look like. Let's see. Open image in new tab. There we go. This is what a clay seal looked like in the ancient world. This is a seal of King Hezekiah. And the other type of seal was flat. You would roll a clay roller over top of it, and it would become flat. This is the type of clay seal that you would get with a ring as opposed to a roller. But both clay seals in the ancient world were completely flat, just like the earth. So yes, Job 38:14 says that the earth is flat. We're going to get the next guest in here.
Can I name the guy in your background?
Sure. Yeah. What should we call him?
His name is going to be Barnabas.
Barnabas. That's a good one, actually. Okay. I'm down. I'm down with Barnabas. Barnabas is a strong name. All right. We got Pi in here. Welcome in, Pi.
Hi.
Pi, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. And are you a theist?
I believe in God, particularly the Christian God.
Great.
And I want to ask you, actually, the first question. And what is it that makes you think that God is imaginary?
Because there's no evidence for him. So what would be your best evidence for the Christian God?
Okay. So I remember y'all talking about objective morality earlier in the live.
Yeah.
And I think that it's taken to an extreme sometimes. I think
What
that
is?
Objective morality.
Wait,
So I
do you
think,
believe in objective morals?
I believe that God instills in us the correct morality. For example,
How do you know that to be true?
Because I believe in God. And
Hold on, dear sweet summer child. Chat, we already age checked. She is the age of 18. Yes, she's a baby, but she is over 18. Please don't spam because it will get the live taken down. We have age checked. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Continue,
I don't,
Pi.
my voice is
No,
quite
you're
young.
good. You're
Right.
good.
Yeah, Pi, I mean, I assume that you believe in objective morals, but what would be the rational evidence that would lead someone to conclude that morals are objective?
Because say that there was two people. One said that cannibalism is good, and the other says that it's bad. Now, obviously, we know that it is bad because, and I believe that is because God instilled that in us when we were born.
That's what you believe, though. I'm asking for the evidence why that would be the case. Right? Because I could just say that the Tooth Fairy instilled her moral system in me when I was born, but that would need
Because
evidence.
something has to instill in us
Why?
because we wouldn't have it without it.
Oh, I think we would. So as far as we can tell, moral systems are just a product of evolution because we see it in all kinds of animals outside of humans. We see it in dolphins. We see it in any type of communal living animal. So is it also true? Okay, so it's your belief then that God gave the animals a moral system.
In some sense.
Okay,
and
so
I just want to make clear that I also believe in evolution. I think it is within the Bible that evolution is true.
Sure it is. Okay. So what would be the evidence that God places these morals inside of us and the animals?
The evidence is simply that we wouldn't know truth from opinion if we didn't know.
Well, we're talking about morals, not about what's true.
Okay, sorry. Morals. How do we know that a moral is right versus just an opinion?
Yeah, because we can just see the outcome. So, for example, if somebody like runs up to me and like hits me with a baseball bat, the outcome is obvious. I am hurt. I'm in great pain. Mm-hmm. So I don't need a God to tell me that being hit with a bat is bad. I know that it's bad. And by induction, I can just tell that if it's bad for me, then it's going to be bad for somebody else. And I would prefer to live in a society in which we don't run around hitting each other with baseball bats. And that is the basis of morality for almost every social creature. We don't need God to tell us morals. We know what has good or bad outcomes because we have five senses and we can engage the world around us and determine which outcomes we prefer and which outcomes we don't prefer.
Okay. I see your point. That's a really good point. And I also want to clarify that I am not very knowledgeable on the Bible, so I can't really take biblical standpoints
Mm-hmm.
quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
My next thing that I wanted to move on to say that God is not imaginary is actually mathematics. I think math proves the existence of God in
How
a couple
so?
ways. So I think we can all agree that nothing in our world is infinite.
Oh, I
Right?
disagree with that 100%. I think there are infinite sets. I think it's mathematically true. It's logically true. Even Christian apologists like William Lane Craig admit that there's nothing logically impossible with infinites. We can see them instantiated in multiple ways, like the Mandelbrot set. So I don't have a problem with infinites. And you believe that the future is infinite. So I don't think you have a problem with it either.
Okay.
Right? The future is infinite for you, right?
Yes.
Is God infinite?
Yes.
Okay,
He's
so
eternal.
right, so then logically speaking, both of us agree that infinites are logically possible.
Yes, but I don't think that it's within this universe. I think it's something. I think the concept of infinite is something outside of our minds that we as humans can't fully comprehend and understand. The only thing that I think is eternal is God.
So if the mind can't understand it, then you couldn't possibly tell me that it exists or doesn't exist.
Well, we can only understand it from a certain degree. We can't say, I don't think that the human mind can comprehend just how long eternity is.
Thank you, Gunslinger. I actually think we can. We may not be able to have a good feeling for it. We may not be able to picture it in our heads, but I think we know pretty well. We understand what an infinite is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I see your point. But along with that...
Thanks, Carrie.
Oh goodness, I can't remember what it's called, but it's a mathematical shape that you can zoom in, and it will always be the same pattern over and over infinitely. So what I was trying to make with that, if you believe that there is no infinite in the physical world, is that only infinite or eternal things can make infinite or eternal things.
Well, I think you're referring to the Mandelbrot set, which is what I had.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah, but I don't think that's sensical to me. Like, just to say that an infinite thing needs to bring non-infinite things into the world, that's not the position that I hold. So, for example, I don't think that we came into existence at any point in time. I think matter, space, and time is infinite in both directions. Matter, space, and time has always been here.
Yeah, but so what about imaginary numbers?
What about them?
That because they are not of the physical world, yet they're still mathematically true.
Yeah, they're just a language that humans invented, right? So I think that what you're essentially trying to do is go to the transcendental argument. But I don't believe in transcendentals. I think numbers are just a description that we apply to the physical world. It's just a process of our abstract thinking abilities. So I would just say that numbers aren't something that exists like immaterially. They exist in our brain, which is quite material.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have many points that I would like to go over.
Carry out. Yeah, go on. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what's often referred to as the cosmological.
The Kalam cosmological argument.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is basically something that must have made everything else. Everything must have a cause. But there has to be an end.
I'm quite familiar with the Kalam cosmological argument. You might want to attempt giving me this one premise by premise if you want it to work out. Do you know the premises?
I don't. I'm not super knowledgeable. I'm not. I haven't been a Christian all my life. I'm just getting into this, but I know, for me, it's what I believe in, and I'm very passionate about it. And I'm diving in deep to theology.
Sure. Yeah. So premise number 1 is that whatever begins to exist has a cause, and premise number 2 is that the universe began to exist.
Can I ask you? What? Can you read the first one again, please?
Yeah, premise number 1 is that whatever begins to exist has a cause.
Mm-hmm. So, But can that go on forever?
Yeah, I do. I do think so. So,
Okay.
to be fair, though, the premise number one of this argument is the argument you're trying to make. So, premise number one is that whatever begins to exist has a cause. Premise number two is that the universe began to exist. But I actually disagree with both of the premises. I don't believe that our universe has a beginning. I think it's eternal. I think it's infinite.
Okay. So, what specifically? I've debated with some other people, and I will give you credit that you've made very good points, and I just want to thank you for being very open-minded to everything.
Well, Pi, I mean, you've got a great personality and disposition. Most people come up here and a little bit angry and a little bit upset. You're doing a great job. And you're young, you're giving it your best. When I was your age, I was online literally doing the same exact thing. It took me a long time to move from Christianity to atheism. Didn't happen overnight. So,
Do you mind if I ask you what made you atheist?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I would say for me, it was a process. I went from Christianity to agnosticism, then to atheism. But the thing that took me from Christianity into agnosticism was the Bible itself. And there's a couple reasons why. The first issue, and this was the one that started my deconstruction process, was the manuscript evidence. The manuscript evidence for the Bible is abysmal. And I was lucky enough to go to school and study the manuscripts in their original languages. And they're just not good. There's as much disagreement as there is agreement on what the texts actually say. Every Bible that you pick up in your hands is a reconstruction of what people think is in the text. And before I move on to point number two, thank you, Kayla, for the $10 Venmo. Kayla says, "Hey, Justin, I hope you're having a great night so far." I am, Kayla Ryan, and I appreciate the support. I really do. Point number two is that the prophecies of Jesus are fallacious, out of context quotations of the Old Testament. If you go back and read the prophecies that are listed in the New Testament, none of them are actually about Jesus. They're just random, out of context quotations. And I could do that. I have done that. I can go through the Old Testament, and I can find random, out of context quotations and apply them to myself and say that I'm the Messiah. The third issue that I have is that the biblical God is a moral monster. There are so many laws that are given in the Bible that we wouldn't say are good laws today, such as being permitted to own slaves and women not having a right to consent. Like these are laws that we would find to be egregious, or that if a woman lies about being a virgin and she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, that she needs to be stoned. These to me are laws written by ancient goat herders who didn't understand how the female genitalia works, and they were just largely giving laws that were agreeable with other nations of their time period. So to me, those are three really good reasons why you would want to, send Christianity to the curb.
Okay.
I do have a question. What convinced you
to be Christian? Well, I mean, it's a sob story. I was just a bad time in my life, going through some stuff. Typical Christian conversion story, really.
Right, yeah, we've heard them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to make up another story.
Yeah, so this is how most people become Christians. They have some sort of experience within a Christian subculture, and then they apply their understanding of that Christian subculture to their experience. And then it's not until later they read the Bible, and then they start deconstructing. That was what it was like for me. I was just like you. I had a very convincing conversion experience. I saw things that I felt were descriptive of what I would expect God to be doing. But then when I read the Bible, it was clear that my idea of what God was certainly wasn't the biblical God. The biblical God cannot be all good and then do the things that he does.
So I assume that you're talking about the evil of what I would say is Satan. Correct? Well,
that's not actually what I'm talking about, but that is one of the problems with the biblical God, because the Bible says, Jesus says in John chapter 8 or chapter 6 that Jesus was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. And if God has perfect foreknowledge and he knows that Satan is going to be a liar and a murderer, there's no reason for him to create Satan. He chose to create Satan, and he had no requirement to do so.
Yes. But saying that when the fall of man happened in the Adam and Eve creation story, God, even though God knew that there was going to be evil, Satan, sin, all that bad stuff, he still saw that having people and humans being alive and being able to have their own decisions and worship him and demonstrate his full character is much greater than humans not being alive at all.
I don't know if I understand what you're suggesting. Thank you for the pumpkin, JMR. I appreciate that. W Pumpkinhead. Halloween's coming up, by the way. So let me ask you a simple question, okay? The problem of evil, I think, is a huge issue for this God. So God created the world, right? The earth that we live on?
Yes.
Right. Why is it that we would say that God is a good, loving creator when the earth has hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanoes, I can't speak, that just randomly unalives on average about 100,000 people every year? Why would that be a good God?
Because he indirectly created it. So he created Satan, and Satan is creating all these terrible things.
Wait, did you say Satan created natural disasters?
Well, the killing of people that result from them. Natural disasters themselves isn't in itself bad.
Just to be clear, people are unalived in natural disasters, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And God created nature to produce natural disasters, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how is Satan responsible for the thing that God created?
Because God didn't want death.
Oh, he had to, because God is all-knowing, and he created a world in which he knew that humans would sin and fall into sin, and then he created the consequence of that. For example, the consequence of the sin would be that death would enter the world, but that wasn't something that just happened. That's something that God decided would happen. That was God's decision.
Yes, it was. Because he saw that the evil that would be happening was far greater than not having humans live at all.
I don't know how that fixes the problem. So the consequence of the fall was everything we see around us, all the terrible stuff we see around us. But why did God make that the consequence? Because let me give you an example. If God created the world for us to live in, then it is not necessary for that world to have natural disasters, right?
But it's necessary to have evil.
Right, but is it necessary for natural disasters to exist?
I mean, I think it can be argued that in some cases that it can, over time, impact the environment in a good way.
Well, yeah, but you have to conclude that natural disasters are required in all cases. Because remember, God is all-powerful, right? So God could have created a world in which there are no natural disasters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the fact that, no, he didn't. He created a world in which there are natural disasters, and we're living in it. So the fact...
Sorry, what I'm talking about is before the fall of man.
But that's irrelevant, because after the fall, God made the conscious decision to remake the earth or modify the earth in a way in which it would have natural disasters. So you can't get out of it by blaming the fall of man, because this is still a decision. It's a design decision that God decided to make. So we would have to...
Because we deserve it.
We deserve natural disasters.
We deserve evil. We all deserve to go to hell.
I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. You think human beings deserve to be executed in horrendous ways, like being torn apart in a tornado or being caught asunder in a lava flow? You think human beings deserve that?
We deserve hell. But
Why? Why do we deserve hell?
Because we're all sinners. We've all done bad things, thought bad things.
But why does sinning mean that we deserve hell?
Because it goes against God.
So? My child disobeys me on a daily basis. And I would never in a million years want to harm my child because he disobeyed me. In fact, even if he grows up to be a teenager and he disrespects me publicly and slanders me, I still wouldn't want him to be harmed. I don't understand as an actual father why any father, God in this particular case, would be so upset at the decisions of his creation, the people that he created to make those decisions with the foreknowledge that they would make those decisions. He would be so upset that he would send you to eternal conscious torment.
So I'm not saying that we as people should hurt or kill or torture other people. I'm saying that Satan, which God, I will say, created, and Satan is doing all these horrible things and is going and possessing people to do these horrible things, and we deserve it because we know that God, like when we sin, we're going against a rule that you could say it's a rule that God has that we know is morally correct.
I have a problem with that because in reality, Satan doesn't do anything unless God tells him to. So he doesn't act of his own accord. He has to wait for his Yahweh to give him the order. That's why Satan is just a name for adversary. It doesn't do anything unless God tells it to.
But it's also irrelevant because God created Satan. God didn't have to create Satan. He chose to create Satan. So the fact that Satan exists and does terrible things is still on God. God's on the hook for that.
Yes. Yes, God, I'm saying, he's created somebody to do these things. But that doesn't mean that he's going to destroy Satan eventually.
But why did he create him at all?
Because we sinned.
But why does that require Satan to exist? But also, in your worldview, Satan existed before we sinned.
Yes.
Okay. So why did God need to do this? Why did God need to create Satan?
Because it's our punishment.
Wrong. Satan existed before sin happened. So why does God need to create Satan?
Well, I don't know why God needed to create Satan. I think it's probably to test the human race.
So God's not all-knowing.
He is all-knowing.
So why do we need tested?
For ourselves, because I believe that there is such a beautiful mix of your own actions and you can think for yourself and God's knowing power.
What? No. Why do we need to be tested by Satan, a malevolent being that is roaming around like a lion, seeking to destroy people? Why is that necessary?
Because it's our punishment. Even before the fall of man, it was shown to try and tempt us because God knew that we would sin. Right.
So God not only knew that we would sin, he decided that was the way things were going to be. He made the serpent that tricked Eve. He created the serpent and put the serpent in the garden with them, knowing that these two individuals didn't even know right from wrong yet. And then when they did the inevitable thing, the thing that God destined them to do, he lost his mind. So in Ephesians chapter 1, God says that his crucifixion, his death was already planned, and the elect were already chosen before the foundation of the earth was laid. Same thing in book of Revelation, chapter 13.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes, predestination.
So humanity sinning was God's plan. He planned for it.
Because us sinning would glorify him.
If sinning glorifies him, then why is he punishing anyone for it?
He's punishing us because we chose to directly go against him.
Right, but if sinning glorifies God, as you just said, then why would he punish people for sinning?
Well, it's the act of not sinning that punishes them. How I like to think about it is like an abusive boyfriend, honestly.
Yes, God is an abusive boyfriend.
When I don't think that way, but what I'm trying to say...
I'm going to give you an example after you give your example, but go ahead.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that an abusive boyfriend, he cuts out everything in your life. It's only him, and
That's God.
you.
Yes.
No, it's. Then I'm gonna tell you why. But you don't like your abusive boyfriend because, well, he's abusive, and God has opened us to this whole world of really everything that is good, that is bad, that is terrible, that is gracious, so that we can see that he is not an abusive boyfriend, that he is good.
Right. Fantastic. So I'm going to give you a simple analogy, right? Let's imagine that you've got a sister and somebody approaches your sister and says, hey, I'd like you to go out with me. It's going to be awesome. We'll have the best time of our lives. I'll treat you so good. And it's going to be the best date you've ever had. But if you say no to me, then I will lock you in my basement and set it on fire. Is that a good person?
No.
Yeah, but he did offer all the good stuff.
Yeah, but we didn't take it.
Right. Okay, so then your sister would be wrong for not choosing this guy because the guy offered her all the good stuff and she didn't take it. So,
yes.
So then by definition, she deserves to be locked in the basement and set on fire.
Well, that's different from our eternal soul.
Well, what's the difference? Because the analogy is one for one. God says, if you don't accept me, if you don't believe in me, you will go and you will burn. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or not. You're going to go and burn.
Yes.
How is that fair? Because
he told us what is right. He told us that he gave us the chance, and we knew our consequences.
Chance at what?
At salvation.
Right, but what is salvation? How does it work?
Basically, you go to heaven. You get to spend your eternal soul with God.
Right, but how does one become saved?
By believing in
Thank you, Prism.
the Trinity.
Exactly, yes. Your salvation is not based on whether or not you earned heaven. It's not based on whether or not you're a good person or a bad person. You're not being punished for your sins. You're being punished. Hold on, Pi.
Sorry.
You are not being punished for your sins if you go to hell. What you're doing is being, we'll say, punished for your sins for not believing in a deity that gives you no evidence. So if that were the case, if you were punished for your sins, then I would be more inclined to believe that this God makes sense. But the fact that good people, like if Mother Teresa, if it turns out she was this amazing woman who helped all these people, but it turned out that she wasn't actually a believer, she was actually an atheist, according to Revelation 21:8, she's burning in the hellfire. She goes to the lake of fire. Yeah. So to me, this is nonsense that God would send somebody to eternal suffering for merely not being convinced of a claim with no evidence.
But how I see it, there is evidence.
What is the evidence? Because I've talked to people night in and night out for the last year, and I haven't heard any evidence.
Mm-hmm. So my evidence is kind of what I said earlier. From what I've seen it so far, I still believe in the morals, the cosmological, mathematics, especially the infinity stuff.
Right,
and definitely the evidential. But
I don't believe that transcendental things exist, and you do. So that can't be good evidence. And it's also true that God would know what evidence would convince me, and he's chosen to keep it from me.
So I think that you've chosen to keep it from yourself.
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Cyber Sex, thank you for the galaxy. Big W, Cyber.
When galaxy?
No, I haven't chosen to keep any evidence from myself. In fact, I spent almost 6 years worth of higher education studying the Bible and theology and Christianity, and it only led me further away from this particular deity. The problems of the Bible will not be fixed by anything you're saying. For example, the fact that Jesus didn't fulfill one damn prophecy, not even close to one.
I think he did.
Can you list one for me? Because I got money riding on you can't.
Well, I believe, and I as I said earlier, I'm not.
Thank you, Bella.
Too terribly diverse in the Bible. I can't directly quote quotes.
Sure, but the belief that sends me to heaven or hell is rooted in this book, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
if I can't read this book and determine whether or not this God makes sense, then God's got a problem. God is giving mixed messages with the book. So in order for God to make sense, this book needs to start making sense. And when I read that it says Jesus fulfilled a prophecy, and then I go and read that prophecy and he clearly didn't fulfill a prophecy, I've got a big problem.
Can I ask which one you're talking about?
All of them. Every prophecy listed in Matthew and John, because those are the only two gospels that really list the prophecies, every single one of them is fallaciously applied to Jesus. And we have good prophecies about the Messiah in the Old Testament that, oddly enough, get completely ignored by the New Testament because they know it didn't get fulfilled. So, for example, I'm going to read something to you. Before we move on, though, we have to discuss actually what is a prophecy, right? So I'm going to read you a text real quick, and I want you to tell me if it is a prophecy, okay?
Okay.
All right, this is going to be Deuteronomy 18. All right. 18:1, the Levitical priests, the whole tribe of Levi, shall have no allotment or inheritance within Israel. They may eat the offerings by fire that are the Lord's portion. Is that a prophecy?
Can I ask who wrote that?
Well, nobody knows. Deuteronomy was written sometime well after Moses, but the author is not identifiable.
Okay. I would take a gander and say that that is a prophecy that hasn't been fulfilled yet.
Oh boy, this is gonna get deep. Okay, so it's not a prophecy; it's an instruction. Do you know the difference between giving instructions and giving prophecies?
Yes, I'm sorry. Now that I read it over, I see it more clearly.
Right. Yeah. So the books of law are mostly just giving instruction. I think that's pretty clear to see. Like verse 6, if a Levite leaves any of your towns from wherever he has been residing in Israel and comes to the place where the Lord will choose, and he may come whenever he wishes, then he may minister in the name of the Lord his God. Okay, so these are just instructions. So we know that like there are different genres of writing within the Bible, and some of them are prophecies and some of them are not. Now we know what is a prophecy because the Bible kind of tells you what you would expect. So in the same chapter, in verse 18, it says, this is verse 20, any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall be unalived. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove to be true, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So a prophecy is something that is testable, that must come true. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's testable and it must come true, then it's something that's for the future. Like I prophesy that it's going to rain tomorrow at 6 p.m. That's a prophecy, right?
Well, I mean, you're not an eternal being, so you're not all-knowing.
No, we're talking about genre. If I said it's going to rain tomorrow at 6 p.m., that would be me saying something prophetic.
If you were all-knowing and eternal God, yes.
Fantastic. Yes. Okay, so a prophetic is a particular type of speech in which you're making a pronouncement from God about what's going to happen or what's going to come so that it can be tested, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to read you one more verse. I want you to tell me if this is a prophecy or if this is a different genre. Hosea 11 says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. And the more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk. I took them in my arms, but they did not know that it was I that healed them. Is that a prophecy?
No, that's just an account of events.
Yes, thank you. It's a historical account of events. Okay, I'm glad we can agree on that. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because if you go to the book of Matthew, chapter 2, verses 13 through 16, this shows up. It says, after they had left, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream and said, "Get up and take the child and his mother and flee to Egypt and remain there until I tell you, for Herod is about to search for the child to destroy him." Then Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt and remained there until the unalivement of Herod. And this was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." Now, this is weird because before you knew this was in Matthew, you read Hosea 11:1 with me, which is where this comes from, and we agreed that that's not even a prophecy. But here Matthew's calling it a prophecy.
So how they may have heard it may have been different than in how it's written in the Bible, especially because even you said earlier that the Bible has been changed and is different than the original version.
Okay, so the Bible's not trustworthy.
So you just have to take, I think you just have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Right, so the Bible's not trustworthy.
No, I think it is trustworthy. I think it speaks the absolute truth. But I think that I hate that it's not in its original version. I hate that it's not translated word for word. And I will say that a lot of that came from bad people who were translating the Bible how they wanted it to be seen. And,
sure. How do we know what's been changed and what hasn't been changed?
You really have to, as if you coming from a Christian standpoint, you have to pray to God and see what He kind of says, what He is. But for more people who are atheist, we just have to know the basics that God is all-knowing, He is merciful, and He is all-loving.
Yeah. Cameron, thank you for the $2 Venmo. Cameron says the guest is polite, but maybe a little bit boring. I actually don't agree. I love you, Cameron, but I think Pi is entertaining. We're having a good conversation. But to the point here, Pi, I don't want to get distracted on a new point because I want to know if the Bible's been changed, if it's been edited. How is it that anybody could tell you what is original and what is not original? Because every Christian I've ever met disagrees with every other Christian. They can't agree on anything.
Yeah,
so,
I can't either.
So if you read me Hosea 11 and then Matthew chapter 2 verses 13 through 16, you say, well, obviously the text must have been changed. Well, I know 100 Christians that would just disagree with you. So how would I know that the Holy Spirit is talking through you and not through them?
You don't.
Okay, so
And
then
nobody can say that one is and one isn't, or this person's lying about a spiritual thing that they had.
Yeah, thank you, Ethical Atheist, for the hat. So I guess the problem I come up with then is that God is supposedly not the author of confusion, and Jesus, before He left, said that the Holy Spirit will lead you in all truth. So the fact that all of these Holy Spirit-filled Christians can't agree on anything, even something as basic as what was actually in the Bible, leads me to believe that none of this is true.
So I think it was said by Calvin a long time ago that the Bible is God's baby talk. So God could have gone a whole lot more in detail theologically, and that would have been great to know, but have no power on us to believe in Him and graceful Him more.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that the Bible is the milk and that God wants to actually give you the meat, but the problem I have is if the Bible is the milk, then it's spoiled milk because it's full of failed prophecies, it's full of contradictions, it's full of scientific inaccuracies.
But it still holds true to what we know that God is.
No, it doesn't. You have no way of knowing that. That's just something you believe. Like you're saying, listen, the Bible has been changed. It's not trustworthy. It doesn't get science right. It doesn't get history right. But when it talks about God, I know we can trust it about God, but that's a completely untestable claim. So all the things that we can test about the Bible would lead us to conclude that the Bible's not trustworthy. So then why would we trust it when it makes claims about God?
Well, because I believe that it is scientifically accurate. Because in the days of creation, in 7 or 6 days of creation, it lines up with the evolution, the story of evolution.
Well, I actually don't agree with that, but I do understand what you're saying, is that the earth was formed first, and then there was vegetation, and then there were animals and humans, and That may be true, but you got a big problem, because if evolution is true, then the Bible can't be true, because the Bible posits that somewhere around 6,000 years ago, Adam and Eve existed.
Where in the Bible does it say exactly 6,000 years ago?
Easy. Fantastic. I'm glad you asked. So the book of 1 Kings, chapter 6, says that it was 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple when the Israelites exited Egypt. Solomon's temple began being built in 970 BCE. Thank you for the crown, Sir. So that means the Exodus was somewhere around in the 1400s. And we know that there were only a number of generations between Moses and between Adam, because the Bible gives us the generations. And even if we take all of those generations to be, 40 to 75 years, we can do the math and we can determine that it was another, we'll say, 2,500 years between Moses and Adam. And we have the genealogies of all these people. We can just do the math.
So that's a good point, but I want to say that God's years are different, especially his days are different than ours, because time is relative.
No, I would disagree with that, because we're talking about how long these human beings lived. So the fact that God is timeless is irrelevant. We're saying human beings described in the Bible lived for a particular number of years. And so we can just calculate those years back, and we can determine that about 4,000 BCE, Adam and Eve must have existed.
So how would somebody that long ago know the exact number of years?
Well, according to Christianity, the Bible was inspired by God, so they wouldn't have to know. And I think you're actually making my case for me, because my case is that they, in fact, did not know, which is why the Bible gets the dating of everything wrong. It screws everything up. In fact, it can't even get its own dating correct, because it says in Exodus and Genesis that Ramses was the pharaoh. It says that they built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses in Exodus chapter 1, which certainly couldn't have been true, because Ramses didn't live until the 1200s. So Ramses actually lived about 200 years after Moses.
Okay.
So the Bible can't even get its own chronology right. I wouldn't trust it on any other chronology, like when Adam and Eve existed.
It's not a science book. It's not a history book.
Yes, but it makes claims about the reality that we live in. And when those claims are proven false, that means the book's not true. Like it says that Jacob mated animals in front of striped poles, and because they mated in front of striped poles, they produced striped and spotted offspring.
That was a miracle of God's.
It doesn't say that, though. And if it was a miracle, the book should have said so.
Every day is a miracle. The Bible doesn't say that.
Well, it says because they were looking at these poles, they produced these striped and spotted offspring. It also says... Go ahead.
Because it was a miracle.
No, it doesn't say that. You have to add that to the text to make up for the fact that it gets it wrong.
It doesn't get it wrong. A lot of stuff in the Bible, I admit, because of the change, or maybe because of some changes, and probably also just how it was originally written, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. You have to imply certain things, like when it says that the king, there will be a king, we don't really think there's going to be a king on a golden throne in this big palace. We only use that as a metaphor for God in his heavenly kingdom.
That didn't answer my question. So
a lot of stuff is just implied.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with what I was talking about. When the Bible says that something happened, and then it's clear that it's against science, why would you just, rather than saying, well, it doesn't understand how science works, why would you go to God did a miracle when the text doesn't say that God did a miracle? Because
once you know that God is real and Christianity is true, you understand that a lot of stuff that isn't that isn't by science, which God created science, but I'm just using this for simplicity, that it is a miracle from God.
Yeah, but so what you're doing is you're starting with your conclusion. You're saying, my conclusion is that this God is real. So I'm just going to interpret all of the data as this God is being real. And then when the data doesn't support that hypothesis, I'm going to add things to the data to make it conform rather than taking the data for what it is. For example, in Leviticus, I think chapter 11, it says that rock badgers and rabbits chew cud, when in fact they don't chew cud.
So again, not everything in the Bible is going to be 100% accurate, because it was such a long time ago. Not everybody know the stuff that we do today, and it's not accurate because it's not important to glorifying God.
Right, but well, we've already discussed this before. If the Bible's not accurate, I have no reason to trust it.
But it's accurate in who God is.
How would you possibly know that? Because that's an untestable claim. That's just something you want to be true.
Well, okay, for example, let's put down the Bible and look at the world around us. Again, I believe in the morality that we talked about earlier.
I don't.
There can be, what else do I have? I just believe, I see that I can't convince you of this, and I'll be out your hair. But I believe, if you look at it, then there are certain things like the moral argument that tells somebody that this is right and this is wrong. And I think that in itself, even if you just look at that, throw away the Bible, everything else, that can tell you that there's a power higher than us.
Well, I disagree. I think that's a social development, which is why from age to age, what is right and what is wrong has changed. For example, for the greater portion of history, people thought that slavery was cool. So much so that the Bible says that slavery is cool too. God is all down with slavery in Exodus and Leviticus. But modern humans would say, no, slavery is not cool, actually. So certainly we can't claim to have any sort of objective morality when we can't get something as basic as human rights and human dignity figured out.
So the Old Testament, again, was very different from today. However, that is no excuse that God shouldn't have instilled better morals in them back then. However, I think that it was necessary to get to where we are today as a human species. I'm not saying
slavery was necessary.
No. Well, I'm not saying it was good. I'm not saying I'm glad it happened. I wish it had to happen a different way.
But you're saying it had to happen. I'm asking you, why was slavery necessary?
Well, I think it had to be in the timeline. It had to happen.
Why though? Why did it have to?
Because that's the evil that we are punished with.
So God used slavery to punish people at random?
No, it's the entire human race.
Why is God using slavery to punish humans when he's already got earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunami, Satan, our own human flesh, diseases, women who unalive in childbirth? Why does he need...
Evil is powerful too.
So this is back to kind of where we started. The problem of evil is a huge problem for your God, because whenever we get to these horrible things, you're like, well, God needs to punish us, but he doesn't. God does not need to punish us. Like, if my child does something, I don't need to harm my child. It's not a necessity. Anyone that harms their own children is doing it out of a decision, not a necessity. So I would like to know, what is the necessity in which God is required or needs to harm his children?
Because it's our eternal soul, and we knew the punishment of it. We knew, and I get that your daughter knows the punishment of not picking up her toys, but say if we don't pick up our toys, it's a whole lot bigger, and we have so many more chances, and we know
we have so many, and God is just merciful. So
Well, no, he's not merciful. If he sends tornadoes and earthquakes upon human beings for merely not believing in him, he's not merciful. He's a vengeful, egotistical narcissist.
he doesn't send them directly towards just a isolated state in Michigan or something that's fully atheist and absolutely destroys that town. While he does do that in the Old Testament, I won't deny, he doesn't do that very often today. He sends them out for everybody because everybody is sinned, everybody deserves hell. But
So if it's at random, it's even worse because now he's just punishing people at random for the fact that they're human beings. So
but it's
God,
not a punishment. We get to go to heaven. We get to see God.
okay, so then I assume you're pro-abortion.
I don't think abortion is right.
Okay, so but why? We're sending
Because
we're sending
it's
but we're
humans
sending the
killing other
babies to go be with God. In fact,
it's humans killing
as
other
far as I can
humans.
tell, aborting a baby is the most Christian thing you can do. Rather than allowing that baby to come into this earth and to sin and to suffer and risk going to hell, you can give it a golden ticket straight to heaven. All you got to do is get that vacuum cleaner out. Just suck it, clean it right out.
No, because that's humans sending other people. That sounds like something out of a horror movie.
Oh no, it's
that
it's for the greater
villain-
good. No, it doesn't matter. Nope, the ends justifies the mean. You already said so. It's only the destination that matters, not the path that you're on.
Oh, the path matters too.
Oh no, you didn't say that at all. You just said that it's okay. It's okay for God to harm people at random as long as they go to heaven. So it should be perfectly fine for us to send little children to heaven by execution.
No. I said that it's okay for God to do that because he's God. He's eternal. He's all-knowing. And he's the only one with the power to guarantee that a person will go to heaven or hell.
So you don't believe in objective morals then? Because if it was objectively good, it would be good for us to do it too.
No.
Okay, so you believe in
sorry, I
subjective
don't
morals.
understand.
I'm glad we can finally conclude on that point.
No, I agree that there are morals that are right and wrong.
Objectively or subjectively?
Objectively, I believe.
Okay,
If I have one different, right?
cool. Well, if they're objective, then it stands independent. It doesn't matter who's doing it or when they're doing it. It's always right or it's always wrong, which means if it's okay to send a child to heaven through execution, then it should be okay for us to do it too.
That's just not what I'm trying to say, and I'm sorry it's coming across that way.
This is the baffling thing to me that, and I can only assume you don't have children, but the fact that somebody would get on here and say, because we're imperfect, the way God designed us to be, that we should be tortured at random. That's insanity to me.
Oh, you want it to get even more insane, Justin? Because I like to push the extreme. Pi, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Why are innocent women, men, theys, thems, whatever they identify as, and children constantly getting raped?
Oh boy.
Because that's the awful evil.
That's the awful evil. So God just sits there with popcorn and watches it happen. Why doesn't he intervene?
He will.
No, he won't.
When?
Yes, I believe that he will.
He won't.
Eventually,
Why doesn't he
will come
do
back
it
to-
right then?
He will come back to heaven.
Hold on, Pi. Heaven out of the equation. Why is he allowing it to happen, period?
That has to have heaven.
Hanji,
He's going to come back down and he's going to abolish everything.
I'm sure he is. Hanji, if my child was attempting to SA your child, do you think we should allow it to happen because they might go to heaven later?
Absolutely not.
Oh, we should step in. Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
So why do we have a responsibility to step in, but God doesn't?
God is stepping in.
No.
He's taking care of us.
He's not.
If a baby is born, then it was meant to be. Even if it was out of horrible, horrible, unthinkable conditions, it is still meant to be on this earth. It is still here to do good things on this earth.
And the flesh is sinful. The flesh is sinful. It's not designed to do good things because God made our flesh to be sinful. But that misses the point. I don't want you to pivot from this. Why is God not have any sort of moral necessity to prevent evil when we have the moral necessity to prevent evil?
But we don't have. We can't prevent evil. I'm sorry.
We quite literally can. That's what the whole legal system does. When somebody, when a pastor touches a child, we send that pastor to prison so that they can't touch that child. It's called the legal system. Now we have a responsibility socially and morally to attempt to prevent these things from happening. And I'm trying to figure out why God doesn't have that same moral necessity, especially since morals are supposedly objective.
Well, he sends us to hell, so we can't do that again.
That didn't answer my question. So I don't know why we keep doing this. I'm talking about here on the earth. And remember, hell doesn't prevent any of this, and it doesn't fix any of it, because the only thing you need to do to go to hell is to not believe. I don't know how many times I can say it. Your sin has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to hell. Nothing. It's only about whether or not you believe.
So that it does matter, because your belief is seen through your sin. If you sin less often, or you ask God to forgive your sins, then that shows that you truly believe. But if you're still sinning,
hold on, Pi, because that type of thought process is dangerous. So you're telling me if a serial rapist who literally went around raping children under the age of 12, the moment he gets on his knees and repents to God, he has a one-way ticket to heaven for simply believing?
Yes.
Yes, and
oh my fuck! Oh,
yes,
and normal people like me and Hanji and most of the people in here who don't go around raping children, who don't go around hurting others, we're going to burn for eternity in hell for merely not believing, for a thought crime.
Well, I hope not.
Do you see how silly this religion is? That it doesn't matter if you're good or bad. It only matters if you're convinced of a claim.
Well, if you're convinced that God is real,
but I'm
then
not.
Your actions well, I'm sorry, I do. Then your actions will reflect that.
But your actions are irrelevant, because according to Jesus' own words, you can become a believer in the 11th hour, and nothing you ever did in your life will ever matter. Your destination is going to be heaven. So again, you cannot keep going back to your actions. Your actions are irrelevant. The only thing that matters is whether or not you believe.
Okay, yes. I agree.
And this is why Christianity is straight up silly, which is why in Judaism, they have a much more coherent afterlife. Are you aware that the idea that not believing something, sending you to hell, was never a part of Judaism? Do you know that?
I'm not an expert in Judaism.
Yes, this is clearly a Christian invention designed to scare people into following Jesus as the Messiah, because he didn't fulfill any of the actual prophecies. And this is definitely an invention of New Testament authors, and not even of Jesus, because Jesus clearly says in a number of locations in the book of John and in the book of Matthew that you're going to go to heaven if you're doing righteous things. The righteous go to heaven and the wicked go to hell. But nevertheless, you don't need to burn for all of eternity for thought crimes. That's the silliest thing ever. And this was never in Judaism. In fact,
you're not God, so you don't get to decide that.
Yeah, but you haven't demonstrated that your God even exists, much less that I'm not him. So the fact of the matter is, we're determining whether or not your God is even sensible. And in no human existence whatsoever have I ever heard a human being say that it's sensible that we should be punished for all of eternity in eternal suffering for not believing something. That's a silly line to draw in the sand.
But it's because God knows that he is he's the truth and that he can help us.
But
And
he
we all
can't.
need help.
But he can't help us.
Oh, I think he can.
He can't, because he predestines us to go to hell. And Joshua, thank you for the $4. Joshua says, enjoying this hell talk next to a campfire. W Joshua and W campfires.
When Joshua.
But
Pi, I'm gonna tell you something, because you are so young and the apologetics are so deep. I just have one thing to say to you. Fair trigger warning to my surviving victims in chat. I'm sorry, but this needs to be said. I hope to my deities, because they don't claim to be all the omnis, but I hope to my gods that you never have to suffer being a victim of sexual assault or rape, because the moment you call to your God and find out that he is not going to help you, and that person who hurt you is still going to be walking around doing what they do best, probably even sitting next to you in a pew in church, I hope that that's not what gets you to open your eyes and realize that you are following a lie. I hope the best for you, and I hope you never have to succumb to that. But there are people out there that were hurt by the church, by the people that they trusted, even by their own family members, that it had to go to that extreme for them to realize that they were following a lie, because this deity did not come through for them. So I hope you never have to go to the traumas that they went through, because it's not just the deity that you have to deal with. It is literally a lifelong mental fuck up. And I hope that that does not happen to you. Zeus by my side.
yeah.
I hope that happens to nobody.
And Pi, I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. And I think we're probably getting close to the end of our conversation, but the argument that you've provided us so far for all of these horrific sufferings is that you deserve it. But that is not a thing that any good parent would ever say. I want to hear the parents in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat if there's anything your child could do that you would send them to eternal torment. Put a 0 in the chat if you would never do that. I've never met a parent that would send their child to eternal conscious torment for simply not believing something. In fact, I wouldn't even do it if they did something horrible. I know a guy, he's actually a public speaker, who his son shot him and his wife. His wife didn't make it, but he did make it. And he still, to this day, loves and cares for his son. His son did get institutionalized, but he loves his child. For a real father, we know what love is. For a real parent, a mother, you know what love is. There's nothing your child could do that you would ever want them to suffer for eternity. So then to turn around and say, no, there's this God who wants you to suffer at random while you're alive and then suffer for all of eternity in hellfire, even though he predestined you to do that thing in Romans chapter 9, that doesn't make sense to me. It will never make sense to me. And I hope when you have children, what I'm telling you now will make sense to you.
I am not ever saying that somebody should ever hate their children or do something bad to them.
Thank you, Cameron, for the $5 on Venmo. It needed to be said. And for the people who have been in that situation, I am so sorry to open up those wounds. I didn't mean to, but I just felt like it was the perfect opportunity to show the light of the situation, that it's not just randos out there. It's literally people that you trust, people that you meet with every Sunday. And
Right.
I feel the truth needed to be said. I love you guys.
Yep.
Biggest hug.
Big W also. Cameron with the $10 over Venmo. Thank you, Cameron. Cameron says huge W to Hanji, and I agree. All right, listen, Pi, I enjoyed talking to you. I think, you held your own as best as you could. You had a great disposition about it the whole time. So we appreciate you for that. But I hope you understand from our point of view, this type of a deity doesn't make any sense.
I can. And I want to really thank you for allowing people to come on and debate with you and being open-hearted and just allowing people to debate with the community too.
Sure.
And I want to thank you for allowing that chance.
Absolutely. Good to hear from you, Pi. I hope you have a great weekend.
I hope you do too.
All right, cheers. That was interesting.
Baby, I really hope she understands that it's dangerous. My love is dangerous.
All right, guys. while we're getting the next guest up in here, thank you so much for all the likes and shares and gifts. We're going to get Rob in here next. Also, remember, you can join our Discord in the link tree in our profile. Here soon, we're going to be doing some Discord-only deconstruction voice chat sessions. They're just like a live here, but you can have a ton of people in there. You're not like limited to 8 people. So we would love to see you in our Discord community and participate with us. And the link is in my profile. And Hanji, do you have a link in your profile yet? To the Discord?
I did, but I have to get the new one from Benny. So Benny, your ass in here and send me a Discord DM. Oh, also Solo Vino said he's Josh.
Oh, Solo's Josh. W Solo, W Josh. Thank you so much. No, I'm glad you said that. Well, Rob's not connecting. We're gonna have to cut Rob and move on to the next guest. But we're gonna try. I don't know who's been here because we talked to the last guest for a while. So I apologize. I'm going to be picking somebody at random, and I don't know who's been here the longest. Thank you for the hat, Divine World. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Pat.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is not imaginary?
My biggest thing, is just that I don't know if you want to explain it, but I don't know your beliefs, but I don't understand how we got to this point, whether like the theories or evolution or other things like that. I just believe that the way things are, the way the earth and the universe is created, I believe we had to come from some divine nature.
Why?
That's what I believe. I really haven't believed in the whole evolution thing or the Big Bang Theory, me personally.
Yeah, I've got a lot of people in the comments saying that they can't hear you. Is it possible that you can get closer to your mic?
Is this better? I'm sorry.
Maybe. Yeah. There was also a lot of moving around as well, but
I'm sorry.
Anyways, just try to speak up if you can, and we'll work through it. Okay, right. So I hear what you're saying. This is what we call the argument from incredulity. You're saying, well, I don't know how we got here, therefore God. This is also known as God of the gaps, right? But why we can ignore evolution, we can ignore science, because all of that could be wrong. It could be wrong today. We could learn something tomorrow that proves evolution to be false. But it still doesn't mean that your God is true. So in order to posit the existence of your God, you still need positive evidence that your God is God, because it could very well be that the tooth fairy is responsible for all things. It could be that the Greek gods are responsible for all things. So I would politely ask, what would be the evidence that your specific God is the creator of all these things?
I would say it's kind of hard to, other than like personal experiences, it's kind of hard to know. But me personally, I've had personal experience, I have personal encounters, and that's really been, my way of understanding and my belief in a God, in a Christian God.
Sure, but you know that personal experiences exist in all of the religions. Like, I had a friend when I was in seminary who was a Christian, and he converted to Islam because he was struggling with alcoholism, and he was also deconstructing. And he found that through Islam, he was able to kick his alcohol addiction, and that was his testimony. So what would be the evidence that like his testimony is somehow less valuable than your testimony?
There would be no evidence of that. But I feel like this is about faith more than anything. I feel like it would be hard to love a God that just appears in the sky, because I feel like that would be more fear than faith. But so, I just go off faith personally.
But why do you have faith in this specific deity as opposed to any other deity?
I mean, like they said they don't. Chat said they don't care about my personal
Yeah, they
encounters,
don't.
but that's
Sorry, they
really
don't.
yeah. But that's just been me. I don't know what else.
Okay. Well, we get you. Listen, we appreciate that. If you don't have an argument, if the only argument you have is your experience, you're welcome to it. But we're here discussing arguments and evidences. Okay.
All right. Can I ask about where do you think being immoral and moral things come from?
Yeah, I mean they're a product of evolution, right? So we evolved these particular moral inclinations because of our own powers of observation. So, like, for example, if somebody came up to me and stabbed me in the eyeball with a pen, yeah, I know how bad that is 'cause I'm feeling it. I'm the one feeling the pain, right? So the fact that I live in a society and I don't want to get stabbed in the eye with a pen, it's very easy for me to conclude that maybe we shouldn't live in societies where we can run around stabbing each other in eyeballs with pens. So to me, the moral system is very simple. People experience things. Sometimes many people experience things. And they say, okay, let's make sure we don't do this to each other because we didn't like it when it happened to us.
All right. Do you believe about anything in the Bible, or you just think that like any of the stories or anything like that, or
Well, I believe the Bible is much like any other ancient text. So, for example, if you read the ancient Babylonian chronicles or the Assyrian texts or the Egyptian texts, they attempt to tell history, but in their telling of history, they also mix in all of their religious beliefs. And so, for example, when the king of Persia, Cyrus, rolled into Babylon, basically unopposed, and took it over, he listed a number of gods that gave him victory. Now, it's true that Cyrus did roll into town and kind of take things over from the Medes, who had sort of taken things over from the Babylonians. But it's certainly not true that he did it under the power of Marduk. That's just his conclusion about his religiously held beliefs. I would say the same thing about the Bible. The Bible tells some of these historical narratives that may be true. For example, the Mesha Stele confirms that King Mesha of Moab had wars against some of the Israelite tribes. But it certainly wouldn't demonstrate that the God of King Mesha exists or that the God of the Israelites exists.
Also, Benny sent me a new link for the Discord. I put it in my link tree. So can one of you guys test it out for me? And Win Solovino, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Sometimes I have no problem saying the difficult things, but it's painful for me too.
Yeah. W. Marduk Solo, I agree. So, Pat, that's where I stand with that. I read the Bible the same way I would read any other ancient text.
if you don't believe in God, do you have like a belief on how you think everything started with us humans and how the earth is, like all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I would just appeal to science. I'm generally in agreement with science.
So
I'm sorry, it was Ja. Ja sent me the link. I'm sorry. They sent me notifications at the same time. I'm sorry.
is there like anything particular like about the Bible that like makes you like not believe, like
Yep.
any like scripture, the way things operate, like
Yep.
those type of things?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. The most egregious of those things is the fact that Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one, not even the ones that the New Testament lists. Number two is that the moral proclivities of the God of the Bible would not be accepted in modern society. For example, he condones slavery. He condones kidnapping of women as brides. He condones unaliving your children if they're disobedient. He punishes people with death for even minor infractions like picking up sticks. To me, this is a God that is a fictional character designed by ancient goat herders in a desert region, not a God that would make sense, who is like the highest moral agent in all of the universe.
I wouldn't say, me personally, I wouldn't say God or Jesus, whatever, condones those things.
Slavery?
I would say that
Why?
nowadays, there's this title of Christian, right? And there's a lot of people that have that title who don't really live that life, or a lot of churches who say that they're for God or they're this and that, but the way they run things don't really represent that.
You want to read with
And
me?
I feel like, yeah, I'll read with you.
Yeah, this is in Leviticus. God is giving laws pertaining to slavery. In 39 through 44, I'm sorry, 39 through 43, he's talking about your own fellow Hebrews, and he's saying, do not enslave your fellow Hebrews. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they will go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they shall not be sold as slaves, or sold as slaves are sold. Fantastic. And he also says, you shall not rule over them with harshness, but you will fear your God. Now, it says something really interesting about foreigners in the next verse. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who, and with their families who are with you, who have been born into your land, they may be your property. And actually, in most translations, it says here in verse 46, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property forever. These you may treat as slaves. Now, the NRSV leaves the word forever out, but it's in the Hebrew leolam, which is why most translations include the phrase forever. I don't know why the NRSV cut that particular word out, but either way, this is God condoning slavery of the foreigners. You can make the foreigners slaves. Thank you for the Elvis hair. Thank you very much.
Sorry. I was going to say that a lot of things that happened in those times were really mainly because of disobedience of a lot of people towards the Lord. And I feel like the wrath of God comes to those who are disobedient. I feel like a lot of things that happen are the cause of people's sin and their disobedience towards God.
Okay, so it's okay to enslave people as long as they're disobedient towards God.
I wouldn't say it's okay, but I feel like if we're going based on my belief, obviously not yours, but based on my belief, the things that come with disobedience, the Lord's wrath comes to those people.
Okay, so it's okay to enslave people if they're disobedient towards God. That's because God said so.
Disobedience is not just a one-time thing, right?
I know.
There were lots of times where, I forgot the name, but when Jesus ordered people to be killed in their city, it was mainly because of their disobedience for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It's not just a one-time, oh, you made a mistake, oh, I'm just going to do this. It's mainly because of the practice of living in sin day to day, week to week, month to month.
Yes. Let me ask you a question. Was it wrong when the Christians enslaved the Africans?
Any slavery is wrong.
But no, wrong. You just said it's okay to enslave when these people are being punished by God for not being apparently for not worshiping God.
Wait, can you say it one more time?
You just said that when God commands you to do slavery, it's cool. So in Leviticus 25, you can own slaves. And you're saying that's okay. So I'm asking you, why is it okay here, but it wasn't okay when the Christians in America did it?
I'm not saying it's ever okay. I'm saying I don't agree with it. I'm saying, no, I'm not saying I don't agree.
You disagree with God.
What I'm saying is that what happened was justifiable. That's all I'm saying.
What was justifiable? Thank you for the burning heart.
Them being slaves.
Why? Why was it justified, but it wasn't justified when Christians did it?
No, I said it wrong. It's fine both ways.
Okay, so there was no problem with Christians owning African slaves. Just say it.
But just like I said earlier, just because someone has the Christian title or the church title doesn't mean they're actually full disciples and followers of the Lord.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about whether or not the Christians are good Christians. We're talking about whether or not it's okay to enslave people who are hostile towards God. So what was wrong with the African slave trade?
But you said Christians enslaved the Africans, right?
Yeah, God's people enslaved Africans.
But those weren't God's people if
Oh,
they're
they were.
enslaving Africans.
Why would
can
they?
it be God's
Why would they
people if
not
you're
be?
going against it?
God never says enslaving people is wrong, and you just told me that it's okay. So don't tell me that they're not real Christians because they're enslaving people when God says you can enslave people.
They aren't real Christians.
Then show me in the Bible where it says you're not a real Christian if you own slaves.
Doing immorally wrong things and not living.
Show me in the Bible where it says slavery is immoral.
Hold on, let me look at that quick.
Because I can show you countless times where it says slavery is totally cool. Like Exodus 21 verse 7, you can just sell your children as slaves, your own daughter.
Can you read in context, please? Can I get the verse and chapter?
Yeah, go to Exodus 21. We'll start at the beginning.
Okay.
These are about Hebrew slaves. These are not even foreigners. These are your own fellow Hebrews.
You said 21?
Yep.
All right.
Starting in verse 2, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th he will go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he will go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife will go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. That's odd. So even if you give a wife to one of your temporary slaves and you have children, they don't get to go with you. They stay with their master because they're the property of the master. It says, if the slave declares that I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out a free person, then his master shall bring him before God, and he shall be brought to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him for life. Whoa, what a great trick into tricking somebody into being your permanent slave. Verse 7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has designated her for himself, then he shall not let her be redeemed. He shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. So you can just sell your daughter as a slave. Do you think we should be allowed to sell our daughters as slaves?
No.
But God says you can.
This is not God speaking.
Oh, it is, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you also have to read before that where it says the Lord and Moses talking to all the Israelites about making idols. Right before that, and right before 21 and 20. And then to read 7th, if a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not free to go as a male servant to if she does.
Yeah, you can sell your daughter as a slave. It's fine. So
it says because he has broken faith with her.
Yes. Do you know why? Why it says that?
Why is that?
Because if you buy a female slave, you can choose without her consent to make her your concubine. But if you make her your concubine and then you decide to get rid of her later, then you can't just go and sell her to a foreigner. You have to let her be redeemed by her family. She has to go back to her own family. So again, it's just slavery by a different name. God says you can sell a young girl as a slave, and the slave owner can decide if he wants to make her a concubine.
I want you to realize that all of this comes from the root of sin.
No, it comes from God.
No. God does not create us to be sin. We're born in a sinful world.
This is not sin, though. Pat, you've decided. Pat, you've decided that this is sinful, but God doesn't say it's sinful. God says, in fact, he says, be holy because I am holy. And then he gives these laws so that they would be holy. In fact, in Deuteronomy chapter 8, he says, was it chapter 8 or chapter 4? I always forget. Anyways, in chapter 8, verse 1, he says, this entire commandment that I'm commanding you today, you must diligently observe so that you may live. God says, do all of the commandments, all of them. He didn't say to do them sometimes. He didn't say, I'm giving you bad commandments because you're bad people. He says, do them. In fact, Deuteronomy chapter 5 is what I was looking for. In go to 5:29, God says, if only they had such a mind as this, to fear me and to keep all of my commandments always, so that it might go well with them. Part of going well with them is following the commandments of God, and owning slaves.
Obedience.
And owning slaves is in the commandments of God. You can do it.
That's not in the commandments of
We
God.
just read it. Yes, Moses says so. God speaks to Moses. These are the ordinances that you shall set before them.
Right. So I'm
God
telling you
gave the
that
law.
everything comes from the root of sin. Everything comes from the root of disobedience. In Proverbs, it also says wisdom first comes from the fear of God.
Pat, I need
That's
you
why it's
to
saying,
focus here. Did this commandment come from God, yes or no?
okay, let me go back. What is it? Exodus 21?
Exodus 21.
Let me go back quickly. My fault. What verse is it again? I'm sorry.
21:1. It's on the screen.
This is. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the Lord leading Moses and them to take over a land over people that were disobedient.
But we're talking about Hebrews. It says you can sell your own daughter as a slave. So the people that they're taking over is irrelevant. So this is just say what's painfully obvious, that this is a commandment that God gave, and this commandment allows for selling your daughter as a slave.
Oh, I'm trying to see in context. Hold on.
Context won't help you.
It will, because it first talked about them serving other idols.
Yeah, that's how sundry laws work. When you have a list of laws, all you need to do is read the law. So, like, the law against idolatry is unconnected to the laws of slavery. They're just laws. The laws to buckle your seatbelt is wholly disconnected from laws about what you can do to children at school. Laws are laws. You can take them individually. The context doesn't matter.
Sometimes the context actually makes it worse.
It's true.
Also, let's go ahead and keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get host up to 250K likes. We appreciate all of you for being here with us on Saturday. I know this is a different situation than what you guys are used to as far as our live streaming, but we are here both today and tomorrow. We are riding out until midnight. Honestly, it also depends on host and what he has going on. But thank you all so much for the support, the shares, the gifting, the Venmos, the gift goals. You guys have been slaying tonight. And for the people who are trying to Cash App me, I did have to send an appeal to Cash App. So unfortunately, only my Venmo is working at the current time.
Yeah.
But thank you guys.
And Yolanda with the $1 over Venmo says this guest needs to go and read his Bible cover to cover, then come back. While he's there, he needs to replace the battery. Yeah, you do need to replace your smoke detector battery. Pat, I get the feeling that you haven't really read your Bible, as Yolanda says, or else you would have known that this is in there.
Right.
So why would God tell people that you can give your daughters as slaves?
Because it's better to do that than give her over to the foreigners.
No, you don't have to give her to anybody. She can just live with her family. You just set up a false dichotomy that you had to sell her as a slave or you had to give her to foreigners, but that's a silly dichotomy. Were all of the women in ancient Israel given to foreigners that weren't sold as slaves?
Say that again?
Were all women in ancient Israel that weren't sold as slaves given to foreigners?
I don't know.
They weren't, obviously. They weren't even allowed to make covenants with foreigners, much less sell their daughters to them. Thank you, Gunslinger, for that. All right, so, Pat, it sounds to me like this is your first time running into this problem. You don't know that God endorses slavery, and you're a little bit tongue-tied. Are you also aware that God gives a host of other commands that are, I don't know, equally as bad?
I want to hear them.
Fantastic. We're going to do my favorite. Thank you, R2, for the hat and mustache. This is my absolute favorite terrible law of Yahweh. It's in Deuteronomy 22. And it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her, saying that I didn't find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They will fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, not to her, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel, and she shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. Funny, she's not allowed to divorce him, but this is the best part. If, however, the charge is true, that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her until she is unalive, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Do you think that it's morally justified to execute women by stoning who don't bleed on their wedding night?
No.
Thank you. But God says to do it.
Is this God talking?
Yes, it is. In fact, all of the laws of Deuteronomy are given by God through Moses. All of the laws come from God. Moses is not improvising here. So go to Deuteronomy 6:1. Now this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances that the Lord your God charged me to teach you to observe in the land that you are about to cross into occupy, so that you and your children and your children's children may fear the Lord your God all the days of your life, and keep all of his decrees and his commandments that I am commanding you, so that your days may be long. So this is from God. God said, I'm going to give you all these commands, and I need you to follow them forever.
Right.
And it's also true that not all women bleed the first time they do the deed. Only about 45% of women actually bleed when they do the deed, which means about half of the women who would have been executed under this law were actually innocent. And that's problematic. All right. But listen, Pat, I can hear the tone in your voice. I think you've got some reading you want to go catch up on.
I'm just trying to understand, like, your point of view and why, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
sure. I mean, listen, you're welcome to stay up here and take some more of my abuse. I've got lots of it. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I'll watch. No problem.
All right. Well, listen, Pat, it was good talking to you. Come back anytime, okay?
All right, have a good day.
All right, cheers. I don't think
he just opened his eyes.
Yeah, I don't think he knew. It's not his fault. He didn't know. When I was young and I first started reading these things in the Bible, they blindsided me as well. I was lucky enough to read them in private and not read them for the first time in front of 700 people. So I can understand why you might be a little bit taken aback reading this the way that we're doing it. JC, I'm trying to get you in here, but I think JC was waiting too long in the guest queue. I apologize, JC. Come on back if you get a connection. We're going to keep moving on. I think Jesus God has been waiting to get in. Is Jesus?
Hold on, because there's someone who has been crying so hard in the comments because he has like 4 people ahead of him. Clayton 735.
Gotcha.
Let's go ahead and bring him up so he can stop crying.
Welcome in, Clayton.
Hello. I'm not even certain what your name is. What's your name, sir?
Justin.
Justin. Nice to meet you, Justin.
Yeah. So, Clayton, are you at least 18?
I am.
Fantastic. And are you a theist?
What are you calling or defining a theist?
A person that believes in a higher power or a deity.
I won't accept that label, but I would consider myself a follower of Jesus Christ.
Who is what? What is he?
Jesus Christ is Lord of Lords and King of Kings.
Adorable. What does John 1:1 say Jesus is?
It says that Jesus is the Word was made flesh, all things came into being through him.
Yep. Says in
So,
the beginning, the
what
Word
exactly
was the
about
Word, and the
your-
Word was with God, and the Word was God. So if Jesus is the Word, then Jesus is God, according to John 1:1 and other passages. So if Jesus is
are you
God,
familiar-
just take a deep breath, Clayton. If Jesus is God, and you believe that Jesus is God, then you are in fact a theist. The definition of a theist is somebody who believes in a God. So don't run from theism. It's just a definition. Would you like to continue the discussion, or do you want to squabble about the definition of theism?
Also, Solovino had a point. Clayton should Venmo me for having him get early access.
Yeah, for real.
Clayton, you have to unmute yourself. I can send you an invite, but that's all I can do. We cannot. Oh, there we go.
Okay, well, if you want to say I'm a theist, then sure, but
Fantastic.
that's just kind of just for you to fit it into your belief system, so you think you know what I know.
It's not a
and
belief
what I
system.
believe.
It's not a belief system. It's just definitionally true. Okay, so you believe in a God, which makes you a theist. Your specific God is Jesus. Now, what would be the best evidence or the best argument for why your God is real and not imaginary?
There is eyewitness accounts of the life, death, and resurrection of Christ.
Who?
There is
Who's the eyewitness?
There's historical evidence.
Who's the eyewitness?
The eyewitnesses would be the disciples, would be the writers of the New Testament.
What did the disciples write?
The disciples wrote the Gospels of Christ.
Wrong again. Mark wasn't a disciple, and Mark was the first gospel written. Mark was the cousin of Barnabas,
one.
according to the book of Colossians. So Mark wasn't a witness.
Okay, well, Mark learned from Peter.
I'm sure he did, and that's not in the Bible. So who was the next gospel? We'll say Luke. Who was Luke in the Bible?
Luke is a disciple of Christ.
Wrong again. Luke is the one of the supposed traveling companions of Paul. It's his physician, according to church tradition and according to the Bible.
Okay.
So Luke's not a disciple. He's not a witness to anything. And why do you think Matthew is written by the disciple named Matthew?
Because that is his name, and he was a follower of Christ. That
Right.
Christ.
Show me in Matthew where it says that Matthew is the author.
Can you?
And while
can you show me where? Can you show me where your kid is your kid? Can you explain that? You can't.
Yes,
I
I
can't
have a
prove-
birth certificate with his name on it, and I've got genetic testing that demonstrate that he's my child. So I'm not asking for genetic testing of the disciples. I'm just asking, we have a text that is anonymous. You're claiming that Matthew wrote the text. I'm asking you to demonstrate somewhere within the text.
I never claimed that, and I'm not going to argue against that because that's not what
Okay,
I'm here
so
for. I'm here
if
for arguing you- I'm arguing with you whether
so if Matthew was an eyewitness,
God is imaginary. I want you to.
if Matthew was an eyewitness, he would have been one of the disciples. That was your claim. So in order to validate that claim, I want you to demonstrate that Matthew wrote the book titled Matthew, because I find it very strange that when you read about the call of the disciple Matthew, it's copied directly from the book of Mark, nearly word for word, and not once does the call of Matthew use the first person saying, I did this, or Jesus came to me. Why would Matthew copy his own conversion story from Mark?
I'm not here to argue about.
Okay, so I'll take your concession. I'll take your concession. I'll take your concession. Okay, so
started off by saying,
okay,
John,
so who's the next eyewitness? So who's the next
Sir, God
eyewitness?
is not imaginary.
So who's the next eyewitness?
Explain how God is
So
imaginary.
who is the next eyewitness? So
explain how God is not real. If
Clayton,
God is
stop
not real.
running. I know you're scared. I know you've never talked to somebody who's actually read the Bible. I want you
No,
to demonstrate
I know the Bible. I've read
who's
the
the
Bible.
next eyewitnot. Who is it?
I'm not here to talk about the eyewitnesses. I'm here to talk
You did.
about.
You brought it up, Clayton. You brought up the eyewitnesses, not me. And when I pressed you on it, you caved.
Discussion.
Yeah, but that was one point. You didn't even let me.
The
go through
the meltdown came so fast.
But the problem, Clayton, is that you couldn't solidify your claim with sources and evidence.
I don't
See,
need to
don't bring
solidify a
up-
claim.
You do.
That's the whole point of a debate. Then why are you up here? We actually have other people that actually would have more to offer than you right now. You shouldn't have requested if you cannot cite your sources.
You people have been sitting up here talking, and
Here comes the crying.
You've been very no. It's not. I'm not crying. There's been a lot of disrespect in your chat. There's been a lot of disrespect in your chat, especially to the woman that was just speaking pie. There's been a lot of rude and ignorant and horrible.
All right, Clayton, you can cry somewhere else if you're having a hard time here. I want to talk about the topic. Would you like to talk about the topic, or did you want to cry?
Mashumi's like, what do you mean, you people?
Look,
Classic.
sir, I'm not crying. I'm explaining to you what I'm seeing. I'm going off of the things that I've already been hearing. You can't. You just manipulate it to what you want it to be.
Clayton, I want you to support your evidence for the God you believe in. What is the evidence that your God is real? Now, you came up here really hot to trot, and after the very first debate topic, you crumbled. So, what's your next argument? Why is your God real?
It's not a matter of crumbling. It's a matter of manipulation.
Buddy, you crumbled like old bread.
With your style, you are not helping people. You are manipulating people. You're trying to look for answers. People are trying to give you answers.
Yahweh manipulates you on a daily basis.
People are trying to help you.
I just hear more crying. Listen, I don't care about your opinion of me. I want to talk about the actual topic. Would you like to talk about the topic, yes or no?
I will tell you, yes. I will explain to you.
Fantastic. So what would be your evidence that the Christian God is real?
I have seen it and understood it in my lifetime.
So personal experience. Is that the only evidence you have? Thank you, Anna, for the hat. Is that the only thing?
No, it has been proven.
What's been proven?
From eyewitnesses that are not in the Gospels. There's been writers outside. Josephus. You can look up Josephus.
Josephus didn't say. Josephus didn't say anything you thought that he said, and the Testimony of Flavianum, which is in book 18 of Josephus, is most certainly a forgery, which is why we've got 6 different editions of it. And the only edition that says what you think it says is the Greek editions that were copied by the Christians. If you compare it to the Arabic and to the Latin and even to the Syriac, they're all different. Why is it that just this one passage only seems to exist in the Christian forged version that first appeared in the middle of the 5th century by the church historian Eusebius, but it doesn't exist elsewhere?
Yeah, but why would there be historical accounts and articles and artifacts and scrolls that have been hidden in Nag Hammadi and all different types of places and people dying for the faith for a lie? They wouldn't do that.
Well, you just said 5 things. Which one of those things would you like to discuss? Because I'll discuss all of them. So did you want to discuss the scrolls or Nag Hammadi or people dying for their faith?
Look, you're picking apart what I'm saying. But
yes, I am. That's how words work, Clayton. So which of these lines of evidence would you like to explore first? Thank you, Cynthia, for the hat. Thank you, Felix.
I promised you, Christianity isn't only the religion that people have unalived themselves for.
Yeah, that's true. We can address that right now. People die for their faith all day, every day. There are way more martyrs in Islam than will ever be for Christianity. So that's a dumb talking point.
Forget the Norse, the Hellenics.
But what did you just prove by that statement? What does that even mean to you?
I didn't prove anything. What I'm demonstrating is that your base argument that people don't die for a lie is obviously a bad argument, because people do die for a lie every single day, unless you believe that Islam is true.
Yeah, but sir,
do you think that Islam is true?
What can you prove to me?
Clayton,
anything.
Clayton, is Islam true?
confirm or deny if Islam is true. I can confirm that the only way to be saved
Thank you, Kendra.
is through grace, through
Okay,
faith in Christ.
that's your belief, but I didn't ask you about that. I asked you about Islam. So according to the Islamic faith,
No, but you asked me
can't.
something that's gonna
According
make
to
me change my
the
belief, sir. Sir, you asked me something that's gonna make.
Clayton, I don't know why you won't let me finish a statement before you have to jump in.
I don't know why you won't let me finish.
You know, at least Pi was more in the fruits of her spirit and was able to actually hold a discussion.
Yeah, I don't see any Holy Spirit fruit here. So it's very simple. Islam and Christianity can't both be true because they make claims in which that would be the face. If you don't believe in Islam, you're going to go to Islam hell. So you don't believe that Islam is true. People are giving their lives for Islam all the time, which means people are giving their life for a lie, which means the whole argument that people wouldn't give their life for a lie is a bad argument when you apply it to Jesus. That's why I bring it up. So now I would just like to know, what is your next argument?
I'm very lost with the way that you're doing things here, because you are not giving anyone any time. You want to have a discussion, but you also want to do it your way. You don't want to listen to anyone, and that's your problem.
Clayton, I'm giving you the opportunity to talk, and every time you talk, you just cry. I want to know what is. I want to know.
Distracting thing, and you mute.
Clayton, every time I talk, you talk in the middle of my sentence, which is why I have to keep muting you. If you would stop doing that, we can have a productive conversation the same way I had with every guest prior to you. Do you understand why I didn't have to talk over and mute any of the prior guests, but I'm having to do it to you?
I understand why you're doing it to me, but I also am failing to understand why you're not letting me complete what I'm trying to say. You're taking something that I say, you're letting me say a couple things and taking one thing and running away with that.
Yes.
Because you want to prove just one thing wrong.
Wrong.
But you're not letting me build off of what I'm trying to say.
Right. So do you know what gish galloping is?
Okay, what is your definition of gish galloping?
Gish galloping in a debate or an argument is when you try to lay down so many points of argumentation that they can't all be addressed. So when you lay down a point of argumentation, I address that first point. I don't let you just gish gallop through 10 different points, because then those 10 points can't possibly be addressed in any sort of logical order. So debates happen 1 point at a time. You don't get to gish gallop. This isn't a presidential debate. I'm going to check you when you gish gallop. So I asked you for evidence, and you wanted to list 10 things, but we can't address all 10 things at once. We can only address one thing at a time. So we've already addressed at least 2 things. What is the third thing that you would like to address?
I would like to address your explanation for why you think God is imaginary, and what would it take for you to think that God is not imaginary?
That's 2 things, Clayton. Which one would you like to do first?
Do both of them.
So again, we already addressed this. We're only going to do one thing at a time. So your first question is quite simple. I don't believe that God is anything but imaginary, because I know he exists in your imagination, but we have no evidence that he exists outside of your imagination. You only want him to
exist in your imagination too.
You only want him to exist, but you can't demonstrate him to exist. So until you demonstrate the existence of your God, he's only as real as this figure you're on top of. He's only as real as the tooth fairy until you can give me evidence of his existence. Now, your second question is, what would cause me to believe in this God? And I would say, if we actually had a book that was actually true. When we read this book and every single thing in it was true, even the miraculous predictions came true, I would find that at least a little bit compelling. But you know what would be 100% convincing? If the messianic prophecies as laid out in the Old Testament that we see in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 23 to 33, Isaiah chapter 11, Micah chapter 4, the whole second half of the book of Ezekiel, the last couple chapters of the book of Zechariah, so on and so forth, if all of those prophecies came true, I would believe in the God of this book. but none of them came true. And the prophecies that the New Testament claimed that came true weren't even prophecies half the time, and the ones that were didn't actually come true.
Yes, they did. They can't.
Show me one.
Jesus Christ fulfilled the prophecy in Isaiah that
No, he didn't.
He bore our sicknesses for us, and is the disease.
Wrong. That's Isaiah 53. Have you read all of Isaiah, or have you only read Isaiah chapter 53?
I didn't say a verse from Isaiah. I said the verse from Isaiah. You know it.
I did. I know it very well, which is why I know it's not about Jesus. So you're talking about Isaiah.
I didn't say the verse from Isaiah. I said the verse from Isaiah 50. I'm sorry.
I know. Yeah. So Isaiah 53 is not about Jesus. It's not even about a Messiah. The only Messiah, if you would stop,
it's not about Jesus.
Clayton, if you would stop talking, I'd give you the answer. Are you ready?
Well, I'm waiting.
Fantastic. So the servant in 2nd Isaiah is always Israel, except for one occasion in which it is the prophet speaking. But even in that occasion, you could say it's the nation of Israel. Depends on how you read it. So I'm going to put a verse on the screen for you, and actually a couple verses on the screen for you, and I want to read them with you. And I can nearly guarantee that you haven't read these verses. And I think they'll elucidate a little bit about Isaiah chapter 53. Now, before we do that, how much of Isaiah have you read?
Over 50% of it.
Okay. When I say 2nd Isaiah, do you know what I mean?
I'm not certain what you are defining 2nd Isaiah as.
2nd Isaiah is a literary unit within Isaiah that was clearly written by a second author, not the original Isaiah. And we know that to be true because Isaiah didn't live for 200 years. And this was written in about 537, 538 BCE, right before King Cyrus freed the people from the Babylonian captivity. But in the earlier chapters, he's writing before the Assyrian invasion, which is around 730 BCE. So there's no way that whoever wrote 1st Isaiah wrote 2nd Isaiah unless they lived for 200 years. So 2nd Isaiah is a literary unit. It's chapter 40 to chapter 55. And the subject matter of chapter 40 to 55 is one thing. It is about God redeeming his people from the Babylonian captivity and glorifying himself through the redemption of his people. And then the nations that punished his servant will see that he is the one true God when he shows his mighty arm to save. Now let's read a couple passages together. This is Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. We're at the beginning of 2nd Isaiah. It says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth, and called from its furthest corners, saying to you that you are my servant. I have chosen you and have not cast you off." Who is the servant in Isaiah 41?
I'm not certain. I couldn't tell you.
We'll try it again. It says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen." So who's the servant in Isaiah 41, 8 through 9?
So it's saying that Israel is the servant, is it not?
It is. Thank you. Fantastic. Next one, Isaiah 43:10. Thank you for the hat, Alec. It says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Before me no God was formed, nor shall there be any after me." Who is the servant in Isaiah 43:10?
It's referring to Israel. It'd be referring to the Israelites then.
That's right. It's referring to Israel. Okay, Isaiah 44, 1 through 2. "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen." Who's the servant in Isaiah 44, 1 through 2?
What is your point in asking who's the servant in all of this?
You'll find out. Who's the servant in Isaiah 44?
I'm asking now because I already know
it's
the answer.
The context.
Yes.
Clayton, just answer.
I have the context. Go ahead and give me the rest of the context.
Fantastic. So Isaiah 41, 21. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." So again, the servant in 2nd Isaiah is Israel. Isaiah 45, verse 4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name." Again, the servant is Israel. And now we're getting closer to chapter 53. And God says through the prophet, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth. The Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So when I get to the next servant in chapter 53, why would I conclude that it's anybody but Israel?
I'm still very lost on where you're trying to go with this, sir. I need to know the rest of
Clayton, it's a very easy
You need
question.
to pay attention.
Look,
So
I'm paying
at
very
least
close attention, but
eight
you're not giving me-
times prior to Isaiah 53, God says that Israel is his servant. Why would I think that anybody else is God's servant when I get to chapter 53, when God already told you 8 times that his servant is Israel?
I'm really, though, like, prove your point. Just say your
Clayton,
point.
I'm asking you a question. I need you to answer it. Why would I want to
telling you.
believe that the servant is anybody but Israel?
Sir, I'm talking about Jesus taking up our
Clayton,
sicknesses
I'm
for us.
asking you a specific question, and I need you to answer it. And I will ask you until you answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
Based on the fact that 2nd Isaiah has already told you 8 times that the servant is Israel, why would I believe that somehow the servant is not Israel in chapter 53?
I don't know. Why would you believe that?
I wouldn't, which is why I don't.
But why not?
Because there's no reason to, because the prophet already told you who the servant Israel is. And everything about 2nd Isaiah is about the nation of Israel. It's about God vindicating his people Israel in the sight of the nations. That's why it says in chapter 57 or 59, I believe, it says, after the restoration, it says, your gates will always be open day and night. They shall not be shut, so that nations will bring you their wealth, with their kings leading in procession. God is saying he's going to restore his people Israel, so much so that the nations, the kings of other nations, are going to bring you their wealth.
Okay.
That's what's happening here. Chapter 55, he says, nations that do not know you will run to you because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. The redemption of these foreign people is happening through God redeeming his people from Babylon. That's what's happening here. This is not about a Messiah who's coming and dying for anybody's sins.
If that's the context in what you read it, that's the context in what you take it. Your perception is your reality, but your reality of how you've been just teaching and trying to tell people what biblical truths are and misleading people is not the right way to do
Literally,
it.
hold on, please.
I'm not
No one is
misleading anybody.
misleading anyone. It is literally right there in black and white on your face, whether on screen or in the damn biblios. It is right there for everyone to read. If you guys would actually pick up this book rather than listen to what your preacher or pastor tells you, you guys would actually know this.
That's right. Yeah. I'm about to read you another passage. I want you to tell me if Jesus fulfilled this. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Did that happen?
Say it again.
It says, in those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David. This is the Messiah, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. Is that something that happened when Jesus was around?
This is not a prophecy that has been fulfilled yet. I mean,
That's right. Yes, this is
there's two sides to a prophecy.
That's right.
There's the side that
this is an actual
has been
messianic
fulfilled
prophecy
or
that
hasn't
talks
been
about.
fulfilled.
This is an actual messianic prophecy that talks about the Messiah directly, and it doesn't support anything that you think the Messiah does in the New Testament. In fact, if you keep reading, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, David will never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests will never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time." But according to the New Testament, the Levitical priesthood had to be wiped out and replaced with the Melchizedek priesthood, and then Jesus Christ was supposedly that priest. So that's a direct contradiction with what you have here.
How so would that be a direct contradiction if the Levitical priests would be in heaven with Jesus now, never lacking?
They wouldn't, because according to Hebrews chapter 7, the Levitical priesthood is going to be done away with and replaced by the priesthood of Melchizedek. And it doesn't.
Can you tell me who?
And
Can
it,
you tell me who wrote
and it
Hebrews?
also.
Could you prove
And
to
it,
me who wrote Hebrews?
and it also.
And that I know what you're saying
And
is
it
true?
also. And it also.
Sir, I'm asking you a question.
And it
I
also.
would try to answer.
And it
I would
also.
answer you if you.
He wasn't done.
Yeah. It also doesn't say anything about heavens. Here, it doesn't say that you're going to be doing this in the heavens at all. It says it's going to be a king on the throne of the house of Israel. This is in Israel, which is why it says that there will be righteousness in the land, and Jerusalem will live in safety, so on and so forth. And Judah, in those days, Judah will be saved. These are people groups. These are territories and locations and cities. They're going to be rescued, not a spiritual thing in the sky. What was your question now, Clayton? I think, he wanted to know who the author of Hebrews was. Nobody knows.
So, but
Hebrews was anonymous. The early church thought that Paul could have wrote it, but modern scholars don't take that view.
I have my question for you.
Sure.
So if you've been spending over a year listening to people every night, trying to figure out what is imaginary and what's not imaginary, and whether God is real, or if you just completely have disregarded and dismissed everything that anyone has to say and proven it by your logical thinking, what is the most common thing that people are coming to you and speaking to you about? Who are they telling you is God the most?
Everybody has a different opinion on what they think God is, so that's kind of a useless talking point. Your version.
How is that a useless talking
your
point,
version.
though?
Your
You just
version.
completely dismissed me, though.
Your version of the Christian God isn't even the Christian God. It's only unique to you, because I've talked to Christians on here who have a completely different concept of the Christian God. So everybody's God is somewhat unique to their own belief system. And the rationale that I get for God most often is look at the trees. Rather than providing a rational argument for why their God exists, they say something silly like, look at the trees.
Well, I'm not telling you to look at the trees. I'm telling you to look at the common occurrences that you get on these lives and make your own observations like a smart human, intellectual human being, and say, if God was real, then maybe God is trying to demonstrate himself in a way to
but
me
see,
through this
Clayton,
live.
that's the
Hold
problem.
on, let me speak. Let me speak.
Well,
You guys haven't
hold on.
let him talk. He's gonna cry. Keep crying. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're telling me that you've been listening to these people, and they've been coming to you, and they just have different beliefs. Nobody believes the same thing. That's a normal human thing for us to not believe the same thing. And you've done, as far as I can tell, you've done your studies on the scriptures, and you know what it says, and you know that you can determine good from bad, because that's what happened in the garden. And you know that these people are coming to you, and Christ is trying to reveal himself to you. You know, in Matthew 25:40, he says, truly, whatever you do for your brothers and sisters, you did for me. People are trying to help you. People are trying to get to you, but you're cutting them off.
Clayton,
You're
why do
muting
you
them,
think
and
why do you think I have the beliefs that I have?
I'm not certain. That's why that was my first question.
I'll help you out, Clayton. I was a
your
Christian
argument.
for over 20 years. I have an undergraduate degree and a master's degree in biblical studies. The Bible is the reason why I don't believe in the Christian God, because the Bible is atrocious. Because you can't
I
find
understand completely.
you can't
I
find
understand.
you can't find a single prophecy that Jesus actually fulfilled. The ones that the New Testament claims he fulfills are fallacious and out of context. And it's full of horrible morals, like you can own slaves, you should execute women for not being virgins. If your son is disobedient, you can execute him too. If you don't know who your father is, you're not allowed in the assembly of the Lord, even into the 10th generation. God punishes people for crimes that they never committed. For example, David's wives were raped by Absalom because David's sin. 70,000 Israelites were executed through pestilence for David's sin. This is not the type of God that would ever be in agreement with being like all good or all loving. If the God of the Bible exists, he's not all good, he's not all loving. But to me, he's just a contradiction, which is why I don't believe in him.
So, could you explain to me how that he would be not good, and how your judgment is true, and why I should listen and believe to what you're telling me?
Well, I could just use yours. Do you think it's ever good to punish somebody for crimes that they didn't commit?
Why would that be just?
That's what I'm asking you.
It's not the case.
Okay, are you aware that God does it all the time and he tells you he does it?
How do you know? You're not God. You don't know what
The
you're
book
talking about.
the book tells you. God in the book says he does it. He says, by no means clearing the guilty, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children into the third and the fourth generation. And then if you continue reading the book, God is punishing
That's true,
people.
but you're leaving out context now.
I'm not leaving
You're
out
leaving
any
context.
context.
Read the beginning of what that
I'm
says.
not leaving out any context.
No, you are. What
I'm
did it say
actually
before
not.
the-
So I'm just going to read for you. 2 Samuel chapter 12, a book I'm sure you've never read.
You're jumping around
It says,
too much, man.
I'm
You're jumping
demonstrating that when God says he's going to visit the sins of the father upon the children, that he does it. Exodus 34, God says he will visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. And then in 2 Samuel 12, he does it. This is the punishment that was given, part of the punishment for David whacking the Hittite and taking Bathsheba, his wife. That was Uriah. It says, the Lord struck the child whom Uriah's wife bore to David, and it became very ill. So God struck down the child between David and Bathsheba as a punishment for David's sin. But that child didn't commit any sin. This is God visiting the iniquity upon the children that was to the father.
You have still left out the context from what I was talking about previously. You're adding in more context.
We'll just go back and read it because I know you haven't read it. Exodus 34 is actually quite clear. It says, the Lord is a God, merciful and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for 1,000 generations, forgiving iniquity and transgression in sin, yet by no means clearing the guilty, but visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children to the third and the fourth generation. I want to know when it's ever okay to punish children for the sins of the father.
Didn't I say context makes it worse?
It does.
I'm not justifying what you're saying. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I am going to point you back in the direction that you know that Christ has a summary of the old law that says love God and love your neighbor as yourself. And
that's not a summary of the law. He's just saying that these are the two most important commandments, and by keeping these two most important commandments, you know, the law itself can be categorized into these two. But that's irrelevant because the same law, Leviticus 19:18, that says to love your neighbor as yourself, just a couple chapters later says that you can enslave people. So this is not a useful talking point.
Okay, do you believe that God, if there is a God, do you think that he just gave us slavery? Did you think that's what he instructed for us to do?
No, if there is a God, it's most certainly not the biblical God. No way it's the biblical God, because the biblical God is totally cool with slavery.
So what is your belief then? What do you even believe in?
I'm an atheist. I don't know why this is so hard. I thought we covered this.
I just fail to see how.
Are you aware?
Could not believe in a God, because
why?
It takes more faith for you to believe that that this came from nothing than to believe that it came from something. You want to know I'll give you my evidence. I'll give you my.
Well, that's not true, and I don't want you to give you any evidence. I want you to let me to address the claim that you just made about my belief system. So I don't believe that something came from nothing, and I don't believe that it takes more faith to believe my belief system. My belief system follows Occam's razor pretty closely. I believe in things that are evidentially true, not things that are just want to be true. And this God, if he exists, is not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is an absolute monster. Do you think that slavery was good?
I do not think that slavery was good. I don't know anyone who really would think slavery is good. I don't know what kind of question that is. It's absolutely absurd.
Have you read the laws on slavery in the Bible?
I have, and I understand why they are there.
Okay, why did God say you can have slaves then?
Well, if you have humans that are enslaving other humans, and if you don't believe, if you said yourself that you believe that if there was a God, he didn't give us slavery. So God didn't give us slavery, but humans did it anyway. So God, if your kid does something that you don't like them doing, you're going to tell them, hey, if you're going to do this, you need to do it this way. So all of the laws that are around, there's the moral laws, there's the ethical laws in the Tanakh. And you can have the arguments and the debates about how it says slavery, but there's no condoning of slavery. It doesn't say go and get slaves. You can't point me in a direction.
Yeah, we'll just read it. Kayla, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Kayla says, I left the faith because your God is a monster, and I agree. Kendra, thank you for the donation as well. Kendra says, guess willful misunderstanding is boring. If it's not intentional, he should be embarrassed, and I agree. Cameron said that she saw Clayton on another live and said that you were reformed. That's probably true. Okay, so slavery. Let's just read what it says about slavery. It says,
and also, why couldn't this deity just like completely abolish it? Why not just come down and tell the humans, hey, don't do this shit, or I'm gonna beat your ass?
Right.
But he couldn't even do that.
Right. So we got these laws, and in the laws given by God, in verse 44, God says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, and in the Hebrew text it says after you forever, for them to inherit as property. These are slaves.
Okay, so that's a good point to make, that you're giving me this, information about slaves and what it's telling the Israelites and instructing them to do in the Torah.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that.
You also know Scripture well, and you know that, and you keep saying it's about context. It's about context. Well, you have to look at the full context. You don't read the Bible and pick it up, and you don't read any book and pick it up and look at this part and then look at that part.
So what's the context that makes slavery good? Thank you, Bertram. What's the context that makes owning slaves better?
There isn't a context that makes owning slaves better.
Then why are you appealing to context if it doesn't fix anything?
Because the context of God, the context of where's the evidence? The evidence is right in front of you. You're looking at the words of God. You're looking at what he has given to the Israelites, and you know that the context really matters for that portion of the Tanakh. And
but I don't believe that this is evidence of God. I think this is evidence that a bunch of ancient people had a conception of God, and that they invented a God that looked like their society would want God to look. This is not the word of God, and thank you, Ed, for the $5. Ed is a fellow reformed believer. I applaud the way you demolish ignorance. Tell Hanji that I said hi, and thanks for all the great work you do. Well, thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. I'm sure Hanji does as well, and we're glad that you left the cult. Also, thank you, Neurospicy, for the sage. So you're saying that I'm looking at the word of God, and this is the evidence, but to me, this is not evidence. It's not evidence of anything.
Well, you're looking at a small portion of the evidence, sir. You need to look at the full context. You keep saying
I have,
it's about
Clayton.
The context.
Clayton,
Well,
I already told you, Clayton.
You can't give part-time
Clayton,
context to everyone.
Clayton, listen to my words very carefully. I already told you.
Listening.
I have an undergraduate degree and a master's degree in biblical studies. I know all of the context. I've read every single word in the book, a lot of it in the original languages.
In which book, sir?
Every
which kind of book?
Every single book of the Bible, I am
which ones?
Quite well familiar with, which is why I know that there is no...
which ones, sir?
Which
Which
is
ones
why I know... I'm in Leviticus right now, Clayton, which is why I know that there is no context to fix the slavery.
There is a lot of different versions of the Bible, including the Protestant canon, the Orthodox.
Okay, we don't give a shit, Clayton. He knows the Hebrew, the Greek. He has read all of it, which is why he has 2 degrees in the shit. I am sorry that your fifis are getting hurt, that your book is being used against you. Malaka, out of the whole night, you have been the most fucking insufferable.
That's because I speak the truth, and Jesus
left
tells
no
us we'll be hated for
crumbs.
his name.
Clayton. You're just a crybaby that can't handle a rational debate. So I don't believe the Bible is the Word of God. You can't demonstrate that the Bible is the Word of God. Every single claim that you've brought up tonight has been really easily refuted. Do you have any other claims that would lead me to believe that your God is real?
It's through the power of Christ's grace.
So no. Fantastic. All right. Well, we're going to get the next guest in here. I think King Solomon has been waiting. I'm going to use the restroom while King Solomon is coming up. Hanji, you're in charge. I'll be back shortly, guys. Thank you for all the gifts and the support. Also, guys, remember in our link trees, there is a link to the Discord. We'd love to see you in the Discord.
Yes. All right, go ahead. Go release the Kraken. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here on this Saturday night. I know it's not what you're used to. I know. Thank Zeus for that. Let's go ahead and continue tapping the screen. Let's see if we can get host up to 300K likes. I see 872 beautiful souls in here. I know we can manage it. Thank you all so much for not only subscribing, but sending out the subbies, for gifting, for continuously sharing. We are actually at 495 shares right now. You guys are fucking fantastic for this. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. And like host said, we do have link trees in our bios for the Discord, along with other ways to help support us. If you guys don't want to give TikTok your monies, we understand they do take 60% of it. We appreciate all the gift goals you guys have been hitting tonight. You guys have been on fire. Right now, host has 20 cowboy hats and mustaches as his goal. He's sitting at 14 right now. We really love you guys. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. The fact that we are about to be a year doing this shit, guys, a year. And yes, Kelt, 60%. They take a lot. They do take a lot. I wish I was lying, but I'm not. But honestly, guys, you have been writing out for us. I know it gets repetitive with some of the topics that we discuss, but the fact that you still hold it down and still continue to comment, still continue to show interaction is what's keeping us on the FYP and keeping us going. So we love all of you, my precious council, because you guys literally turned from followers to friends to actually family at this point. And to the ones who have deconstructed, I just want to say I am so proud of you. I am grateful that a lot of you are still here because I know it is hard. It is a lonely road. But just know that you are not alone. There are more people in this space just like you. We do have a Discord area where you can actually put in your birthdays, so that way we can wish you a happy birthday for those who are not in contact with their families due to deconstruction. But just know you're not in this fight alone. You guys are family, and we're here to support each and every one of you. If you need help, please reach out to us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hanji. We've got King Solomon in the house. How you doing, King?
Good, you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I assume you're a Christian. I mean, you got a fantastic name that kind of sounds Christianese.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Thank you, Felixa. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Okay, have you read Deuteronomy 4:29?
I've actually read all of Deuteronomy, but I don't believe that Deuteronomy is the word of God. I don't think anything in the Bible is the word of God. So,
okay, I'll read it for you.
It's like saying, have you read Harry Potter?
Yeah, but I mean, you don't talk about Harry Potter all day, right? We're talking about Jesus.
Right, because I don't live in a country where 70% of the population believes that Harry Potter is true. So I don't actually need to talk about Harry Potter all day. But if I lived in a country where the majority of people believe that Harry Potter was true and that I was going to go to hell for not believing in their Harry Potter cult, then yes, I would be hosting lives debating whether or not Harry Potter was real. Thank you, Kendra, for all the hats.
Right,
I really appreciate it.
You said it's like Harry Potter, and then you just said now it's not. Like, is it like Harry Potter or not? I'm confused.
Yes, it's much like Harry Potter in that it's fiction. The difference is that full-grown adults and even children know that Harry Potter is fiction, but people don't realize that the Christian God is fiction.
Okay, so it's kind of like Harry Potter, but also not.
That's literally what I said. Yep. So what's your argument that the Christian God is real?
Yeah, so that verse says, "But if from there you will seek the Lord your God, you will find him when you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul."
Sure. How about the people that have been seeking him all their lives and never found him?
What do you think God owes them? Is it like, if God doesn't reveal himself
Well,
right now, then like you like a little
yeah.
rebellious kid?
You actually just demonstrated that God does owe it to them because he says he'll do it. I'll just
Not on your schedule.
I'll just pull it up on the screen. It says, from there you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him if you search after him with all your heart and soul. People do that all the time. There are many, many millions of people who seek after this God with all of their heart and never find them, and they die never finding him. So the fact that there are people who are seeking this God and God doesn't reveal himself to these people is just another demonstration that this God isn't real. But to that point, that doesn't actually demonstrate anything about whether or not your God is real. This is just coping, saying that you don't believe my God is real because of some deficiency in your character, but that's not an argument for why your God is real. I want to hear the argument for why your God is real, not why you think my character is deficient.
I've never said your character is deficient. I believe God will reveal himself to everyone eventually, just not on your schedule. So if these people don't find God, it's like, okay.
Well, that's on God. According to God himself, according to what Paul says God says, it was all predestined anyways. So just more obfuscating. So what would be the evidence that your God is real?
If you want evidence, you have to pray, but you'll never pray because you think you're too smart.
King, I was a Christian for 20 years. I prayed. I fasted. I did everything that you think Christians should do to find God. And in the end, I was not finding God. And the more I studied this book, the further I was pushed into my disbelief because this book is abysmal. Now, again, all you're doing is you're making excuses why I don't believe in your God rather than giving me the logical, rational argumentation for why your God is real. I don't care what you think about me. I want to know what is your argument that would demonstrate that this God is real. Thank you, Gunslinger, for the hat.
There's tons of evidence. I think the fact that your entire life is dedicated to tearing down Christianity is kind of evidence in and of itself. It's
well, we already addressed this.
Like, there's tons of evidence, right?
We already addressed this, King. I told you why I do it, because I live in a society surrounded by people who believe this nonsense. They knock on my door. They want the kids to learn about it in school. They base their political decisions on it. They violate women's rights for medical care based on their religious beliefs. As it turns out, our religious beliefs actually matter. If you lived in a state where everybody thought that you should follow Sharia law, and you didn't think that you should follow Sharia law, then I would expect for you to be speaking out about it. So I talk about this because it matters to a society and to the individuals in the society.
No, but it is evidence, though. I'm not saying it's proof.
It's actually not evidence. It's evidence
Yeah,
that I disagree with a position that you hold.
Okay, but if if billions of people start doing something, it's like, maybe there's something to it. You know, like.
Okay, so Islam's true.
No, definitely not.
Oh, absolutely. According to the argument you just laid out, God is true because I'm hosting lives against this particular God. But if that's the case, then the Muslim God is true because there are hundreds of thousands of people debating the Muslim God all day, every day. So by the logic you laid out, you must convert to Islam. When are you going to convert to Islam?
Well, the proof comes with prayer. God proves himself, but the evidence...
He hasn't. I want to know what the evidence is. Right? I don't care about what you think prayer is going to be answered. I want to know what is the rational argumentation for your God.
The rationality comes from God itself because he's the logical cause of all existence. So, if you want rationality,
what is the argument? Give me premise number one.
You want a rational argument. You think you're rational.
Okay. He just wanted to cry and ad hom. He had nothing. Absolutely nothing. And
both of him to assume that Muslims don't pray.
Which I kind of suspected. I've seen him on other lives doing the same thing. He never provides an argument. He just complains about the panelists. Tammy, welcome in. How you doing? Thank you, Cranky. I appreciate the hat. Bevy, thank you for the gifts. Also, Cranky, thank you so much for the gifts, and Eddie as well. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting the stream. Tammy, are you with us? I don't think Tammy's with us anymore. I think she was waiting in the queue a little bit too long. We'll get the next guest in here.
Tammy!
Eddie, thank you so much for the hat. Let's see. Let's get this guy in here with an awesome name. Thank you, Kendra.
Mezzo said he had to change his diaper on his live. Tiny.
Yeah, I believe
And yes,
that.
they do pray 5 times a day.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, Justin, I was hoping to get up in here, but he's not connecting either. Justin Walker, come on back when you get a better connection. We're going to keep moving. We're going to get somebody in the guest box. Eventually, we'll get somebody in the guest box.
Eventually.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing,
Hello.
loved?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 29.
Awesome. And are you a theist?
I'm a omniism. So basically, I believe in every religion.
Okay.
I kind of see it like I don't know if you've ever seen Spirited Away.
All right, so I'm sure that omniism sounds compelling to you. It doesn't sound compelling to me at all.
Movie.
I've never seen the
it's a great
movie.
movie.
Thank you, Cranky. I've never seen it. But when someone tells me that,
It's an anime, baby.
when somebody
It's an
tells
anime.
me that God is everything, you're just telling me that God is nothing. If God is indistinguishable from the fecal matter that my dog leaves behind, then I'm not inclined to believe that God is real.
No, I'm not telling you that God is everything. I'm saying that I kind of see it like no face. Like he has no face, but we create a face.
I don't know
If that
who
makes
that is
sense.
either. I don't
So,
know
like,
any of your movie references.
Well, no face is a character in Spirited Away.
Never
So
seen
it's I'm just using it as an example.
Right.
So
Okay, you are
basically-
loved. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna help you out. So basically, No Face is like this ghostly deity that is asking for, coin, and if you don't give it to him, he sees you as greedy and he punishes you for it. But what's the whole purpose of bringing Spirited Away into this? Also,
it
Team
was just an
Haku.
example of a no face God. So then we create the face of God. So that's
Yes.
why we have all these different religions.
Yeah, we invent God. Yes, God is the invention of man and not the other way around. So I assume you don't believe that to be true. What would be the evidence that your God actually exists?
Well, I believe that God exists.
Well, I know what you believe. I want to know the evidence for why you believe it.
So I see it like this. Okay, so how do we start? Like, how do cars run?
You put petrol in them, you start them up, and they run. If you want more detailed information, you can read a book. I'm not going to explain automotive mechanics to you on a live.
So where do we get that?
Get what?
So like oil. So we're like oil just is in the ground and we drill it, right?
No, oil is a byproduct of the decay of natural biology. So like the old dinosaurs that got buried in the ground are now oil. We're burning the old dinosaurs. They're just fossil fuels. It's the decayed biomass of millions of years ago.
Yeah, I just see it that it was there for us to discover so that we could use it. So I kind of believe that God is proof because of the science.
But that's not a rational argument. I have no reason to believe that oil was placed in the ground by God. What's the evidence that that's true?
I mean, it's evidence that we have all these things that connect to each other.
Like what?
To create things. Like we dig up this oil to use in our cars or whatever the case may be, or
But what does that have to do with God? That's human beings looking at the planet around us and saying, what can we do with this? And then we find something to do with it. That's not God. That's not God placing it there. It's silly.
it's kind of like a game. It's like a discovery game.
It's not.
Thank
Because
you, Tyler, for the $10 on Venmo. Princess Mononoke fan myself. I know that's right. Studio Ghibli for the
I don't
win.
know.
Sorry.
That's just my argument. I know it's kind of different. I just wanted to share it with you.
all right. Well, thanks for
But
coming up, loved. It was good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, it's appreciate having me up here.
All right. Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
I really need to make you an anime list. Oh my God, Spirited Away, House Rolling Castle, Rolling Castle, and Princess Mononoke. Classic Japanese animation, so beautiful, and they're books. You can read them as books first.
I would watch the anime, but I definitely wouldn't have the attention span for a story. I can't read fiction. I can't do it, except for the Bible. I'll read that fiction. Welcome in.
Moving Castle. Thank you, guys. Sorry.
I don't know. Sorry. Welcome in, Jake. Thank you, Gunslinger. I mean, anime films are okay. I just can't. I can't do the books. Jake, are you with us? I think Jake fell asleep. All right. Sorry, Jake. Come on back when you get an opportunity to. We're trying to get the next guest in here. See if Joseph is in. I see a great name in the queue, Metatron. Welcome in, Joseph.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yes. Yeah, I am. I'm way over 18.
Fantastic. Are you a theist?
No, I'm a Christian, baptized, filled with the Holy Ghost.
So you're a theist. Great. So what would be the best evidence or the best argument for why your God is not imaginary?
Well, I think my God, Jesus Christ, gives us answers for the world today, and even in the past. I've seen what you were talking about, the slavery, everything. I feel like there wasn't any civilization that was as good as that. I think that was the best civilization at that time, and we should at least see it in the view of that time. That what were other civilizations like that time? Then we start judging.
Sorry, that doesn't answer my question. I'm asking you for evidence or argument for why your God is real.
All right, I just gave you my argument. I said Jesus is the answer for all the world's problems. Like all his words answer the problems that we have today. How?
Also, that's not an argument or evidence. 'Cause I would say the same thing about Muhammad. Muhammad's words solve all the problems that we're having today. You would disagree with that, and I would disagree with the same thing about Jesus. So
do you?
Jesus advocated for stoning unruly children. Do you think we should stone unruly children?
When did Jesus say that?
Mark chapter 7. He chastised the Pharisees for bypassing the law about stoning unruly children. Have you read Mark chapter 7?
Can you open that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read it all.
I'm sure you have.
Can you open that for me, please?
That's why you didn't know this was here. It says, now when the Pharisees and some of the scribes who had come from Jerusalem gathered around them, they noticed some of the disciples were eating with defiled hands, that is, without washing them. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. And they do not eat anything from the market unless they wash. And there are also many other traditions that they observe, the washing of cups and pots and bronze kettles and beds. So the Pharisees and the scribes asked him, why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat with defiled hands? Just to be clear, when he's saying the tradition of the elders, he's not talking about the law of Moses. He's talking about the oral law, right? So the additional laws. And he said to them, Isaiah prophesied rightly about you hypocrites. This people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrines. You abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. So he's saying you're abandoning the law of Moses and you're holding on to your own human traditions, the oral law. And he said to them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely unalive. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me is korban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for a father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God. So Jesus is saying, according to the law of Moses, you're supposed to execute the child that curses their father and mother, but you've created an actual workaround for this so that you don't have to do it. So you're following the tradition of the elders and not the law of Moses. That's what he's chastising them for. And he also says elsewhere that he came to bring a sword.
He did.
So I don't think executing our children is a solution for anything. Jesus also said that he came to turn father against son, mother against daughter. And he also says that if you're not with him, you're automatically against him. There's no middle ground. He says, whoever does not sow scatters. How is that fixing the world when the Jesus character is saying it's my way or the highway, and if you don't get on board, if you don't turn, you will burn?
Okay, so what is Jesus' way like? Because I don't see him ever stoning anyone.
Oh, just because he didn't stone somebody doesn't.
See him?
Just because he didn't stone somebody is irrelevant whether or not he thought stoning people was okay, because he clearly said in the passage we just read from Mark chapter 7 that they should be following the law of Moses. He said elsewhere in the New Testament to follow the law of Moses as well.
Okay, I'll go with you. Okay, so when he said follow the law of Moses, and he said you should stone your children for cursing your parents, right? I'll go to a point where he was actually he had actually the right to stone someone who had actually done wrong, which is in John 8, when the adulterer was brought to him.
I'm familiar.
He had every right to stone that lady. Yep, he had the right to stone that lady because he had no sin, right?
Yep.
But he did.
Whoa, oh no, I would
What does that
disagree.
mean to you?
He was with sin, yes. Because by disobeying the commandment from Deuteronomy 22 to execute the woman caught in adultery, he was violating the actual law. According to Deuteronomy 22, you have to execute that law. He wiggled himself out of it.
Okay, so when you I heard you speaking about John 1 verse 1, believing that Jesus is God, right?
I don't believe that.
Well, that's in the Bible. In
But
the Bible, in John 1 verse
But
1,
I don't
it
believe the
says,
Bible
"In
is
the
true,
beginning,
Joseph.
the word." So why are we talking about this then? If you don't believe the Bible is true, we're talking about what my
I'm an
beliefs are,
atheist.
right?
I have no idea why you thought that I would believe the Bible was true.
Okay, let me finish what I had started then.
Wait.
So if he is,
You're aware that I'm an
the
atheist,
owner
though,
of the
right?
law. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about your beliefs then. If that's
Well,
how you're gonna take it.
the point of the live is to talk about whether or not your God is real. What would be the best evidence that your God is real?
Like I said, Jesus brings the answers for the world today. And when I was answering your question, I said that Jesus is the owner of the law. And when he forgave that lady, he showed mercy to that lady, and he showed how we should approach it. That, okay, if you're saying this lady is guilty, are you not guilty of the same sin yourself?
Why do you think we need mercy from Jesus? Are you unaware that mercy exists in nearly every religion? It's in Buddhism. It's also in Islam, although I would say not so much. It's also in the Hindu faith. It's also in Judaism. Like, mercy is not some sort of intrinsic value that Jesus brought to the table that didn't exist elsewhere.
Well, I don't think it existed elsewhere.
Thank
Can
you,
show
Cranky.
me proof that it existed elsewhere?
Yeah, have you ever just looked for the word mercy in the Old Testament? Like, we just read it. Exodus
Yeah, the Old
34:7 literally says it.
That's just part of Christianity, isn't it?
No, it's not. I just said Judaism, the Hebrew Bible. The word mercy shows
and also
up.
we have mercy too.
Yeah, and that's right. In Hellenism, in the Greek religion, there's mercy as well.
Mercy on what? Well, how do you attain mercy? Okay, let me ask that one.
What?
You don't
How do you attain mercy
you don't
in the
obtain
Hellenistic
mercy.
religions?
That's not how mercy works. You don't obtain it. Mercy is something that is
So how does it
granted.
come about?
Mercy is something that
Yeah.
is granted to somebody.
Okay. Do you realize why? Okay. Let's say
Is
you are
Jesus God?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so when God speaks in the Old Testament, is that Jesus?
That's his father speaking, but
Is Jesus
it
is
is
Jesus the
God.
Word of God?
He is.
Okay, so when God speaks words, is that Jesus?
Okay, we can say.
Great.
I'll go with you.
So then, according to God, which includes Jesus, in Book of Deuteronomy chapter 7, it says, "When the Lord your God brings you into the land that you are about to enter and occupy, and he clears away many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations more numerous and mightier than you. And when the Lord your God gives them over to you and you defeat them, then you must utterly destroy them, make no covenant with them, show them no mercy." He says this all the time. For example, in 1 Samuel, oh, my screen just got really big. Hold on. 1 Samuel 15:3. I've just maximized my browser and it's as big as my screen and I can't fix it now. Fantastic.
That's okay. That's okay. You can see your point.
Try and see if
I'll
there's a
understand.
zoom button. Like there should be like a zoom in the corner where you're able to like adjust it.
Hold on a second.
Raptured, you got kicked because you don't know how to actually hold a conversation. Or should I say, King Meow. Now keep crying and I will mute this backup account too. Take the L and move on. Or come back up and actually hold the debate.
I'll just close all the windows.
Babies. Okay.
They always cry when they come up with like really bad arguments, and then you just don't like accept their bad arguments. It's baffling to me. All right, I just closed out of it. I'll reopen it. All right, so in 1 Samuel 15, do you have a Bible with you, by the way?
Let me try.
I mean, you don't have to.
Chaos Void said hold, control, and scroll down.
I just
See if
found
that
it.
works.
It's actually on this version of Windows. What I was looking for was F11. All right, we're gonna go to 1 Samuel. Remember, Jesus is God, and this is God speaking here. It says, Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you king over his people, Israel. Now therefore, listen to the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but unalive both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep and camel and donkey." I don't see how this is fixing any problems in today's culture.
Yeah, because that's this is not in today's world, right?
I'm asking
Is this in today's world?
if the God of the Bible is offering fixes for anything. I don't see how this God can fix anything when he's having people unalived for the crimes of their great grandparents. Because as you know, the Amalekites, when they're being destroyed right here by the army of Saul, this is 400 years after the events that took place. Do you think that the Amalekites should be executed 400 years after their forefathers sinned?
I think if they have repented, no. But we have no evidence that they repented. So
we have no evidence.
Hold on just one second. Thank you guys for helping us hit 300K. Let's go ahead and see if we can get host up to 350K. We can do it. Let's do it. Okay, continue.
Yeah. Thanks, Sanji. Thanks for all the likes and shares and gifts, guys. I really do appreciate it. So these Amalekites didn't do anything wrong. They're just quite literally living. The only thing they did wrong is that they were born into the wrong people group.
Aren't they the same Amalekites that attacked the Israelites from the rear and killed the women and children, even opening the wombs of women that were pregnant?
Well, you embellished it, but no. They were attacking the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. I already read that to you. It's right here on the screen. But this was 400 years ago. The people who actually committed the crime never got punished for it. These are children that came from them 400 years later.
Like I said, What evidence do you have that they repented from this sin?
Again, it doesn't matter. They didn't commit the sin. They don't need to repent of it. Like, I don't need to repent for the sin of slavery that the American forefathers committed. Do you think it would be right? Do you think it would be right for God to execute all of the living Americans right now because of the sins of the founding fathers? Thank you, Nick.
No, that wouldn't be right because
There we go. Because we didn't commit that sin.
Okay, let me explain too. And that time has passed of this type of judgment, of course. But God can still execute His judgment, but not in this way. But
why can't He?
In this time, because Jesus died for your sins, right?
God can still execute judgment.
You'll just bear the consequences. But Jesus is already forgiven you. You don't have to pay for those sins by your blood.
Okay, so Jesus paid for all of our sins already, so I get to go to heaven for free.
Yes.
Oh, shit, you heard it here, guys. Atheists are going to heaven.
Wow, that's a first.
So John 3 verse 16
Joseph, am I going to heaven?
If you believe, you'll be saved.
Joseph, am I going to heaven?
Yes. If you believe.
Joseph, am I going to heaven? It's a yes or no.
If you believe.
Joseph, it's a yes or no. Am I going to heaven, an atheist?
I'm not Jesus. I cannot say that yes if you don't believe in Him. I'm using what Jesus said.
So if the answer is not yes, then it's obviously no, Joseph. Yes or no. Am I going to heaven as an atheist?
Like I said, if you believe in Jesus, you'll
That's
go to
not,
Jesus' heaven.
Joseph, I'll ask you one more time. I'll cut you immediately if you don't give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Am I going to heaven as an atheist?
No, you're not going to heaven as a
Fantastic. Thank you. So then
But
Jesus,
you're going to
so
heaven if you believe in
Jesus, Jesus didn't die for everybody's sins. He only died for some people's sins, which is quite arbitrary. Because when Adam sinned, all of humanity fell. It wasn't their choice. They become part of the corrupt. So Adam's sin is more powerful than Jesus's execution and payment for our sins.
So are you gonna let me speak, or this is just a monologue?
Yeah, Joseph, that's how that works.
'Cause
Like
you
when
keep on cutting me
when I
off.
ask you questions, I'm expecting you to answer them.
But you keep on cutting me when I answer you.
I didn't cut you. The problem is that you ramble, and I'm trying to keep you on point.
Okay, what's your question?
I just asked it. So if I don't get to go to heaven because I don't believe, then Jesus didn't die for my sins. So why is Jesus's payment for our sins not as powerful as Adam's ability to cause sin on all humanity?
Well, it's like water. If there's water at the river, if you stay at your house, you're not going to get the water. You have to go to the river and get the water. If you're not going to
That
access
has
the
literally
water,
nothing.
then you're not going to drink the water.
Joseph, that has nothing to do with what I said. I'm not talking about how water works. I'm talking about payment. So I'll give you an example. If I owe a debt, right? And then Hanji walks into the bank that owns my debt and she pays for my debt, that debt is paid. I don't have to do a damn thing. The debt is just paid. So if Jesus died for...
And I would do it too.
Hanji's ride or die. If Jesus died to pay for all of humanity's debt of sin, then I shouldn't have to believe it for it to be true. He either did or he didn't.
So who gets to say that?
I
Is it
did.
you or Jesus?
That's just how words work. So if Jesus died for everybody's debts, then that means everybody's debts.
Okay, so the person who's paying it makes the condition, not you, right?
Words never have meanings with these people. Did Jesus die for everybody's sins or some...
Funny, man. I really thought...
Did Jesus die for some people's sins or for everybody's sins?
Let me open with the Bible.
Joseph,
Since
I
we're
need
reading
you
from the
to say yes or no. Yes, did Jesus die for everybody's sins?
He died for everybody's sins.
Okay,
but
did
it's
he pay
your
the
choice.
debt for everybody's sins?
Yes, he did.
Okay, then
It's
I'm
your
going to
choice
heaven.
to
If he
access it
paid
or
the
not.
debt for my sin, then I'm going to heaven.
Okay, well, then that's fine. You can believe that.
This is how words work.
But I've already told you what the Bible says. I've already told you what the Bible says, and you don't want to listen. But so it's okay. You can.
Joseph, this is what
He's
you're
slow.
not understanding. My turn. This is what you're not understanding. You literally just said that Jesus died for everyone's sins. If he died for everyone's sins, hold on, I'm not done. If he died for everyone's sins, it doesn't fucking matter whether people believe or not. They automatically get a ticket to heaven. So for you to sit there and say that people don't go to heaven because they simply do not believe according to scripture, then that proves that Jesus did not die for everyone's sin. Do you understand now?
It's just basic
Okay,
definitions.
So let me go with you. Let me go with you. So who did he die for then?
Well, I'm asking you.
For the Jews.
Well, hold on. No, let's not redirect yet. Okay, so we asked you if he died for everybody's sins, and you said yes. Is that still your conclusion?
Yes, it is my conclusion.
Okay, so if he died for everybody's sins, then that would include me, because as it turns out, I'm part of everybody.
He actually came for you.
Fantastic. So if my debt has been paid, then that means I get to go to heaven.
Yes, he set a condition, though. That's what I'm saying. If you don't follow the condition, then it's not up to me.
Then he didn't die for my sins. I don't know how this is so hard for you. He either died for everybody's sins, he either died for everybody's sin, or he didn't. Why does me believing in this fairy tale have anything to do with whether or not he paid the price for my sins? Also, somebody boot Clayton out of here. Clayton, Hanji will not be shutting her mouth. In fact, you'll be actively kicked out of this live.
I already got him. I thought of you first, Princess.
We don't do misogyny in here. So, Joseph, you're not understanding my point at all. Either Jesus died for everybody's sins or he didn't.
Yeah, I know you're just putting me in a corner, but I just told you
that's how words work.
Jesus did. Yeah, I just told you to what Jesus did, and I gave you a verse, and you don't want to believe the verse, so I don't know what you want me to do. You can just kick me out if you want.
Okay, so is that your final argument? The Bible says so?
No. Well, I'm talking based on the Bible, and that the Bible is what I believe in.
Why?
And when you're debating a Christian, I thought, bye-bye.
Is he running? Where's he going?
I thought you...
Wait, what? Bye-bye to what?
I thought you were going to be debating what's in the Bible if you're talking to a Christian.
I am.
You were debating me according to what
yes, why should I believe what the Bible says?
Okay, like I told you, because the Bible gives us answers for today.
It doesn't. I've already demonstrated that it doesn't. Unless you think that slavery is okay, and you think that executing women for not being virgins on their wedding night is okay, and you think that turning families against each other because some of them believe and some of them don't believe, if you think that's okay, these are not answers that are good. Any of the answers that you like about the Bible, I can find elsewhere in other texts. They're not unique to the Bible.
Didn't Jesus come to set the slaves free?
Did he set a single slave free in the New Testament? Show me one verse in the New Testament where Jesus ever freed a slave.
He didn't free a slave.
Oh, there you go. So he didn't come to set the slaves free. Thank you very much.
But what he said set the slaves free. Why do you think that?
I know slave never means slave.
According to the U.S. Constitution.
So slave never means slave to these people. So you made a claim. You said Jesus came to set the slaves free, and somehow that makes the slavery of the Bible justified. But he didn't set any slaves free. So why does Jesus not have a problem with slavery?
Where does it say he doesn't have a problem with slavery?
Because he's God, and he actively allowed it in the Old Testament. And when he came to the earth, he talked about all kinds of stuff, but never once said that you should let your slaves go.
Okay. So in terms of slavery, the people that are enslaved were supposed to be killed anyway. Wasn't that mercy on those people?
No, they weren't supposed to be killed. Not true at all.
They were supposed to be killed.
Nope, not
They
true
were
at
supposed to be
all.
killed because
Nope, not
the
true at
people that
all.
were left.
Joseph, you're
Where
lying.
were the
Joseph,
people from?
Joseph, you're lying, and I'm going to call you out on it.
Okay.
The people that lived
Okay,
in the
call me out.
land, the people that lived in the land, the Canaanites, those are the only people, other than special interest groups like the Amalekites, that God said that you need to kill completely and utterly destroy them. The people that lived far away from you, you're allowed to let them live, and you can enslave them. Do you want me to read the passage to you where it says that?
Yes, please.
I know
Yes,
these
please.
Christians never read the book. Okay,
And we know that
it's in
they didn't-
It's
they
in
didn't-
Deuteronomy
they didn't
chapter
fully
20.
annihilate the people there.
I know, because they're more humane than the biblical God. It's always the biblical God who wants all of the blood. He's just got blood in his teeth all day and all night. When you draw near a town to fight against it, it offers terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all of the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however,
Sorry, which
stop
verse
talking.
did you start from?
I'm in
Sorry, I wanna
Deuteronomy.
see the verse.
It's clearly verse 10. When you draw near to a town, if you weren't talking over me when I started reading, you would have heard it. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it will serve you as forced labor. If it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all of the towns that are very far from you, which are not the towns of the nations here. But as for the towns of the people that the Lord your God is giving to you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them. So it's only the Canaanites, the people that are living in the land that God's giving to them. Those are the people that get utterly annihilated, every living thing. The foreigners that live further away outside of the region, you can do with them as you please. You can go to war against them and kidnap their women and children. You can make slaves of them according to Leviticus chapter 25. Do you understand the difference now?
And you can go ahead and unmute now. I don't know what is up with you theists that have a hard time listening to your own scripture. It's almost like you want to be blatantly dishonest. It's your God.
I was
Own up.
asking what verse. I was asking what verse he was reading from.
Yeah, fair enough.
And he gave it to you. And he gave it to you.
Yeah. So what's the problem then?
So the problem
Okay, anyway.
is that I'm trying to figure out why it is your God is perfectly okay with slavery and genocide. Because remember, your God is the answer for the problems of the day.
Yeah. Okay. So did these nations attack them too?
Doesn't say anything about whether or not these nations attacked them. In fact, I'm inclined to believe that the answer is no, because listen to verse 10. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. And then he says later in verse 15, thus you will treat all the towns that are very far from you. So he's saying when you go away from your land and you attack these towns.
So let's put this in practice. Which towns do they actually do this to?
Oh, I'm sure there in the Bible there are quite a few of them. The ones that come to mind are the ones we've already covered so far, like the Amalekites, the Midianites, the Philistines. Although the Philistines technically were supposed to be driven from the land, even though it doesn't say they're supposed to be driven from the land. But in here, it doesn't specify. It just says when you draw near to a town to fight against it. It doesn't say that these towns must come and attack you first. If they were coming and attacking, then they wouldn't be going far away. They would be fighting them in their homeland.
So what I'm doing here is trying to understand the verse. Is it saying what you are saying, or is it saying what I'm thinking it's saying? So according to what then happened, I don't see any evidence of them actually going to attack a town that they were never told to go and attack.
Oh, I never said that God didn't want them to attack it. Listen, it just says
No,
when you draw near to a town that is not one of the Canaanite towns, you don't have to execute every living creature. You can leave some of them living. And what do you do with the ones that you leave living? Well, you take them captive. So it says you may take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town. They're your plunder. They're your property now. Do you think that we should? Do you think that that's good advice for today, that we should be doing that?
Like I'm saying, like when I said when we first talked, when I said we should consider how these people were living in the first place, in that no kingdom was safe from another. In the summer, all kingdoms were going to war anyway. So by offering terms of peace first, you are extending an olive leaf that, okay, we don't need to fight. But, if you guys want to fight us, then this is what's going to go on, right?
I don't think you were listening very well. What happens if they accept the terms of peace?
Nope.
Yeah, then they're taking the slaves, right?
Thank you, Degda. Yeah, they're forced labor. Fantastic. So this is not a peaceful takeover. Thank you. If somebody came to your town and said, you can either be our forced labor or we can go to war, what would you do? Thank you, Dagda, for the paint.
Yeah, I'll go to war. But
Thank you. Yeah. So that's not really
evidence of that ever happening.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. God said to do it.
So it doesn't matter now.
No, it doesn't matter.
So it doesn't matter.
Joseph, it's irrelevant if it ever happened. God said to do it. We're not examining whether or not the Israelites did everything God told them to do. We're examining the morals of the particular God of the Bible. And the God of the Bible says to do this.
That's not what he meant at all. If we don't see evidence of that happening in Scripture, then that's not what he meant at all.
Listen, just because somebody didn't write it down doesn't mean it didn't happen. And just because someone didn't write it down, or even if it didn't happen, doesn't make anything right. God said you can do it. It doesn't matter if they did it.
Why wouldn't it be written down?
Because
why wouldn't it be written down, though?
Because it's mundane. There's millions of events in the ancient world that were never written down, and millions more that were written down that we don't have today. For example, Deuteronomy 22 says that you can execute the virgin for not bleeding on the sheet. Yet we don't have a story in the Old Testament where that event is even recorded as happening, but we have hundreds of accounts of that happening outside of the Bible and even in the writings in the Talmud. So we're not examining whether or not the Israelites wrote down everything they ever did. We're examining whether or not the God who is giving these commands is a good God that has solutions.
Yes, he has solutions. And why I'm saying that is that because we don't even see any changes in the territory that Israel or Judah actually encroached into, the enemies that God never gave them. We don't see any evidence of that.
Joseph, that doesn't address anything I just said. I want you to address something I'm actually saying rather than just continually pivoting to useless talking points. I'm talking about Deuteronomy chapter 20 right now. What in Deuteronomy chapter 20 is going to solve a real world problem we're having today?
All right, let me put it in today's context then. Which Christian nation do you see doing that?
It doesn't.
We see it on TikTok, and we know who it is, which is why Iran retaliated, and I'm gonna leave it there.
He said Christian nation, but
well.
Although
they are going by the Bible.
Yeah. So, but you're missing the point. Yeah. I'm asking you what modern problem is going to be fixed in Deuteronomy chapter 20.
Like I was saying that. Deuteronomy was speaking about those days' problems. The New Testament addresses today's problems. That's why it's called the New Testament.
Well, it doesn't. Deuteronomy says to follow this law forever.
Where does it say that?
In Deuteronomy chapter 12, Deuteronomy chapter 11, Deuteronomy chapter 4. I'm going to read a bunch of them to you that I know you've never read. These guys never read Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 11:1. You will love the Lord your God, therefore.
I've read the whole Bible,
no, you haven't. And keep his charge, his decrees, and his. You shall love the Lord your God, therefore, and keep his charge, his decrees, his ordinances, and his commandments always. Deuteronomy 12:1. These are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, have given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. And then he says again in Deuteronomy chapter 6. Let me grab it real quick. See, we'll do 20 through 25.
Every time I hear Deuteronomy, I think of old Deuteronomy from Catch the Musical.
Again, I've never seen a musical. I don't listen, Hanji. I don't know any cultural references. I know none of them.
We would have so many days in just watching shit. I'm gonna put you on so much stuff.
Listen, I don't know anything about popular music. I don't know anything about musicals. I don't know anything about anime or movies or fictional books other than the Bible. Bible's fiction. When your children ask you in time, what is the meaning of the decrees and the statutes and ordinances that the Lord your God has commanded you, then you will say to your children, so on and so forth. So he's saying these are for you and for your children. Then you go to 24. It says, then the Lord commanded us to observe all of these statutes and to fear the Lord our God for our lasting good, as to keep us alive, as is now the case. If we diligently observe this entire commandment before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us, we will be in the right. So, I mean, it's over and over again. How many times in Deuteronomy does God have to say, don't forget to follow this law, don't forget it, do it forever, before we just realize that God actually wants you to follow the law?
Okay, sir. So are you saying that Christians today are not following the law of God?
Yes, Deuteronomy 8:11. Take care that you do not forget the Lord your God by failing to keep his commandments, his ordinances, and his statutes that I'm commanding you today. Everywhere else in the Old Testament, God says his law is perfect, his law is eternal, its law is forever. In the prophets, they say when the Messiah comes, the law is going to be reestablished, is going to be written on our hearts, and people will follow it finally, and the priesthood is going to be restored, and all the nations are going to see that God has vindicated Israel. And none of this came true. In fact, when Jesus came, they actively tried to make the case that the law needed to be done away with, which is in direct contradiction to what God said in the Old Testament.
Right. Okay, so can you answer my one question then?
Sure.
What system makes a better nation? Is it an atheist system or Christian or Judeo values?
Oh, definitely an atheist system, because the Judeo-Christian values allows for slavery and genocide and executing witches. Do you think that people
Okay,
that
so which nation?
do you think that people that practice spirituality should be executed?
In those days, yes, but now, no.
Okay, so then the Bible has
Because
no answers for us.
So, China being an atheist country and North Korea being an atheist country, would you go and live there?
I would live in China. I wouldn't live in North Korea. North Korea is not a bad country because they're atheists. They're a bad country because they're led by a madman dictator. That has nothing to do with atheism. Has nothing to do with atheism whatsoever. And North Korea is not atheist.
They're not atheists.
What do you
Yeah,
mean by that?
they're not atheistic anyways.
What do you mean they're not atheistic? What God do they believe in?
They actually
Their dictator.
they actually
Their
believe
dictator.
that their dictators are from a divine line.
Yeah, well, that's just what they say, but
Well,
really,
they're
don't
not
worship the
atheists
guy,
then.
They just revere him like that.
But they're not
What
atheists
you
if
mean
they
they're not
still have.
atheists?
Oh my God! If they believe in someone, that means that they are not atheist.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what makes you not steal in a shop right now?
Because I have subjective morals that don't require a God. So I know that stealing from people produces bad outcomes, because if somebody stole from me, I wouldn't like it. So I know that it's preferable to live in a society in which we don't steal from each other. I don't need a God for that.
Okay, so what have you ever stolen in your life before?
Yep.
So what made you steal then?
I was a poor teenager and I wanted a pair of shoes.
All right, so when your morality didn't work there.
I was a Christian.
So I'm saying your morality didn't work there.
What I'm saying is I was a Christian when I did this. Morality is
Okay,
irrelevant. So let me make sure we're under the same understanding here. I didn't apply the modern moral ethics that I have today as an adult man to what I was doing as a 16-year-old. So you're making a dumb you're making a dumb conclusion about how my moral system works. So we're not talking about.
But now you believe in killing babies.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. Joseph, don't pretend to read my mind. So not only
do you believe in it,
not only do I not believe in killing babies, but according to your book, it'd be perfectly okay anyways. Have you read Numbers chapter 5? What happens in Numbers
chapter 5 say?
Numbers chapter 5 says that if you suspect your woman cheated on you, then you can put her under a curse, and then she would miscarriage. Because if the baby's not legitimate, God doesn't want it to survive, which is why he says in Deuteronomy chapter 21 that anyone born from an illegitimate birth shall not be welcome into the assembly of the Lord, even into the 10th generation. God is very upset about illegitimate children, so much so that he'll let you execute them.
So abortion is still okay though. So let's say
I don't know why you actually. I don't actually know why you. Okay? I actually don't know why you keep pivoting to what you think I believe. So I believe that executing the life of any sentient, pain-feeling entity is wrong in terms of human life.
So you're against abortion?
I'm against abortion as soon as they have any awareness of pain and any sentience. So I think that's about week 21, 22?
Between 20 to 24 weeks, depending.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, Joseph, that you're holding a position that your God doesn't even hold. Your God is not at all against abortion.
If God was against abortion, then if God was for abortion, then David wouldn't have been born, right? Because he was born from an illegitimate relationship too.
David?
Mm-hmm. It says, "From
Are you
iniquity
insane?
My mother bore me. From iniquity, my mother."
Wrong. Oh, Joseph's insane here. No, what he's not saying is that he was an illegitimate child. That's not at all what he's saying.
So what is he saying?
He's saying that the act of sex and birthing itself is unclean, and if you bothered to read the laws of the Old Testament, it is. In fact, just listen, Joseph. Just giving birth makes you unclean. Both you and the child become unclean.
Yes, but that's not iniquity.
Yes, it is. Yes. Do you know that there's no difference in the Old Testament between sin and uncleanliness?
Let me think about that for a moment. No, I don't think it's in the same context. I don't think it's in the same context. The uncleanliness, for example, of having leprosy and the uncleanliness of having sin is not the same.
It is the same because all of these diseases were a product of unclean spirits, and the unclean spirits are only allowed to be there because you're either unclean or because you're sinful. So this is the problem with Christians that haven't actually understood their Old Testament or even read it. There's virtually no distinction between uncleanliness and evil spirits and also sin.
So when Jesus healed the blind man, when they were asked who sinned in his family, he said no one sinned.
Yes, exactly. And why would they ask him that question?
Yeah, because they believed was the same thing you're saying, but Jesus is proving them wrong. Right?
Wrong. Why would they ask him that question?
They believed in the same thing you believe in right now.
That's not an answer to my question. Why would these Jewish people ask Jesus that question?
Because they believed it was because of sin that a person is sick.
Because of what the Old Testament teaches.
No,
Yes.
because they didn't understand it well. That's why
Yep.
Jesus was explaining to them. It's not because of that. That just proved them wrong, right? Even though let's just say that that's what they
Jesus
did, but
can't prove his own
proved
father
them
wrong. And in fact,
Wait, okay,
God,
can you
God's,
give me the verse where it says
in
that?
fact, God Himself says that He makes people born lame. Although you can be born lame whether or not you're sinful or whether you're clean. That's irrelevant.
God says that?
Yeah. Have you read Exodus?
Where does He say it?
It's in Exodus chapter 4.
Where-
I
where-
think
where-
4. Is it 4:11 or 4:22? Let me find it.
I think it's 4:11.
Yep. Then the Lord God said to him, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf, seeing or blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" What a loving God.
So, where does it say he makes them get born blind?
We literally just read it. The Lord God said to him, "Who gives speech to mortals? Who makes them mute or deaf or seeing or blind?"
So when the father of John was made mute, was he born mute?
I don't know if he was born that way.
He wasn't born mute. That's what I'm saying, that you should understand it in the context.
Well, the
You're just
context
trying
of
to
Exodus is
put your
not.
side there.
The context of Exodus has nothing to do with the New Testament.
That's it.
See, your starting point is that I have to interpret the Old Testament through the New Testament, but I don't accept that, and I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I don't accept it for the same reason that you don't interpret the New Testament through the Book of Mormon, because they don't agree with each other. So I'm not going to interpret the Old Testament through the lens of the New Testament until you can demonstrate that Jesus was in fact God and that He was the Messiah. Then I will take what the New Testament says about the Old Testament.
Okay, so it seems like nothing is going to convince you, because you're really jumping from here to here. When you want the Old Testament is okay. When you don't want, it's not okay. So
I don't think you understand my argument at all, Joseph. So my argument has been very clear the whole time. The New Testament and the Old Testament contradict each other at every turn. The other point is what you brought up, which is that the New Testament and the Old Testament, neither one of them provide an answer. The Bible God does not provide an answer for anything today. So your whole argument is that the God of the Bible is real because the God of the Bible solves the problems of today, but He doesn't. And I've showed you a bunch of scenarios in which he doesn't solve the problems. In fact, he exacerbated the problem of slavery. He exacerbated the problem of women's rights, subjugating women to a lower status than men. And that's even in the New Testament. Even the New Testament says that women are created subservient to men.
yes, women are created in the image of man. Is there a problem with that?
Yes, it's not true because women are equal to men. Joseph, do you think that women are equal to men?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, and this is why religion is a brain rot. Give me one logical reason why men are superior to women, other than the fact that you're insecure about your small peepee.
You're really funny. But anyway, I don't say men are superior to women.
You just said.
Let me explain.
Well, I'll ask you again, yes or no? Are men superior to women?
No, I didn't say men are superior to women. You said that women and men equal. I said no.
I think they are,
Which
though.
means that you think that men are superior to women.
That's not what I said. What if I think women are superior to men?
Oh my God,
I would
Joseph,
I would
fucking listen.
He can't.
If you do not think men and women are equal, that means you feel men are superior to women. What's not grasping? Is the brain not working? Is it smooth? Are you half koala?
Words always elude theists. Let a woman learn in silence with full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to be kept silent. For Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but woman was deceived and became transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, provided they continue in faith, love, and holiness and self-control. This is why humanity, for so many years in Christianity, has relegated women to subservient roles because the Bible allows for it. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think women should be and are equals to men.
Okay, well, you think so. So why don't you let your wife lead then?
Well, I would, but I don't have one.
Let her pay the bills.
I would if I had one. If I had a wife, I would gladly let her work and pay bills and make decisions.
Okay, well, we'll see how that one plays out. The majority of women are actually unhappy with that type of arrangement. So
hey, women in the chat, put a one in the chat if you actually get to make decisions in your marriage.
I did.
I don't say you don't get to make decisions in your marriage, but I'm saying
stop talking, Joseph. You're making it worse.
I'm gonna.
A lot of ones in the chat. A lot of ones in the chat. I knew misogyny would come up eventually. A lot of women making decisions out here in their family. Their marriages must be.
God, Dagda, thank you.
Their marriages must be utterly falling apart.
Beautiful meteor shower.
Yeah, strong men don't need to hold women down. Why do you feel like you need to suppress women?
Thank you, Cranky. Thank you, Caddy.
Where does it say I need to suppress a woman?
Why are you so insecure about your manhood that you need to hold women down to a role that's subservient to men?
Thank you, Lizzie. I've been seeing you, girl.
I know my manhood is bigger than yours, so
there it is.
Let's not talk about that.
I highly doubt it.
I'm quite sure.
Whoa, you've seen it before?
First of all, that's none of your business whether I did or I didn't. And second of all, I don't need to see his dick to know that he's more of a man than you ever will be. Because it's not just the size, it's also the mentality, which you clearly lack.
Yeah.
Joseph.
All right, Joseph, you have no argument for your God. Your argument is silly. You're just saying the Bible has answers. It doesn't have any answers. We're at the point where you're just making penis measuring contest jokes. So
yeah, good night.
Go and actually read your Bible, and we'll talk again, I'm sure, in the future. All right, let's see. I think Zaire has been waiting for a while. We'll try to get to Zaire. Hello has been waiting. So we get to them. And then I think Christ is Lord has been in the box for a little bit too.
I think they were one of the, before that headache. Ugh.
Yeah, you're right, Moth Pete. He was a bad person. I agree. And I knew eventually the misogyny would come out. It always does. But I failed to see a single thing in the Bible that would fix the problems of today. He couldn't point to one. Which is not surprising. All right.
And also to my real men in the chat, just so you know, it's not the size, darling. It's how you work it.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you, Gina. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. Give me just a second. Thank you, Gina, for the $15. I appreciate you. Okay, continue. Sorry.
Would you consider yourself an atheist?
Yeah.
Do you believe in energy?
I have a different definition of energy than you do, and I can almost guarantee that. Do you know what the definition of energy is?
For me, I can explain that I have a brain, but I can't explain how my mind works. I can explain I have a heart, but I can't explain how my soul may appear to others. I am.
That wasn't my question. Do you know what the definition of energy is? Like in the English language.
MC squared. I'm a scientist, so my definition is a scientific one.
Fantastic. Okay, so energy is not a spiritual force. Energy is a measure of change.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So how does it have that to do with God?
Well, I have a feeling that a lot of people who follow the Bible in different religions, and I respect lots of people who have lots of different religions, use that as a way to describe what they would consider the energy that gives them maybe a little bit of hope. Now, for me, the reason why I don't follow the Bible is because it was
Thank you,
written by
Alyssa.
12 men. It was written by 12
12?
men,
What are their names?
the disciples. I have my Bible next to
The
me, but
Bible
I can go
wasn't
through it.
written
I'm
by
sure you.
disciples. This is even a worse argument than I've heard from Christians. The Bible wasn't written by
I'm
the 12
sorry.
disciples.
I'm sorry.
This can't be
I
real.
believe that the Bible was written by a man, but not by God himself. I never
Well,
actually
I
saw God
agree.
with a
I'm an atheist. I
pencil.
don't know why we're discussing this. I don't believe in the Bible, and neither do you. Thank you, Dagda, for all of the paper cranes. I really appreciate that. So I want to talk about your religion. Your religion is what, somehow that God is energy?
I think that God is a word that people use to describe that, yes. Personally, I don't believe in it, but I think that it does bring a lot of people peace.
So you don't believe in
And
God?
I'm not sure how I would describe personally what created me,
All right.
why I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for the paper cranes. Thank you for crushing that goal, too. Well, it sounds to me like we're both atheists, so I appreciate being here, but I'm going to try to get an actual believer, okay?
Okay, well, thank you for letting me join your live. I really appreciate your time.
Sure thing. I hope you have a great night. Thanks for being here.
I hope you have a great night. And everybody else here, enjoy yourselves. Please stop the arguing. Love and peace to everyone.
We'll try. Thank you.
Love, peace, and chicken grease. I know that's right.
Well, she was pleasant at least. I thought she was going to be
She
like a
was.
pantheist.
That's honestly what I was feeling like. Also, I just want to give a quick shout out to my shield brother in Pagan Arms, Dagda. You have been showing us so much love tonight. You have been supporting us every time we went live. I love you, my Celtic brother from another mother, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for showing support. Thank you, everyone, for continuously gifting, showing appreciation, having fun with us in chat, and just riding our waves, because we do tend to get a little too much, but we realize our wrongs, and you guys don't hold it against us, and we love you guys for that. Thank you.
Yeah, although I think we all enjoy when Hanji gets a little bit spicy.
Gremlin noises.
Christ is Lord. Welcome in.
Thanks. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. So,
I assume you're a Christian because it's in your name. Are you at least 18?
yeah, I'm 22.
Great. What would be your best argument or the most convincing evidence for why the Christian God is not imaginary?
The argument I argue most and I think is detrimental is tag.
Tag is not detrimental only to you. Tag is the weakest argument on the planet. So I'll just start. I don't believe in any transcendentals. What is the evidence that even one transcendental exists?
Okay, cool. So you don't take it that logic exists either?
No, logic is a human abstraction used to describe the way the world works. Dagda,
Okay, so
thank
you're
you so much for all the confetti. Big W, Dagda.
So you're an anti-realist?
I don't know if I'm an anti-realist. I'm just saying that logic itself is a human convention. Can
Yeah,
you
so
can you
log-
demonstrate
so log-
can you demonstrate that it's not? Thank you.
Yeah, I can.
Thank
so
you,
logic
Cranky.
isn't. So logic doesn't have like ontology. It's just like a concept. Like it's abstract, basically.
Yes. It's a product of our brains, just like math, just like language.
Okay, cool. So if logic isn't actually
Thank you, Dagda.
real, or if it doesn't have ontology, then first of all, it wouldn't be objective. It would be changing.
Between Dagda
Wrong.
and the last guest, not the guest that was on the panel, but the other person, we hit the goal. We hit the goal.
Thank you so much.
Dagda.
Guys, thank you so much. Cranky, thank you. Dogda, DK, Helmy, thank you so much for smashing these goals. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't believe that logic has ontology. I'm sure you do, but what would be the evidence that logic exists outside of our brain?
Okay, so if logic, do you believe it's objective or subjective?
I think neither. I think that logic is something that we use to describe the world around us. Now, the world itself appears to be existing objectively. Whether or not we can interact with it objectively seems to be eluding us because we only have our subjective brains to interact with it.
Okay, so if you're saying the laws of logic are just made up social constructs or they're just made up concepts, then you wouldn't have any justification for how logic actually applies to the real world.
Yeah, I do.
Especially if you don't believe that the objective world is objective, because you're saying, well, we perceive of this in a subjective way. So if that's the case, then logic itself, if it's used objectively to describe reality, you don't have a way to even say that because it only exists in your mind, which you just said is subjective.
I do. I'll just try this again. So logic is the way we describe the workings of the world. That this is all it is. It doesn't have to be that we have perfect perception in order for logic to function. Just like gravity. Gravity exists whether we know it exists or not. But gravity, we can depend on. It's always there. It's a constant of the universe. And so when we talk about logic, we're just using words to describe the universe. And there are certain parts of our universe that are constant, like gravity, and like the fact that something, as far as we know, until virtual particles are confirmed, that things either exist or they don't exist. They don't exist and not exist at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think you see how you just contradicted yourself. So
I didn't.
Just said, I'm going to explain how. You just said the way we perceive of this objective world seems to be subjective since
Thank you, Cranky.
our subjective minds. If that's the case, you can't sit here and say we use logic to describe this objective reality.
Yes, I can.
Subjective, and there will be no way to have intelligibility. Don't you understand that?
I didn't say that logic itself is describing a subjective world. I'm saying logic itself is subjective. It's the product of our brain. We're using it to describe the world around us, and it just happens to be that the laws of logic are consistently applied. Again, I'll make one caveat. That is until we have positive confirmation that virtual particles in fact do exist. Virtual particles, if they exist, would violate law number 1.
Yeah, so that's literally not what I said. So what you just said was that this objective world is perceived from us with our subjective brains.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
If that's true. Then you turned around and said, well, this logic, we use this social construct to describe this objective reality, which you just said is perceived subjectively. So how do you even know this objective world is objective if you're perceiving it subjectively?
So I didn't say any of that. So what I said is that the laws of logic are like a language, as I already said before. It's the way we describe the workings of the universe. It's dependent upon our minds, but that doesn't mean that the universe itself is subjective.
Okay, how do you know it's objective if you just said we only perceive of this thing subjectively?
Because as far as we can tell, it exists.
That's a contradiction to perceive of something objective subjectively. Don't you understand that?
No, incorrect. We can perceive things subjectively while still believing that some things are objective. Like it appears to be objective that things exist.
How does it appear to be like that?
Because we've never observed anything other than existence.
Okay, how do you know what other people observe if you can't observe the world objectively?
Because not a single person has ever observed non-existence.
How do you know that? How do you know what people have perceived?
Find one person that has ever observed a non-existence.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know no one has perceived of this?
It's just definitionally true. Not a single person has ever observed non-existence, and that's because in order to observe non-existence, it requires existence.
Thank you. So now let's move to language, philosophy of language. You can't even use words in an atheist worldview.
I literally can. I just described how I'm using words. I'm using words to describe the universe around us.
I know you're using them, but you don't have a justification for the use of language at
I
all.
do, yes. The dictionary gives us the definitions of the words. We create them with our own human brains.
Okay, so these words, though, they pick out something in reality objectively? Like if I say the word grass, does the reference that the object that I'm referring to when I say the word grass, the token it picks out, is that objective or subjective?
The word or the grass?
The grass, the reference.
The grass itself, we believe is objective, but we have to use subjective means to come to that conclusion.
Okay, what are the subjective means?
It means that it requires our brains to observe and interpret it.
So without your brain perceiving of something, does this thing exist?
We would have no idea because our brains wouldn't exist.
So,
but
so you're saying,
but definitionally, things can exist with or without our brains.
Thank you. That's what I'm wondering. So things
Yes.
can exist without your brain, right?
Yes, and we determine whether or not they exist because we can observe them or we can deduce their existence. Sorry, TikTok was trying to check to see if we were still live. Yeah, we can deduce whether or not things exist, but we're still always dependent on our subjective interactions with the world to do so.
Yeah. So how do you know the world is objective if you're saying your perception of this thing is subjective? Like, how do you?
I don't. I've already told you that. I said we have to use our subjective minds to come to the conclusion that the universe itself is objective. But the fact of the matter is, now you're just knocking at the door of hard solipsism. Both of us agree that the universe and you and I exist.
I'm saying we don't agree on that.
Okay.
Because you don't have a justification.
Great. I'd love to hear the argument for why I don't exist.
That's not what. If you would have let me finish, I said we don't agree on these things because you don't actually have justification to believe these things.
Oh, wrong. Wrong again. You're confusing justification with actuality. I believe that things exist and you believe that things exist. Whether or not we have the same reason for why things exist is irrelevant. So we'll just try this again. You and I both believe that things exist, don't you?
I don't know what you believe.
I just told you that I believe things exist. So we'll try this again. I believe that things exist. Do you believe that things exist?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay, so if something exists, then by its nature, it would be objectively true that something exists, but we can still only say that subjectively.
Can we skip the floor play and get to the argument for God making it happen?
Yeah, that's what I want to get to. I would love to hear the justification for why your God is real.
Yeah, it's not a causal argument like God caused these things. It's an epistemic argument to say that you can't actually obtain knowledge in your worldview. Your worldview doesn't make it possible.
What am I holding in my hand right now? Do you see this? Chris? Christ? What am I holding right now?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What am I holding in my hand right now?
Is that a ring?
Did you need to invoke God to know that I'm holding a ring, or did you use your eyeballs?
Just because I use a tool.
I'm going to need you to answer my question. Did you invoke God to know that I'm holding a ring, or did you use your eyeballs?
Yeah, what do you mean invoke God? Like it's some type of mindset that you tap into.
Do you need to know that God exists to know if I'm holding the ring, or can you just use your eyeballs?
Yeah, you're talking about the usage or utility of
I'm just asking whether or not you can utilize your eyeballs to come to conclusions about the world around you. So this is why nobody likes talking to pre-suppers about their nonsense tag arguments. So you're evading the actual talking point. The talking point is that you and I both have the powers of observation. We can see that this ring exists, and we don't have to invoke the presence of a single God to know that this ring exists. And you and I can both agree, using powers of observation, that this ring does in fact exist. So I'm trying to figure out why I need your God to make observations around the world, about the world around us.
Because all knowledge can only come from sense data. Don't you
prove it?
That?
Hold on. I thought you were about to say something that you didn't say. No, all knowledge doesn't come strictly from sense data, but we do need our senses to interact with it. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not talking about utility. You keep asking me, look, we can use these things. I'm asking for the justification of the usage of the thing in the first place.
Oh, because it works.
You're arguing
So
for the usage.
if
I'm arguing for the epistemic criteria for how you know this tool is even useful.
Because it works, we can make predictions. For
You
example,
know
we
it works, that
can observe
teleology.
we can observe the world around us, and we can make predictions. For example, if I drop this ring, I know what's going to happen to it. I don't need your God to know that this ring is going to fall when I drop it, do I?
Yeah, you're making first order
Fantastic.
knowledge claims.
And how did I come to the conclusion that the ring is going to fall? How did I come to the conclusion that the ring is going to fall if I drop it?
I'm talking about second order. You keep giving
Nobody cares. I'm talking about using our own brains to observe the world around us. Do I need your God to know how to make a prediction?
Knowing how to, you keep talking about usage. Don't you understand? Get your head.
I don't think you understand at all what I'm arguing for. So I'm suggesting to you that our senses are the only thing we have to interact with the world around us. That's it. But our senses are good enough that we can make really good predictions with them.
How do you know they're good enough?
Because we can make predictions using them.
That presupposes teleology. Don't you understand that?
It presupposes that they're effective. If we can experience the world around us using our senses and our brains, and then we can make predictions about what would happen, then that gives us a reliable data point that our senses are giving us the ability to interact with the world around us in at least some truthful manner.
I don't know if your brain's melting. You keep giving me first order knowledge.
I think your brain's melting because you don't understand the argument. And she cut him.
He doesn't understand philosophy, and clearly he's the one that has the brain rot. Moving on to someone who can actually hold the conversation and not do a dick measuring contest, please.
I know. The philosophy bros are the most boring people on the actual planet. And I don't know why he thought he was going to come up here and run tag. When I started out with the conversation with, I don't believe in any transcendentals, and I would love for him to demonstrate that transcendentals exist, and then he failed to do it. That's what I wanted. Demonstrate to me.
He didn't even have a P1. Like, he just kept flailing from point A to point B without the actual synopsis. Anyway, I'm done with philosophy talk. Next. Hello, Crisis King. How are you?
Yeah, we should have asked him for his premises, because they fall apart really fast once you start asking tag people for premises. Christ is King, welcome in.
Hold on, Christ. I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me just a second. Hey, Yoni. Hi, Helenica here. Hellenic Greek. So, you guys wouldn't even know what philosophy was if it wasn't for me and my people. So, I do know what philosophy is. Now, get in line with the rest of the haters. Anyways, how are you, Christ King? How is your evening going?
Oh, just fine. Just baking some stuff. How are you?
Doing good.
Ooh, what you baking? I'm doing good.
All right, good. Well, Justin, first of all, I don't even know where to start, but a couple of things I've noticed in some of your lives is that one of the things you keep bringing up.
So, did you come to complain, or did you want to provide a rational evidence for your deity? Because what I'm hearing is that you're complaining. That's right, lovely rose petals. Here comes the tears.
Tag is actually 3 premises with the conclusion, so clearly you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, hey, so Deuteronomy 22, 14, and 15.
So let's start from the beginning. Are you coming here to defend the existence of your God, or did you want to cry about a talking point that I brought up earlier?
Well, I mean, yeah, we could talk about, the existence of God. Okay, how about this? How about light, for example? Is light from, say, a candle the same thing as light from the sun?
They're relatively similar. They're both photons that are moving through space.
They're relatively similar.
I mean, the way the photons are created are different, but the light that's being emitted are both photons. They're both just photons.
All right, so let's take a look at Genesis 9:13.
That's a quick pivot.
No, it's all the same thing.
All right, Genesis 9. What do you want to read?
9:13.
I will put it on the screen for the whole class. We'll start in verse 12. God said, this is a sign of the covenant that I make between you and every living creature that is with you for future generations. I've set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and with the earth. And when I bring clouds over the earth, the bow is seen in the clouds.
Okay.
What's this proving?
It's proving, I assume you understand that this is a rainbow, right?
Yeah, I'm very clear that it's a rainbow, but I'm trying to figure out how this proves God is real, because this
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to it.
So this is just a bunch of ancient goat herders explaining where the rainbow comes from.
Okay. Can you explain how a rainbow is created?
Yeah, through refraction.
Okay, of what?
From light through water.
Is that it?
Yeah, it creates different wavelengths when it gets refracted. So when we view it with our eyes, we see multiple wavelengths of light.
So can you create a rainbow in your garage with just a spray bottle and a candle?
Yeah, I can do that.
No, you can't.
Well, I can create it. Hold on, I've used multiple items to create refracted light. Have I attempted it with a candle yet? I don't know. I haven't done it with a candle, but
I don't think you can.
So the light source actually needs to have a certain amount of concentration before you can see the rainbow through refraction. You know that, right?
Well, even if it's certain concentration, I'm just going to say light in general outside of the sun itself. And the reason is because you need a crystalline structure in addition to the rain itself or the water droplets. So my point is that there is.
You don't need a crystalline structure.
Huh?
You don't need a crystalline structure to refract light. You just need something to change the speed of the photon movement, the wavelength. That's it.
I don't think so. If you could prove that, if you can go into a dark room and use any kind of light, it doesn't matter, and you can use just mist or whatever, water droplets to create a rainbow, I would be amazed at that, but I don't think you can.
I've never tried, but are you aware that at any given point in time, there are like megatons of mist all throughout the sky and the atmosphere? You know that, right?
Okay.
And how often do we see rainbows?
Not that often.
Fantastic. Okay, so there's actually particular conditions that need to arise before light can actually refract through the moisture in the air in a way in which it would create a rainbow, right?
Possibly.
Fantastic.
Probably.
Okay, so it's quite possible that the conditions that you need to refract through mist are not the same conditions that would be created using a candle, probably because the mist itself doesn't have enough light moving through it to see the light even being refracted, because you need a good quantity of light to have its wavelength slowed down in various speeds for that to happen.
Okay, do you understand the point I'm trying to make of why this is relevant?
Actually, I don't know the point you're getting at yet. I think what you're trying to say is that candlelight is different from other lights, but that's not true. The only difference would be the density and the wavelength of the photons.
Well, my point is that the crystalline structure I'm referring to is the firmament. And without
no,
the firmament,
there's no firmament. We've been to the
yes,
moon. This is bullshit.
Oh, here we go.
These flat earthers never surprise me. So what is your evidence that there's actually a crystalline dome over the earth and that the earth is flat? Because I've actually had to examine code to operate GPS units because I programmed it. And I know that long-range GPS only works on a globe Earth. I want you to explain to me how long-range GPS math only works on a globe, but it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I can, but you're not going to like the answer.
Can't wait. Do it.
All right. NASA, right?
What about NASA?
Did you know that it's a fact that they are the largest purchasers of helium? Do you know what they use that helium for?
That's not my question at all. I'm asking you why the trigonometry employed in GPS trilateralization only works on a globe Earth. Thank you, Lizzie, for the hat.
Yeah, because there's no difference between a satellite of what you're considering a satellite and what I'm considering a satellite that works on a flat Earth.
No, that's not at all what I'm asking. I'm asking why the math only works to do trilateralization long range on a globe model. Do you know what trilateralization is?
No.
Okay. I'll show you. This is how GPS satellites work. So you've got a bubble around the individual satellites, and where those bubbles meet right here is where you've got points of tangential relationships where you can calculate the positions of things.
I term that as triangulation. Is that not the same thing?
They're roughly related, but trilateralization is different than triangulation. It is different. Trilateralization requires a globe and a 3D model, whereas triangulation can be done on 2D using rudimentary trigonometry. So if you want something in 3D, you need to use trilateralization, not triangulation.
Well, I'm not really sure how it relates to a globe. I
I'll
don't see why you
explain.
have to do that.
I'll explain. Because when you're on this globe, can you see my mouse here? When you're on this globe, I'll use my finger. When you're on this globe here,
Yeah, you will.
there we go. You've got a single point in space, and you've got to determine your point in space by measuring the distance between each individual satellite from your own position. And then they even measure the position between satellites in a lot of calculations. Now, it just so happens to be that this measurement is different on a flat Earth because you're coming from 3, 4, or even 5 separate points all into a single location. And that could not be calculated on an actual flat Earth because when you're looking at the measurement from the satellite to the face of the Earth, it would be rounded. So if the satellite was over here, the distance from here to here or from here to here is different. On a flat Earth, the distance from here to here is shortened because it's flat. So you need to use actual round Earth trigonometry to come to the conclusion that GPS satellites even work.
There may be other explanations. I'm not sure. Here's one just off the top of my head.
I can just show you like in a trigonometry book where it gives you an example on like how this would work.
Well, what I'm trying to say is there may be other examples of how the trigonometry could work on a flat Earth. For example, let's say that these satellites are attached to a 3-dimensional dome, right? And so that's where you get the different distances, okay?
No,
to the flat.
No, you're not understanding my argument at all. My argument has nothing to do with the position of the satellites. It's about how the position on Earth is calculated using the satellites.
Yeah, that's what you think it means, but that's not what it is in actuality.
No, that's definitionally what I'm speaking about. I'm just going to draw you pictures, make it real simple.
Yay, pick the graphs.
All right, let me get my. We're gonna add a source here. Let's see, window capture. See if I can add. There we go. Let's see if this works.
If algorithm is still in the chat, no eating the blue crayons. We need those.
It's down here. There we go. Okay, so in our example, here's the Earth right here. And we'll pick a red for each individual satellite. We're gonna it turned everything red. Whatever, we'll go with it. Okay, we'll do 3 satellites. Now this is going to be a 2D image. And now imagine, for example, that we're trying to find the position of a guy standing right here on the Earth. Well, we've got to know the distance between this satellite and this satellite and this satellite with this guy. Now, as it turns out, as these move around the Earth, you'll notice this guy way over here, this faraway one, is almost parallel with the line of sight of this guy. Now, if the Earth was flat, let's imagine we've got a guy over here, Earth is flat, boom, and we got a satellite here, here, and then here. You would have a different measurement from this guy to the ground. That's the problem. So we're measuring from this guy to the satellite and from the satellite to the ground. That's part of how trilateralization works. So we would not know how to find this guy's position because the distance between the satellite and this guy would be different, and the distance between the satellite and the ground would be different because the ground would be flat. So this is why the math doesn't work for GPS satellites unless you account for the curvature of the Earth.
I'm thinking about it. And so you say that you coded this?
What I'm saying is I have coded GPS units in the past. I was putting together a system back in 2007 for a guy who was a trapper, and he wanted to trap large swaths of territory with traps and GPS units that would respond if something was actually caught, because he didn't want to keep driving around spending all of his time checking his traps. So I actually designed some GPS units, and I used the math in the algorithm that I learned in school. And when I was in school, we learned appropriate math to do GPS satellite positioning. It was part of our trigonometry training. I went to school for electrical engineering. So,
okay.
Like,
and you're sure that it was employed, and there was, I mean, were there bugs to it? I mean, did you have to recalculate things? I mean, how long did this go on?
I don't know how long the units got used for.
I'm also a programmer, and I know that I program.
But I can find the location using the math that I put into it. That's the point that I'm getting at. If the math didn't work, it wouldn't have worked at all.
My point is that, okay, you know, I don't know what you programmed. I don't know what you did. All I know is that there were probably, to your one example here, there were probably 1,000 that I can bring up, just like I just did about this rainbow situation. Simple experiments that you can use as evidence, physical things that you can do to show that the Earth is indeed flat, that there is indeed a creator.
What causes things to stick to the Earth?
If you want to go with the gravity stuff, my whole thing is that it's density, buoyancy, and these kinds of things.
What causes density and buoyancy to happen?
Let's think about it. It's different. I'm going to say the atmosphere is heavier under this dome that we're supposedly in. The atmosphere is heavier towards the Earth.
What causes something to be heavy?
Through the atmosphere. Go ahead.
What causes something to be heavy?
I'm going to say that it's itself. It's layered on top of itself.
So heaviness is
compressed,
heaviness
in this dome.
So heaviness is an inherent property of matter.
Well, I'm going to say that it's maybe particles in the atmosphere. Maybe there's.
Do you think maybe it's the gravity that causes things to move up and down? Do you understand that buoyancy is a product of gravitational waves pulling things?
Gravity is just a theory that they're still working on.
No, it's not. Gravity is not a theory.
It says it is. That's the definition of it.
Well, electrical theory is just a theory too then. So do you believe that electricity is fake?
Obviously, electricity is real.
Oh, but it's called electrical theory. Have you never read an electrical theory book?
No, I haven't.
But it's got to be fake if it's just a theory.
Well, people observe gravity, supposed gravity is what they think it is, but it can all be explained through density, I believe.
But it doesn't.
Haven't you seen
it doesn't get explained through density, because density itself is caused by gravity. Density only works because gravity exists. For example, if you take an absolute vacuum, if you take a glass cylinder, a big one, and you create a vacuum in it, things fall inside of that at the same rate.
Okay, so I don't really. Okay, so you took away density. So what does that prove?
Well, why are they falling at all if it's in a complete vacuum?
I don't think that you can make a complete vacuum.
Oh, so complete vacuums are impossible now. So I've actually made vacuums. I have to make vacuum equipment for designing biological centrifuges. So I designed the centrifuges that do a lot of the vaccines for the big manufacturers and whatnot. And in order to design these things, we need to create an environment that is under an extreme vacuum. So I'd love to hear about how you don't think vacuums even exist.
I didn't say they didn't exist. I just said a complete 100% vacuum is not possible.
What do you think a vacuum is?
It's the near absence of atmosphere pressure.
Of atmospheric pressure, yes. And atmospheric...
Near absence.
No, it is the absence of atmospheric pressure, and we can measure it in kilopascals. So we know what a vacuum is, and we actually know how to measure it. We have finely tuned equipment to measure what is the actual pressure or vacuum inside of any particular container. So vacuums exist in the real world.
Not a complete vacuum.
Yes.
100% zero atmospheric pressure whatsoever.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying?
Yep.
I'll check into it, but I don't think so.
You can. There's a company called Endress-Hauser. They actually make vacuum and pressure sensors that will give you the feedback if your vacuum system is even working correctly.
Okay, well, I'll check it out.
Okay, so I would love to hear the evidence for why your God is real, because I suspect the only reason why you believe in flat earth is because your book says so, because the Bible in Job 38:14 says so. Same thing with Isaiah 40:22. So I bet if you didn't believe in this God, you wouldn't believe in flat earth.
It's the other way around.
So you believe in God because the earth is flat?
Well, it led me to God. So other things happened since that point, but it was the gateway to come to God is how it went with me. I was just like you, basically. I thought it was the Bible was written by a bunch of goat sheep herders, and
it was.
I thought it was just ridiculous. I really did, until I could actually go out and I felt like I could actually touch God, doing these experiments. Here, if you want me to, I'll give you another one from the Bible itself.
Right, so then let's start at your starting point. What's the evidence that the earth is flat?
Okay, so let me see. Gen. Yes, Genesis 1.
Well, the Bible is not proof that the earth is flat. I want to know the scientific evidence that demonstrates the earth being flat.
I'm going to show you one. Here's a good one.
Well,
Genesis
the Bible's not proof. I want to know the proof scientifically that the earth is flat.
I'm going to show you. It's great. You're going to love this. You've never heard this stuff before. Trust me.
I have. I've read the Bible, every last word of it.
Well, the scientific thing that goes along with it. So Genesis 1:16, it says, "And God made two great lights, the lesser light to rule the day, and the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also." Now, from this statement, you would think that these were two separate lights, right?
Yeah, because that's clearly what's indicated.
Right. What if they are? What if the moon actually gives its own light? Do you know there's a scientific way to prove that?
The moon does not. The moon reflects light.
That's what science teaches us, but it's wrong.
Oh, so you've defeated all of science. What is your scientific?
You can't.
What is your
What
is your scientific evidence that the moon itself is emitting photons?
What you need to do, it's real simple. Try this test on a full moon. I don't know where you live. Try to find a place that has very little light pollution. Go outside with the biggest magnifying glass that you can find and magnify moonlight. You know what it does? It cools. It doesn't heat up like it would if it was regular sunlight. And you're going to look this up.
That's
I
not
know
actually true.
Yeah, it is.
That's not
If
true.
you do
And
the experiment
I think
yourself-
I think you got the wrong experiment too. If I remember correctly, this old moonlight is cool thing has nothing to do with a magnifying glass.
Well, you can try it for yourself. It works.
I don't think you understand the experiment, and it doesn't involve a magnifying glass.
I'm not saying that I followed anyone's experiment. This is my experiment, man. I'm telling you. You go check these things out for yourself and see it for yourself.
Okay, so I want to know, what is the natural phenomenon that causes the moon to emit photons?
I have no idea. All I know is that the ground, you can use one of those temperature guns and you can measure maybe 3, depending on how big your magnifying glass, 3 to 4 degrees lower in that spot where you're magnifying versus any other place. Now, you're going to see some stuff online that tells you like, oh, you know what, it's the way the sun heats up the ground and then it's less cool in the shade and all this other stuff. No, get a magnifying glass that proves it for yourself with your own eyes. That's evidence.
Again, the magnifying glass doesn't do anything for this experiment. You can't measure the magnifying glass.
Oh my god, that's so cute!
Big W, Dagda. Thank you for that.
When Dagda! Oh my god, that was so adorable.
All right. So again, the experiment that you're describing, you're not describing it right. And I actually don't remember how dumb this experiment was, but I had to look into it back in 2017 because back in 2017, I was debating flat earthers all the time. And I even put a website up debating or giving the scientific reasons why their arguments are silly. This moonlight one, I actually forget what the experiment was, but none of it actually involved the magnifying glass. You can do this experiment without a magnifying glass. You just need a temperature gun. Do you have an infrared temperature gun?
Of course, I've done the experiment with a magnifying glass. It doesn't work as well if you don't have a magnifying glass. That way you can see the spot that you're magnifying, just like you would do the sun. Like when you're a kid and you're burning stuff with the sun, it magnifies the moonlight just as it magnifies the sunlight. Imagine how simple this is, guys.
Actually, I don't think you understand the experiment. So the way the experiment started was somebody took the temperature during the nighttime when the moon was out, and they took the temperature in the light and in the shade. And there was a temperature difference, but it wasn't what they expected. When they took the temperature in the shade, it was actually warmer than where they took the temperature reading in the moonlight. And so they came to the conclusion that there was something weird going on there. But there was no magnifying glass involved. In fact, I think the original YouTube video is still online of the guy doing the experiment.
Right. You're absolutely right. However, if you use a magnifying glass, like I just stated, you get better results.
Again, the magnifying glass doesn't do anything for you. It's all about where you point your infrared temperature gun.
I'm telling you, I've done the experiment. Have you done the experiment? Yes or no?
No, but it's also irrelevant because we know for a fact what the moon is made of. We've been to the moon, and we know that in order to emit photons, you need to have some sort of energy that is emitting the photon. So I want to know, what is the energy of the moon that is emitting photons?
How many of these experiments do I have to go and show you that you can do on your own to see what I'm telling you is true? How many of them? I mean, there's things.
Well, because none of them are true. They're just dumb experiments that don't prove anything. And you've only given me one experiment, and I don't think you even got the right experiment.
I've given you 2.
What was the first one? Oh, the rainbow?
Yeah, the rainbow.
No, that wasn't a decent experiment. I already explained to you. It's because there's not enough actual photons being emitted by the candlelight to do the thing that you want it to do. To suggest that what we're getting from the sun is we're going to have the same effect if we light a candle is absurd. That's like saying that we're going to have the same effect coming from a candle that we have from a laser. We're completely different densities of light.
Well, how about a larger light source? Would that work?
Yeah, I mean, you can create a fire, perhaps. You might be able to create. You might be able to create a rainbow using a large fire.
No, it still won't work. Like I said,
have you tried it?
Yes. I couldn't get it to work. If you can, let me know.
I've never tried to create rainbow with a fire and mist.
I know. That's
because
the crazy, that's the
because
see,
you'd
this
have
becomes-
to because you'd have to do it during the daytime, wouldn't you?
Why would you have to do it during the daytime?
Because can you see a rainbow at night?
Well, the fire is the light source. I'm assuming. So
You can't see a rainbow at night. No one's ever seen one. Bridget, thank you for the $4 over Venmo. Bridget says, so the motherfucking sun plus fire, I can't see the other emoji, and the MFing moon equals cold. Got it. I don't know all the emojis being used here, but she's making fun of you. Yeah, so
oh, that's fine. You know
so
what?
the moon itself needs an explanation. If the moon's emitting light, then I want to know what is the energy source of that light? What's causing it to emit these photons? Because we know why the sun is emitting photons.
Justin, that's
it's just a nuclear reaction.
Great. That's great questions. I don't know the answers to that. I mean, this is a whole
But-
new world.
but science
right?
does.
I'm opening up
Science-
a whole new world for you, Justin.
No, you're not actually, because I went through all of this like 8 years ago with people that were just as delusional as you. I did all these
Hey,
experiments.
do you have a son?
I have a child.
Okay, well,
Thank you, Scotty.
I'm not trying to get too personal with you, but you could have a lot of fun doing these experiments with him and figuring this stuff out and seeing it for yourself. Do you want another one?
I love how he automatically goes to sun.
I'm actually...
Listo diablo. What's the point? What is the point of this conversation? Malakia.
Yolanda with the $1 of Venmo says, I'll take... Oh, I missed it. It says, I'll take your magnifier glass and put it so far up... Oh, boy. Yolanda said she's going to take the magnifying glass and put it so far up your rear end that it creates a rainbow.
When Yolanda. I'm still not over the fact that he got diddied by Yahweh, but that's besides the point. Continue.
Yeah, so anyways, this experiment doesn't actually do anything for you, and there actually is a good explanation for it.
What's that?
That's what I'm saying. There's a good explanation for it. Have you read any of the counter arguments for it?
I don't think there are any. People have never...
So you've never read a single counter argument for it. So you never went to like the physics stack exchange where people are asking this question and just read the answers from actual physicists?
I don't think many people have actually done this, to be honest.
They have. In fact, there are hundreds of websites where people are asking this question. For example, from Physics Stack Exchange, the first question, this is 6 years ago, why is light from the moon cold? For example, full moon light shining on a surface or material will cause it to be colder than a surface or object nearby that is shaded from the moonlight. What causes this phenomenon? And there's a bunch of answers as to why this happens from people who know physics really well. So have you read any of these?
Yes, at some point.
And what was unsatisfactory about the answers?
They don't correspond to reality.
That didn't answer my question.
They didn't answer the question.
They didn't answer the question. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't answer my questions.
What did they say that you didn't like?
Plenty.
Plenty lived 2,000 years ago. Okay. Oh, did you say plenty or plenty?
Plenty.
Oh, yeah, that's different. Okay, so you don't actually know what they said because you haven't read any of the rebuttals. Someone convinced you with a bad experiment and you didn't look any further into it?
I did my own experiment.
Right, but you don't understand why the experiment is doing the thing. And that's the problem that I have, is you're suggesting I did this experiment and somebody gave me a solution for why this experiment gave me this result, and then I didn't look any further into it. But if you ask if you ask an actual scientist, they can give you a proper explanation for why this phenomenon exists that doesn't include a flat earth.
Okay, and what was it again?
As far as I can tell, the answer to the problem is radiation.
Okay, and how does that make sense?
Well, again, I haven't looked it up in a long time. I mean, if you got 5 minutes, I'm sure we can look up a couple answers to this problem.
You're not going to find any answers, I'm telling you. But you could try. I mean, if you want to go down this rabbit hole, you can. I've already done it. But
I don't think you have, actually, because you can't give me one rebuttal to the position that you're positing. And I'm pretty sure, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson even gave an explanation for this on YouTube.
I brought the evidence. I'm looking for the rebuttal to my evidence. You asked for evidence, and I presented it. So where is it?
Well, your evidence so far doesn't suggest anything that what you're suggesting. So what you're saying is that because if you measure the shade at night, the temperature with an infrared gun versus the non-shade at night, that the non-shade is slightly warmer than the moon. So you're suggesting that the moon is emitting cold light. But I'm asking you very simple questions as to what mechanism is causing the moon to emit this light.
I already responded to that. I have no clue. I don't know how it works. I have absolutely zero clue why the moonlight magnified with a magnifying glass is cold by like 3 or 4 degrees cooler than where it would be elsewhere. Nobody knows, because nobody does these experiments, because it would prove a flat earth, it would prove a God. You see
No,
how
a
it
lot of
works?
people have done the experiment. That's how you learned about it. That's why I knew about it, because the internet's full of flat earth goofballs who don't know any real science, and then they learn these bogus experiments, and then they have like really silly conclusions based on these experiments that don't actually prove anything.
Okay. I like you, Justin. I really do. I think you're on your way to becoming a Christian slowly but surely. I'm going to pop in every now and
Not
then.
even close. The grand.
I'm going to pop, Justin. I'm going to pop in and
The grandstanding here is wild. So
What is the grandstanding? I'm just presenting evidence as you asked.
you actually didn't
I'm
present any evidence, and in fact, I'd love for you to come by, and we can have a whole discussion on flat Earth sometime. In fact, I think Dr. Blitz has been waiting to talk to flat earthers with me on this particular one.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah, I've
that
seen
would be
him around.
fun.
Okay, so let's see now. Let's see if NASA has an explanation. NASA doesn't seem to be taking up on their main website this particular experiment, but I'm sure there's an explanation from an actual professional.
Well, when you figure it out, let me know. I'll be back. Bring in more evidence.
Apparently, according to the University of Illinois, you can actually start a fire using moonlight.
I don't think so.
Nice.
Yeah,
I don't
it looks that way. It's on their website, at physics.illinois.edu. Starting fire with moonlight.
Yeah, it's a title. It's good clickbait.
I didn't read it. I don't even know if they're claiming it could be true, as much less that it could be an experiment. I'm just saying that moonlight, as far as we can tell, is just made of photons. What evidence do you have that the light from the moon is not made from photons?
No idea.
So-
I just know what the experiment shows, is what I'm telling you. I mean, we could do armchair detective work all night, but until you get out there and you see it for yourself, that's real hardcore evidence, right? Physical evidence.
I actually don't think that's evidence at all. I think it's evidence that you haven't actually researched why this phenomenon exists.
Well, I'm going to leave it to you to figure that out and have a rebuttal next time I join.
Fantastic. You come back and I'll have a full-throated explanation for why you don't understand the experiments that somebody lied to you about.
Do you have to put it in those words? Good grief. Okay. Sounds
Yep.
good, Justin.
All right, have a good one.
All right, you too.
How dare you say something that wasn't even completely dirty, but my mind is in the gutter because I'm a Christian man, so I automatically assumed that it was dirty. Yes.
Yeah, so this particular nonsense experiment has been floating around in flat Earth conspiracy theories for at least a decade or more. But I don't actually remember the appropriate explanation for it, other than that it has to do with the heat radiating off of the surface of the Earth. But I don't understand, or at least I don't recall, why the heat radiates at different speeds in the shade versus in the moonlight. But I do know that Neil deGrasse Tyson did a rebuttal on this. I'll have to look up his rebuttal and see what it says. There's actually there's an AI answer. I probably should have asked AI.
Chat whatever.
It says moonlight cools because it's reflected sunlight, and the amount of heat it contains is negligible on the Earth's surface. The moon reflects only about 1/10 of the sunlight that hits it, which is called albedo. The moon's temperature varies greatly between day and night because it doesn't have a significant atmosphere to trap or block some of the sun's rays. I don't know if that really addresses the experiment that he was referring to. Anyways, I have an
GPT. Thank you, guys. GPT. I keep thinking it's GDP, whatever. Hey, Divine orders in chat.
Good to see you, Divine. I actually have 2 infrared temperature sensors. I'll take a video tonight when I get off the live because it's past midnight. I got to get off the live, but I'll take a video tonight and I'll post it on the temperature reading of the ground versus in the shade versus in the moonlight, and I'll do it on multiple different surfaces because I think this is actually the origin of the problem. Let me explain it. So I think you're going to get different readings depending on what material you're reading. Are you reading the grass? Are you reading the concrete? Are you reading like the bark of a tree? I'm going to guess that you're going to get a huge array of temperature differences because, for example, concrete absorbs heat and it takes a while for that heat to actually radiate out of the ground versus a tree or versus the grass, which is probably going to have some sort of moisture upon it, right? But I'll post a video tonight. I want to see what the temperature differences are on all these different surfaces in the moonlight versus not in the moonlight. It might be true that what he's saying is not even accurate. It might be true that I'll measure these temperatures and it'll be colder in the shade than it is in the moonlight, which is probably the case.
Atheismo says that Bob the Science Guy explains this, that he has videos on his TikTok about this. Happy Hallows Eve, Lisa.
Why Bob the Science Guy?
Bob the Science Guy.
I know Dan the Science Guy did Simon Dan, there we go. Simon Dan did a video on this a long time ago as well. All right, let's see. I did ask ChatGTP. This is what ChatGTP says. I asked why moonlight cools. It says moonlight is often perceived as cool compared to sunlight, but this perception can be a bit misleading. Moon reflects sunlight. While it does emit some infrared radiation, it's not enough to significantly warm the ground. That's actually interesting. If the moon is emitting infrared radiation, I wonder what how that's going to affect the temperature sensors, because I don't know if you guys knew this, the temperature sensors that you use to take these readings are using infrared. Several reasons contribute to the coolness of moonlight. First is low intensity. Moonlight is much less intense than sun, but this is just comparing it to the sun. This is not helpful. Point number 2 says infrared radiation. The moon doesn't emit its own light. It's reflecting sunlight. While the reflected light includes some infrared radiation, the amount is minimal compared to the warmth we feel with direct sunlight. Again, these are not actually helpful.
Hold on. The Beta Cop actually had the good question. Is it cool in tone or temperature?
I'm assuming in temperature. Let's see.
I agree, Fallen. We could have used a certain professor, but...
Yeah, this would be a good time to have either Blitz or Professor Nixie. Here's the other response from GTP. In fact, it seems to be disagreeing with the experiment. It says moonlight is not inherently cooler than shade, but the perception of coolness can arise from several factors. The intensity, the nighttime... Okay, whatever. ChatGTP has no good answers.
Mezzo has something for us. Hey, Mezzo.
So he wasn't doing the experiment remotely, right? I know the magnifying glass was way off, but also he was trying to say that the moon does make heat. But the way that most flat earthers do this is they're saying that the moon makes some sort of a cooling effect.
Yeah.
And so like the normal way this is they'll go out in the moonlight and hit like the infrared in a shaded area and then in a full moon area. And
right.
It shows that the shade is warmer.
Yes.
So he was kind of doing it backwards because he was trying to say that like the moon makes heat, look, but actually normally they're saying it makes cold, which isn't the case. It's just that the shaded area is usually like under a chair, and so it's sort of insulated the same way that it's hotter on a cloudy day.
Say that one more time.
Because when they hit the shaded area, it's like under a chair or under a table. That area is like slightly insulated by the chair or by the table, so it's actually holding a little. Just like why it's a little bit warmer sometimes when it's cloudy, it's like holding the heat in a little bit rather than like wisting away. So you can, if you do the experiment properly and actually like just get like a distant shadow, like put a piece of duvetine up or something, and like hang it, and then go away from the shadow a bit where it's open air, and you hit the moonlight and the shadow light, you're going to get about the same reading, or like almost nothing difference. The moonlight will probably be a little warmer. But when they do this, they kind of do this trick where they go do it under their car or something like that, where it's been retaining heat, so it seems warmer than out on the open driveway where it has cooled down over time because of the air has been moving through.
Right.
They're doing an illusion. They know how to do it right to mess with it. I don't know what the fuck he was doing with the magnifying glass. Like, that was a whole other ass thing.
Well, that's what I was saying. The magnifying glass is not a necessary part of this particular experiment, because I've seen the experiment done before, and it didn't include a magnifying glass. The only thing that you actually needed was an infrared thermometer. Now, I'm seeing there's a guy that used an actual mercury thermometer on the internet that did the same experiment. I'm curious to see what his results were.
Praise Mercury.
Yeah, it looks to me like there was a 1 degree temperature difference using mercury thermometers, if you think that one is accurate.
Interesting.
I mean, with him, the margin of error probably not that interesting. But also, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If so, like what you're talking about, like the infrared might make a difference too. I hadn't heard about that. But if you're doing it in an area that is retaining heat because it's covered, then that mercury thermometer would still have a similar problem. So you have to do it. You have to, like, I wanted to ask that guy, like, yeah, pop up your data, as if he ever like wrote any of this down, Like, let's see it. Let's go through it. If it's true, let's look at it. Let's analyze it. Let's see where you measured. Let's try it again tomorrow in a different location. But they only, like, they wait and like, they'll try it and it doesn't work, and they'll try it, it doesn't work, and they'll try it under one area and it does work, and they edit that part of the video in. It's just a trick.
That's a good point. That's why I've said I'm going to take my my infrared temperature gun out tonight and take a bunch of readings, and I'll just videotape it.
So
It's
try
a crescent
one,
moon.
like, oh yeah, it's like barely crescent tonight. It might not work that well.
Well, that's...
But, try one under your car and then one on your driveway, like even without the moon, and just see if it does that same effect.
Right, and I didn't get around to that, but that kind of debunks the whole issue too. If the moon is a source of sunlight, then they need to explain why the moon is constantly changing shapes. Because the fact that it reflects light from the sun based on its position, which is why we only see parts of it, explains the changing of its shapes. We would...
the shape, whatever the crescent is always pointing to where the sun just was.
Always.
It's always pointing exactly to the sun.
Yeah.
And if you've ever done the thing where you hold a little, like a basketball or a little ball up in the sunlight to the moon, that it always matches the exact same moon phase on the ball. Do you know this thing I'm talking about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like if you hold it up and you move to any other angle, it's wrong. But when you hold it right up to the moon, it matches because it's coming from the sun. So the sun is hitting the moon and your ball at the same angle, and they'll both be exactly the same crescent or exactly the same gibbous.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm gonna post the results tomorrow. I'll spend some time tonight doing the experiment. I wish I had some mercury thermometers to set outside to see if they had the same flaw as the infrared, if the flaw exists. But
yeah, I drank all mine.
Yeah, it's an interesting problem. I remember back in like 2015 or 16 when it first came up, and I remember finding very logical solutions for it. But I don't remember what they were. I should have wrote about them on my website, which I'll let's see.
I just didn't understand how his arguments equated to God or Yahweh.
So
Trying to match the Bible to
I know he's
these
silly.
things. Yeah.
So I did a
I've
website.
also seen the guy make a rainbow in a garage more recently on TikTok too. That kind of covered that other one he was saying too. Made it like just with a flashlight and a sprinkler system that he set up in his garage. It was cool.
Oh, well, yeah, but that's an easy explanation. I mean, listen, a candle's never going to produce a rainbow. You need a very high density of light. So, but I've got a website called where'sthecurve.org that I put up way back in the day, like 7 years ago, where I refute a lot of these really stupid flat Earth arguments. But I don't think I ever got around to addressing the moonlight situation. So I'll check into that, and then I'll add it to my profile here on TikTok, and then I'll also, I guess, have to add it to the website, where'sthecurve.org.
I didn't realize, Justin, that you used to do flat Earth stuff. That's like when I first got into TikTok, I started doing that right away and realized it was like just way too toxic. Like those both
It's
sides
bad.
of that is like really bad, and so I kind of avoided it now. But it's still fun every now and then to jump into because it's such an easy win.
Yeah, and the problem is a lot of the arguments are so silly, but they can be explained using science. But it's just like any other argument. Like when you haven't heard the argument before, and you're not an actual scientist, it might take a while to actually dig up the appropriate scientific answer. So I'll have to do that for him. But what I would love for someone like him to do is ask an actual scientist, like Dr. Blitz. So the goal here with these flat Earth experiments is to confuse people because they're giving you an experiment and you don't know why the outcome of the experiment is giving you that outcome. And then they give you like a really dumb explanation. Well, you're getting this outcome because of X, Y, and Z. And people who aren't good at doing research will be like, oh, that sounds like a plausible explanation. I'll just go with that. But it's not how science works.
Yeah, and he started to kind of lean into the same thing that everyone does on that side, or religious sides as well, where he was starting to say, you can look it up, but don't look it up. You won't find anything. And I already read everything, and there was nothing there. Like, you didn't read shit. We know.
Right.
Like it's very obvious. And they just kind of say, don't look. Just trust. And don't look at my experiments. I can't give you any data. Just trust. Like it's always a hooligan
Big old
shenanigans.
trust me, bro.
Anyways, I'll let you back to it. I just knew a bit about that particular thing, so I want to share it.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Mezzo. Guys, make sure you're following Mezzo. Mezzo's been doing lives as well, so let's give him some support. Mezzo, I appreciate that. Take a peek at this as well this week and see what you dig up. I'll share my my scientific findings as well. But guys, it's 30 minutes past my bedtime. I gotta go to bed. But please thank your moderators and Hanji. And remember, we do have a Discord community. If you go to the Linktree link in my profile and copy and paste that link into a browser, you can get the Discord. The TikTok won't let you directly join through the links anymore. I don't know why. They're weird. But you can still copy and paste the link in. And Mezzo's actually in our Discord community as well. So you can talk to Mezzo and Hanji and Benny and Seth. Thank you, Shayna, for the galaxy. Big W, Shayna. I appreciate that.
Win Shayna.
I think
I have a Discord that works now too. Copy and paste.
Yeah, she got a link in her profile. I think we're gonna be coming up on 600 people soon. So
very soon.
But guys, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for supporting the stream. We really love and appreciate you. And tomorrow's Sunday, so we're gonna see you again tomorrow night.
Yeah. See you guys soon. Thank you, Mezzo.
Cheers, guys. Good to see you, Mez.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.